All right. All right. We should be good.
Hello.
Hopefully. Everything works out okay. All right. We got that. Um, Let me see here. There we go.
Hello.
Good morning. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Oh, yes, definitely.
I had to mess mess with the microphone a little bit, but we are here. Good morning. Bright and early. I don't know about bright, but it's definitely early. I'm still tired, dealing with an eye sty. Happy Friday.
No,
At least I got my coffee.
that's true.
I've
There's,
been
there's
dealing with
always.
it for a couple days actually.
Oh, yeah, I know those hurt. Sorry.
It's just all puffy and. But we got some stuff to talk about. It's going to be a long day. Hopefully, they get a lot knocked out of the way. I kind of found it interesting how, when they were ending the trial yesterday, how the judge, uh, before everything got started, was saying that they were actually ahead of schedule. That kind of shocked me a little bit because there's been a few days where there's been a lot of sidebars, throughout the whole trial here. There's been a lot of sidebars on a couple days, not much got accomplished. Sometimes it seemed like some of the days weren't going anywhere. Like, what did we accomplish today? The tardiness, especially. Um, all of these different things, I thought for sure they would be running behind, but according to the judge yesterday, they're running on time, if not ahead of schedule. So I was like, huh. And then, like, look at what happened the last couple days. Not much. Not much was accomplished after. It seemed like that when Dr. Ziesel Part 1, I think it was the end of day, I can't even remember anymore. Day 15. Day 15, maybe.
I think
Uh,
so.
yeah. That's when after that, that next day, and it just, everything seemed kind of wonky after that. So I was surprised to hear that they're ahead of schedule. Now, I was hearing that the reason that everything got delayed, or, that issue that got brought up where court abruptly ended, I guess Reddington, now it's not confirmed, but what I'm seeing is Reddington had a witness or witnesses that had a scheduling issue. There's rumors that the scheduling issue, one of them was they just didn't show up. And there's rumors that that was Patrick. So, and maybe it has, and if it's true, maybe it has something to do with all the TikTok bashing that was going on. Now, it was kind of interesting, Rosie, because after, um, I can't remember what court date it was, but I think it was after Dr. Ziesel Part 1. And we were having a conversation, and I was like, yeah, this thing's going to be done here real quick. It ain't going to be much longer. And we were looking through the witness list because I was wondering. I was like, how many witnesses are left? Just to get a good gauge. And remember, it was alarming to us, Rosie, because we saw Patrick on there.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird because it's like, well, wait a minute, you just talked to him in day 1, day 2, but then you start thinking about, well, what was he asking him in day 1, day 2? It wasn't like necessarily in support of Lindsay. He was just asking specific questions about the timeline and such. And so I'm
Right.
like, oh, okay, well, maybe it's going to be some like character witness kind of thing or something like that. So we both found it kind of odd. It was like, huh, that's weird. He already talked to him, but maybe it's for a different approach. So isn't that crazy about the rumors? No, it's not confirmed, but isn't it crazy about the rumors and how
Yeah. S- So I've seen those too. I didn't. I wasn't quite sure what I thought of that, but some people were saying like he's missing and stuff like that. So
yeah, I don't know about that.
yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot being said. I I don't know. I don't know. I think that people are just getting very excited and looking for things to say.
I mean, who knows? I mean, the dude has been getting bashed on TikTok. Bashed on TikTok.
Yeah,
Pretty
everywhere.
bad.
Yeah.
What's up, Kib Kitty? What's up, Miriam? And I'm going to share something here as well. Hopper sent something to me yesterday, and I think you guys will find this interesting. I'm going to share this real quick with you. Now, this is an article from yesterday. Okay. Let me turn this music down a little bit. That seems kind of loud. All right. This is an article from yesterday. It says husband charged with murder after claiming wife with postpartum depression killed herself. Oh, there's a video. Right on. Hold on.
Granger offers over 1 million high quality.
Oh, my Lord. That is loud. Just give us 1 second here. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Right there. You never do the last couple seconds when you count down.
Her husband has since been charged with first-degree murder in her death. Lakewood police say Patrick Barnett called 911 the morning of August 13th and said Lindsay had died by suicide. Officers found blood on the bed, something he couldn't explain, according to court documents. What raised more questions was a call to police from a woman claiming to be Patrick's girlfriend. She was worried she hadn't heard from him in a while and asked for a welfare check. Patrick was arrested the next day. Lindsay was a beloved art teacher at both Hutchinson and Westgate elementary schools. Her family has asked for privacy in the wake of her death, but issued a statement. Our family is heartbroken. She was a devoted mother, daughter, sister, and teacher whose kindness and warmth touched countless lives. We find comfort in remembering her beautiful spirit, her love of nature and art, and her unwavering devotion to her children.
Isn't that crazy?
Paper
whoa,
and pen.
whoa.
Once the birthplace of ideas has evolved.
Whoa, okay, there we go. We're just going to do that for the meantime. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy though?
Yeah.
Patrick and Lindsay.
Yeah. When they said Patrick, I was like, okay, all right, that's a coincidence. And then they said Lindsay, and I was like, wait, what?
Right. It was like, what's up, Miss Cosmos? We'll have to come back into that later on. Because did you just see that, Miss Cosmo? Isn't that crazy? Shout out, Hopper. Thank you for sending
Yeah.
that to me. She was like, check this out. I was like, what? And then I
Right.
started reading it, and I was like, what the hell? The names. I was like, damn, that's wild, crazy. And I gotta play this video again as well, and then we'll go through a little recap here. But this was so cool. Like when he was out in front of, I'm sorry, Kevin Reddington was out in front getting ready for
Yeah.
court yesterday. And I retweeted it on my my Twitter, X, whatever. This is what's crazy is like if you go to Twitter, X, It's been having a lot of issues the last couple days. Like, what's going on with Twitter? X.
Yeah.
Why do we still call it? Why do we still call it Twitter?
Because that's a better name.
It is a better name.
It is. It is.
Like X.com sounds like raunchy.
It doesn't sound good. It doesn't
Right.
sound like anything good can come of that. But
Hit me up on X.com.
oh my goodness, not good.
Raunchy.
Right, but I didn't notice they were having a lot of problems lately. My YouTube has been giving me
Yeah.
a lot of problems, so I cannot relate. But
Yeah,
YouTube for
by
me.
the way, yeah, people on I noticed some people were typing in the YouTube chat yesterday that that comments, like some of their comments weren't showing up and stuff too. And I know StreamYard was doing that a couple days ago where comments weren't even showing up in our studio. And they had an update yesterday. You can now adjust the audio for your screen share from your studio. Yay. That's really cool. Thank you. Not really. Do we not control our audio through the video that we're playing?
I mean, we do.
These updates are so lame. Twitter's
Yeah.
just a giant group chat. You know, that's the crazy thing too, man. People on Twitter host a lot of these voices things where people just hang out and talk. It's really, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's just weird.
It's like every.
It's not like doing a show.
Yeah.
You're just hanging out talking in a big group chat. What's up, Hopper? Good morning. We just went through that article.
Yeah.
My YouTube has been wild. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so-
Risa, go ahead.
No. I forgot what I was saying, but I'm already on to the next thing that I was gonna say. YouTube has like, when I have chat up, it clears it, and then it just shows like one message at a time in chat, and I don't know. So also, I've been missing a lot of comments when I just look at it on my phone. So I'm sorry, everyone, but I'm glad to see that I'm not the only one, Hopper.
No, it's been pretty wild. Definitely. All right, let's check out this video here real quick. This is outside of the courthouse yesterday. They had a bunch of support. I do have to say, it's nice. It's nice to see, that kind of support for this cause. Where you got the ladies in pink out there, or the people. There's dudes out there too. We'd be wearing pink if we were out there. I do have pink EvilleCJ gear, but we'd be wearing pink if we were out there. But yeah, it's good to see that there's like groups getting together for mental health awareness for this. It's good to see that, All right, so this was out front in court yesterday where Kevin Reddington got mobbed, but what they said at the end was beautiful. It was very beautiful.
It's very moving for them. They don't forget it.
Right. Mr. Reddington, what's your message to all these folks who are here today?
Thank you. That's all I can say. It's amazing.
We love you, Kevin.
Kevin, are you surprised at just how much attention this case has gotten? I mean, people are coming from Maine.
It's the message. It really is. It's the message that just has reverberated, throughout the whole country.
What is that
Reddington's
message?
fighting for women's rights.
No, I
for
don't.
healthcare.
I think that it's the mental health system. I hate to use the word health care, because unfortunately in this case we can see it hasn't been health care, and I think that it shines a light on this issue. I mean, when a woman is going through what so many people do, and they go to a doctor and the doctor says, you know, here, take this pill, take that pill, take this pill, and then they basically treat them for 15, 20 minutes and send them on their way. It's just not right.
And to those who can't wrap their heads around sympathizing with a mother who killed her 3 children, what do you say to them?
I think it's almost like when you're picking a jury, and sometimes somebody will say, well, I don't agree with, you know, this allegation of murder. I mean, none of us do. But that's what we have juries for. They pass between the government and the defendant to see if they can prove their case.
Is she aware of this support, and what does she think of this support?
I'm going to go in and see her right now. I'm sure that she is, and if she isn't, she will be.
What do you think about?
She's so beat up and just so sad. This will really help her out, I think. It's awesome.
Tell her we love her. What do you think about
I
you
will.
being the advocate for all women right now?
I'm not an advocate.
You are. But you are. But you are. But you are.
That's live in the action. That's what's happening here.
It's good to see that.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and leave it paused on that. It's good to see that, you know, especially for the mental health of it all. What's up? Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So we went through a few things this morning. The rumors about why court shut it down abruptly. Also, the article from Hopper. Thank you again. That was crazy as hell.
Yeah.
That freaking, that freaking article, man. Patrick and Lindsay. And also these supporters. So I wanted to cover that this morning before we get in there. It's supposed to be, I did too, Miriam, you know, especially at the end, you know. That's how humble the guy is, you can tell, because you know damn well like how much this guy has done for mental health awareness, for postpartum depression, and especially psychosis. You know what I'm saying? Especially psychosis. And so, you know, it was beautiful. Like, you got the supporters out there, you know, you got the people, even the reporters, you know, talking about how much awareness he's bringing for the cause, and just the humbleness of him, you know, as they're telling him how much he's making a difference. He's just like, no, that's humility, you know, and that's how you know that the shit's real, when the humility is present. What article? We'll go through it again here in a few moments if you guys want me to. Just give me a second here.
Yeah,
It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's
Tell her
awesome.
we love her. What do you think about
I
you
will.
being the advocate for all women right now?
I'm not an advocate.
You are. But you are. But you are. But you are.
Humble guy. And then we'll get that shot of the supporters out there. Okay, we'll switch to this article. Let me pull it up again. It had some crazy ass like advertisement on it. So, all right. So here's the latest. All right. What's up, Lindsay? Yeah, it is very important. It is very, very important. All right. So this was an article from yesterday. Again, shout out Hopper. Show her some love in chat. Husband charged with murder after claiming wife with postpartum depression killed herself, reports say. And this was, again, yesterday. A Colorado man was charged in connection with his wife's death after claiming she died by suicide after suffering from postpartum depression. On August 13th, Lindsay Barnett, 37, was found dead in the home. Her husband, Patrick, Barnett called 911 around 6 a.m., claiming Lindsay had cut herself and her throat. What? He allegedly told police he was asleep in the basement and came up in the morning to apologize to Lindsay because the two argued the night before. He found her bleeding in the shower, moved her head, and called 911. Basement. What?
Right. I know. He was
What?
in the basement. Right.
Patrick told investigators Lindsay suffered from postpartum depression. However, the evidence at the scene didn't align with the story that Lindsay killed herself in the shower. Officers allegedly found a large amount of blood on the side of the bed, a plant with dirt knocked over next to the bed, and some of the soil that got dragged to the bathroom. Police also saw a dainty, bloody footstep, seemingly that of a female, between the bed and the bathroom. While the bed was drenched in blood, the bathroom had little blood. Lindsay's body also had bruises all over, including on her arms and legs, and some of them appeared to be defensive wounds, and that's Lindsay right there. Hours after Lindsay Barnett's body was found, police received a call from a woman claiming to be Patrick's girlfriend and asking for a welfare check. She told police she hadn't heard from him since 11 p.m. the previous night, which she said was unusual since the two texted constantly. She said Patrick had indicated he and Lindsay were going to get a divorce, that Lindsay had been in a psychiatric unit, and that she attempted suicide just the weekend prior. The next day, Patrick was charged with first-degree murder. Lindsay's mother, Donna Ott, told police her daughter has had depression before, but not exhibited any such symptoms recently, and never attempted suicide. She alleged Patrick had been verbally abusive towards Lindsay in the past. Barnett is scheduled to appear before a Jefferson County judge on Friday, which is today. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is. I'm kind of wondering what the girlfriend's name is. Love to know.
Crazy. Well, there's more on the girlfriend that I've found, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean that.
I mean, I did find something. I was like, interesting. But
no, I didn't mean that.
That'll be for another show.
Yes.
When we don't have trial, because we're gonna have to talk about it, and we don't have the time today. Yes, what the heck is going on? His girlfriend called for it. Right, the girlfriend called for a wellness check. Yeah, thoughts and prayers out to her family. Believe it was in Ohio, huh? Praying for her. Yes. Oh, thank you so much, Hopper, with the 200 joules. Sunshine. All right. So let's go ahead and get to... Let me try out this new screen real quick. See what... Yeah, look at that. Looks good. We got the media network little thing up there. Let's switch to... While we're waiting for the trial to start, we are going to switch it up to some East Idaho news. Day 17 recap as we go into day 18. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. Definitely subscribe to Rosie too. We're going to do this quick recap, and then we got a long day of trial, everybody.
This is what happened before the court.
I'm
what
excited.
Happened today, we turned on our live feed, and this was video that was on broadcasting live from Boston. You can see many women dressed in pink, some men with T-shirts reading "Stand in Peace for Lindsay." There were actually two crowds here, several dozens of women, mostly advocating for Lindsay, some that are against her or not against her, but feel that she shouldn't be, she should be held criminally responsible for this, and tons of media there outside the courthouse picking up with this case. Now, Kevin Reddington, who is Lindsay's attorney, who has become a hero to many of you and many people watching, he actually spoke briefly with the reporters as he was walking into the courthouse. He was kind of mobbed by them. I think he also wanted to see the supporters who were outside of the courthouse dressed in pink. Court TV caught this exchange with him. Take a look.
It's very moving for them. They don't forget it.
Right. Mr. Reddington, what's your message to all these folks who are here today?
Thank you. That's all I can say. It's amazing.
We love you, Kevin.
Kevin, are you surprised at just how much attention this case has gotten? I mean, people are coming from Maine.
It's the message. It really is. It's the message that just has reverberated, throughout the whole country.
What is that
Reddington's
message?
fighting for women's rights.
No, I
for
don't.
healthcare.
I think that it's the mental health system. I hate to use the word health care because unfortunately in this case we can see it hasn't been health care, and I think that it shines a light on this issue. I mean, when a woman is going through what so many people do, and they go to a doctor and the doctor says, here, take this pill, take that pill, take this pill, and then they basically treat them for 15, 20 minutes and send them on their way. It's just not right.
And to those who can't wrap their heads around sympathizing with a mother who killed her 3 children, what do you say to them?
I think it's almost like when you're picking a jury and sometimes somebody will say, well, I don't agree with, this allegation of murder. I mean, none of us do. But that's what we have juries for. They pass between the government and the defendant to see if they can prove their case.
What do you think aware of this support, and what does she think of this support?
I'm going to go in and see her right now. I'm sure that she is, and if she isn't, she will be.
What do you think about?
She's so beat up and just so sad. This will really help her out, I think. It's awesome.
Tell her we love her. What do you think about
I
you
will.
being the advocate for all women right now?
I'm not an advocate.
You are.
Kevin Reddington then went inside the courthouse and continued on with the trial. Those similar protests, I'm told, were organized in cities across the country today, women wearing pink. And in fact, some of the photos from inside the courtroom showed women in pink. Let's just go to those now. Here are the pool photos that were taken today from the Associated Press. You can see a couple of people in the gallery, which looked like it was completely full, dressed in pink, ready there to support Lindsay. And then, of course, her parents and other family members and whatnot, along with the judge, the defense, the prosecution, and Lindsay herself. All right. One witness today, as I mentioned, Sheila Kavanaugh, a board-certified chaplain. Before becoming a chaplain, she was a senior VP of Fidelity Investments. An interesting career change to go from the high-stress pressure of investing at a well-known firm to a chaplain at a hospital. I got to admit, there are many days where in this high-pressure news world, I'm like, I just love to go do something peaceful and relaxing. My wife says I would last 5 minutes doing that. Anyway, the chaplain was working at Brigham Women's Hospital in 2023 when Lindsay was admitted as a patient. She was summoned to the director of spiritual care and told to go meet with Lindsay. And she began her testimony. Remember, this is a defense witness, so they're calling her to speak on behalf of Lindsay. She talked about what it was like walking into the unit.
Well, the unit itself was filled with law enforcement officers, both outside the doors of the unit. There was Brigham security, but the unit itself was flooded. There were people from Plymouth County, Boston City Police, Brigham security. So I had to make my way through concentric circles of law enforcement to even get to the room. I was permitted to see Lindsay, although she could not speak at that time.
And what was her condition that you observed?
She was dressed in medical armor. She had tubes. She was intubated. She had bandages. She had a neck brace. She was just covered and layered in equipment that enabled her to breathe.
The chaplain went back 2 other times, but Lindsay was not able to speak because she was intubated. Once the tube was removed, the chaplain talked about her first conversation with Lindsay, one that has clearly stayed with her, one that has gotten a lot of people talking, one on which a lot of parents, religious people might be able to relate to. These are the words that Lindsay said, according to the chaplain, that we have not heard before.
She was covered, tubes everywhere, the neck brace. Her emotional state was very neutral, a flat affect. But I remember vividly the first thing she said to me. Now, she had heard me for a couple of days. We had been praying together. And so when I went in on Tuesday the 31st, she said to me as I held her hand to comfort her, "I am so glad my children are safe."
Was there any other conversation that you had with her?
I replied theologically to Lindsay, and I said, "Lindsay, your children are safe. They're safe in heaven with God." And I held her hand throughout that conversation, and we prayed for them.
Did she make any other statements to you?
She did. She alluded to having heard a voice, and the voice, according to Lindsay, told her that if she did not follow the command, neither she nor her children would be safe.
And did she indicate whether it was a male voice, a female voice, loud, soft?
She alluded to the fact that it was a male voice and it was persistent.
Any further conversation that you recall about that, not about general things,
That came up several times. I visited Lindsay minimally 14 times while she was hospitalized at the Brigham, and the voice conversation came up several times during several of our visits.
14 times visiting and a male voice that was persistent. That is a key part of this case, that the defense has said she heard a voice telling her to do it. She was psychotic. The prosecution has raised repeatedly that she didn't tell anybody this before at this particular time. Now, after Brigham Hospital, Lindsay was transferred to the Spaulding Rehabilitation Center, and the chaplain continued to see her. From there, she went to the Duxbury Hospital, Tewksbury, which we've talked about, where she remains today. That's the state-run hospital for psychiatric patients. She has seen Lindsay about 200 times over 3 years. So the relationship continued beyond the chaplain-patient type of relationship because they had a rapport. She described that. Listen.
When Lindsay was admitted to Tewksbury State Hospital, I continued to see her on a weekly basis. We had built up a very comfortable, respectful rapport, and I felt it was in her best interest to continue that as she healed. She was still in deep grief. She was suffering.
Sustained.
So
that opinion be stricken.
So did she express anything about her children and their loss over that period of 200 times that you saw her thereabouts in Tewksbury?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Yes.
Other jurors?
Lindsay talks frequently about her children. She loves them deeply. She carries immense grief.
Objection.
Overruled. Next question.
And has that continued to your observation?
It continues presently.
From here, the prosecution had a chance to question Ms. Kavanaugh, and their case pointed to the fact that Lindsay never brought up her children to the witnesses the prosecution called earlier on in this trial. This is now the second witness on the stand for the defense who's talked about how she's spoken about her children. Dr. Zeisel said that yesterday, maybe the day before. In cross-examination, the prosecution took issue with the fact that the chaplain didn't mark down word for word in her notes that Lindsay said she was hearing voices. So that we haven't seen anything notated that said Lindsay said she heard voices other than the witnesses that have testified. It's not like written in a medical record. The chaplain explained that she's different from a medical provider, like a clinical medical professional. And after the defense then stood up and said, her conversations with Lindsay are privileged communications. It's like if you went to your priest or your bishop or a religious pastor, your minister, and told them stuff in confidence. That's how this was viewed. It's not like they're going to write it down, or at least they shouldn't. I don't know if they would. Maybe they would, but it's not like something that they would record. And the defense tried to make this point that this was a privileged, confidential conversation.
And she told you that she heard a voice telling her that if she did not follow the command, neither she nor her children would be safe, correct?
Correct.
You wrote very detailed notes that are contained in the Brigham and Women's Hospital records regarding your interactions with Lindsay Clancy, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And in all of these notes that detail every time you interacted with her, you never once wrote that she told you she heard a voice or what that voice said, correct?
Correct.
And you also said that this voice, talking about the voice, came up in several of your meetings, correct?
Correct.
And you never once wrote about any of it in any of your very detailed notes, correct?
Well, chaplain notes are not verbatim transcripts of patient conversations. I'm not there to evaluate the patient. I'm there to bear witness to their suffering.
Okay, but the question was, you did not document those statements in your notes, correct?
Correct.
But you did document some other statements in those notes, correct?
Perhaps.
For example, on February 6th, 2023, in a note that you wrote regarding your interaction with the defendant, you said that, or you wrote, Lindsay welcomed the visit and shared her fears of, quote, not being able to walk again, end quote. She continued to express her fears of how her inability to walk may make her vulnerable to others in the future. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
Do you recall writing on February 9th, 2023, that the defendant was sitting in a chair adjacent to her bed and appeared to be visibly engaged, energized, and hopeful than in previous visits? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You also wrote in that note, Lindsay spoke hopefully of being discharged when the time arrives to Spalding, correct?
Correct.
And then in February 13th, 2023, you wrote in your note that Lindsay also expressed hopefulness in relation to her physical progress. She feels she has gained considerable physical strength and agility despite an inability to move her legs. She admitted that she feels, quote, deserving of this, end quote, in light of recent events. Do you remember writing that?
Yes.
Do you remember on February 16th, 2023, that you wrote in a note that the defendant expressed hopefulness with the news of her anticipated discharge to Spalding and seemed uplifted that she would be cared for in a facility with an excellent reputation?
Yes.
Do you recall writing on February 16th, 2023, that Paula, the defendant's mother, and Lindsay, the defendant, were playing a card game as they communed quietly, and that Lindsay expressed hopefulness with the news of her anticipated discharge to Spalding and seemed uplifted?
Yes.
And again, you've got all these details about her feelings and her thoughts and what she's doing, but nothing about the voices that you spoke of so many times, correct?
Correct.
There's a difference, however, between privileged communications with a chaplain and observations of a person's feelings and thoughts, correct?
Correct.
Tell the jury what effect privileged communication has when someone talks to you personally as a chaplain.
Because I'm not a medically trained clinician, I approach patients in a vortex of trust. Some of our chaplains at the Brigham are ordained clergy. And so there's this understanding that when a patient interacts with a chaplain, the conversations are confidential.
Do you put them in medical records?
No.
The words, like Lindsay indicated that she felt uplifted, I think the counsel read that twice. Were those your notes, or is that what she said to you? Did she say, I feel uplifted, or is that your
was my
observation?
perception of Lindsay. It was not her words.
And after that, the witness was released, and so was the jury until tomorrow. The judge said that tomorrow will be a longer day, and I don't know what that means because we've had a lot of short days, but I imagine it will be the full day. And Kevin Reddington even talked about how they have one more witness, and then the prosecution has, I believe, 3 rebuttal witnesses. So it sounds like that's going to happen tomorrow. And then closings will either be Monday or Tuesday, the judge said. The judge is really taking this case slower, not rushing it, I should say. And so I could see maybe the closings being Tuesday, just to give both sides time to prepare. So the jury could have this case Tuesday, maybe Monday, but by Tuesday. And then we'll see if they take an hour, if they take a minute, if they take 3 days. I don't know. So the jury was released, but then the judge had the attorney stick around and talked about jury instructions. Now, these are common type of practices. We've seen them in every trial where it's like, okay, do you agree that they should be there's the common instructions that all jurors get, like pages 1 through 6 are just standard. Everybody gets them. But then there are specific instructions based on the trial that are included. And so the judge and attorneys went over those jury instructions saying what charges or changes should and should not be explained to the jury. Here's just kind of a little sample.
Of the criminal responsibility instruction, we're asking that the instruction regarding intoxication not be given because from our perspective, there's been no evidence of intoxication by drugs and or alcohol during the killings. There's testimony, and I think there'll be more testimony about the defendant taking pills after killing the children. And before killing the children, she was on low-dose prescription, 10 milligrams of amitriptyline that was recently increased to 20 milligrams, but there's no real evidence of whether or not she actually increased that dose. And then it was a low dose of trazodone and a low dose of, I believe, Valium. So those were prescribed medications that she had reported no side effects from. And I believe in the text with her mother, she said that she was still waiting to actually feel effects from those. So there's no evidence of intoxication from those drugs. And then the only intoxication potentially could be when she took pills after killing the children. And even those amounts from the toxicology are low-level amounts. So we're asking that the instruction on intoxication not be given.
If the government has been listening to the same evidence in this case, this is clearly an involuntary intoxication defense, at least as far as the judge's charge to the jury, based upon the evidence that's been presented, whether or not it's what we would argue is the over prescription of the medications, whether or not it's the side effects of the medications, whether or not it's the titration or the termination or the immediate cessation of the medications against what normal medical advice would be. All of those factors contribute to the state of mind of Ms. Clancy that was expressed to a lot of people, family members, people that knew her. She had indicated, I think Your Honor knows the evidence repeatedly indicated that she was affected by the benzos. She was felt that she was being addicted to the benzos, trying to get off the benzos. She indicated that the sertraline was obviously killing her as far as going from 25 to 50 milligrams. And then subsequent to that, when there's additional SSRIs prescribed, to suggest that there's no basis to give the jury the instruction, they may determine based on the evidence that is as a result of the involuntary intoxication from narcotics, not alcohol, obviously, from the prescribed narcotics, not illegal drugs. So from the prescription drugs, that's on all fours with a valid defense that they should be instructed as it relates to involuntary intoxication. I think it's the model jury instructions on criminal responsibility. Obviously, if there's any nuances that I would pick up, I would bring that to the court's attention. But I have tried murder case recently with the model jury instructions, and my memory is that I was pretty satisfied. It was Judge O'Shea, I think, actually in this courtroom a year ago, and I was satisfied with the instructions on lack of criminal responsibility. I would, at some point, ask the court to charge on involuntary manslaughter. I'd ask the court to charge on wanton conduct with a component of the impact of the intoxication. So you can't try this case in a vacuum. You can't present the case to the jury. I know the government would like to present the case only on cruelty and atrocity. They probably don't like the statute that allows a jury to determine the degree of murder, which would be first and second. But I think that the evidence is such that a jury should have the option of considering whether or not we're talking about involuntary manslaughter based upon the evidence that's permitted. So I would defer to the court on the instructions on cruelty and atrocity, premeditated malice aforethought, second degree malice. I would ask the court to consider instructing on involuntary intoxication, to consider on the involuntary manslaughter as a lesser offense.
Of course, these instructions are critical to how the verdict could play out, because when the jurors get back there, they have to follow the instructions particularly to the T. They cannot go based off of their opinion or what they think should happen or why they feel this way. They have got to follow it. So, as I said, court is back in tomorrow morning. We're going to start the live stream again, 7 a.m. Mountain.
All right. We'll go ahead and get it switched to the live stream for the course. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. Let's get this pulled up. And let's get ready. It's going to be a long day, everybody. Thank you for joining. Going to be a long day. So Kevin has one witness left. It's going to be over a Zoom. And then 3 rebuttal witnesses from the prosecution. And I know that the judge said yesterday that we're going to have the witnesses today, try and have closing arguments on Monday, and then the verdict watch on Tuesday. But with the way that the prosecution's been acting the last couple days in court when it comes to the questions, rebuttal witnesses, it makes me wonder if they're going to grasp at straws some more, Rosie, and maybe they're going to drag the witnesses into Monday. That's what I'm afraid of, and I think it might happen.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them, to be honest.
So I have a feeling if they didn't have any scheduling issues with the witnesses, we probably would have been having closing arguments today, and they would have gave the jury the whole weekend to try and come up with a decision. I think it's going to take quite a bit of time for the jury to come up with a decision. I still have a feeling it might end in a hung jury. But it would have been nice if they would have been able to go into the weekend to think about it and then on Monday have the verdict. But I don't know. I have a feeling that the prosecution is just going to try and talk a whole bunch of stuff that's going to make the jury members try and forget what they just heard the last few days of court. So that's what I'm worried about. It getting dragged out with a bunch of nonsense. I mean, just think of like the last couple days of questioning that we had to sit through from the prosecution. It was just like, come on.
Yeah, and I think this is not one of those cases where it'll be like a simple, quick decision.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those. It's going to take a little bit. So yesterday we didn't get going until about 11 o'clock. So what I'm going to do is I am, let me see here. I'm going to pull something else up. Let's go with the rally outside the courthouse. Let's go with the video on that. And then again, as soon as they do go live here in court, because we never know. It's supposed to start at 9. It starts at 9:15, 9:30, 9:45, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Who frickin' knows? We never know. It'd suck to be a lawyer trying to like work on multiple cases at the same time. And you're just like, come on, what are we doing here? So
yeah, I think they get used to it.
they're probably used to it there. That's probably common shit. Just around here, it's not. So we're going to check this out in the meantime. Again, once it does go live, we will take you right to it. And in the meantime, we're going to check out this Vinny episode on the supporters out there.
These 3 children were violently killed in their home, strangled to death. But something really strange has happened. The person who admittedly did it has been getting a lot of support from the public. Lindsay Clancy has a lot of people online who are behind her and see her as a victim. And now those people are showing up at the courthouse.
She was looking for help and she didn't get the help that she needed.
She was not seen or heard by the medical system, by her doctors, by her husband.
Inside the courthouse, we are in the defense case as Kevin Reddington continues to call witnesses, trying to convince the jury that Lindsay should not be held criminally responsible because of her mental illness.
She said to me as I held her hand to comfort her, "I am so glad my children are safe."
Meanwhile, prosecutors want Lindsay Clancy behind bars for the rest of her life. They don't believe that postpartum psychosis drove her to kill her children. It's the case the nation is obsessed with, and we have all the big moments from inside the courtroom and outside as the Lindsay Clancy trial continues in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Another unexpected twist in the Lindsay Clancy trial. A rally outside the courthouse before things started inside. Dozens of supporters, mostly women dressed in pink, there to show that they are behind Lindsay Clancy. What impact will this have? Is the jury thinking the same thing? Can prosecutors overcome this? I'm Vinnie Politan. Let's investigate.
Please hit the like, subscribe
So
if you
early on
haven't.
in this case, and I've kept the poll up, I was asking people, how many people think that Lindsay Clancy is not criminally responsible for what she did? And the number is 52%. And it has stayed at 52%, which is a pretty large number. When you're talking about someone who has admittedly taken the lives of 3 children who were strangled. This was a brutal, brutal mass killing, admittedly by this woman. But 52% of the folks who are watching and following this believe she's not criminally responsible. And what we had, in an amazing twist to all of this is now at the courthouse, this is manifesting itself. The return of who I call the pink ladies to the courthouse. We saw them in the Karen Reed trial, and now they are back at the Lindsay Clancy trial. Women showing their support, mostly women. There are some men there, wearing pink to support, in this case, an admitted child killer. My question really is for the jury, how is all of this going to impact the jury? Are they feeling the same thing that the public is feeling in this case? So let's go back in time. Because again, this was another twist in this case I was not expecting. Let's go back in time to the Karen Reed trial where I saw something that I thought I would never, ever see again. An accused cop killer being supported by hundreds and hundreds of people showing up at the courthouse and treating her like a rock star and a hero. So have you ever Googled yourself and found things like your address, your phone number, or even your social security number available for anyone to look at? With incogni.com/courttv.
That's all that was about. So, Karen, what do you make of all this support?
It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Experiencing this and being there on the ground. This was like every day walking into the courthouse, surrounded by supporters. American flags. Everyone's got their camera. cheers, literally cheering someone who's accused of murder. But obviously, we know she was found not guilty. Look at all these people. And this is someone that they didn't know. It took on a life of its own. And having experienced this and the verdict and everything else in Dedham, Massachusetts, I never thought that we would see anything come even close to this. But guess what, folks? Guess what? It happened again. This happened again. Now, the circumstance is a little bit different. Lindsay Clancy not out on bond. Lindsay Clancy not obviously walking into a courtroom surrounded by her supporters. We're going from Dedham, Massachusetts to Plymouth, Massachusetts. Unbelievably. In another case, but not in a case where someone's accused of taking someone's life, in a case where someone has admitted taking the lives of 3 children. Take a look at the scene as we have what I call the return of the Pink Ladies. And yes, there are some men there as well. I didn't think I was going to see it again. But it absolutely happened.
Thank you. That's all we can say. It's amazing.
Love you, Kevin.
You can see the lineup, people trying to get in the courthouse, the cheering for the attorney.
I did. I was like, oh, I got all the wedding stuff done yesterday.
Absolutely jaw-dropping that it's happened again. That's Lindsay Clancy. The cheers as she drives by in custody in that van. Unreal. All right, so let's hear from the folks who are showing up for Lindsay Clancy and what they have to say about the case and why they're there and what they believe.
I don't want to say what happened, but I can say that she was looking for help and she didn't get the help that she needed. She got downplayed. And this is what happened when women share. I don't feel good because we have to be strong 24/7. We cannot feel weak. We cannot feel like, oh, I cannot deal with this right now, because we have to, as a woman, as a mom, we always have to be there regardless. Nobody will be there. Oh, let me take that out of your back. So I don't want to say what happened. I know that she needed help.
It is not a protest, not a rally, just a silent support to let her know that she's seen, she's heard, but she was not seen or heard by the medical system, by her doctors, by her husband. So we want to let her know that she is seen and heard now. And we're hoping that maybe this unfortunate circumstance will maybe shed some light on postpartum for women, because unfortunately that is overlooked a lot, and women do get dismissed quite a bit from that.
She said silence, but it wasn't silence. There absolutely was cheering, and there was outward support. Very similar to Karen Reed to a certain extent. Let's take a listen to Kevin Reddington, who on the way in, again, was greeted by these folks. They love this guy, and here's what he had to say.
Mr. Reddington, what's your message to all these folks who are here today?
Thank you. That's all I can say. It's amazing.
We love you, Kevin.
Kevin, are you surprised at just how much attention this case has gotten? I mean, people are coming from Maine.
It's the message It really is. It's the message that just has reverberated, throughout the whole country.
What is that
Reddington's
message?
fighting for women's rights.
No, I
for
don't.
healthcare.
I think that it's the mental health system. I hate to use the word health care because, unfortunately, in this case, we can see it hasn't been health care, and I think that it shines a light on this issue. I mean, when a woman is going through what so many people do, and they go to a doctor, and the doctor says, here, take this pill, take that pill, take this pill, and then they basically treat them for 15, 20 minutes and send them on their way. It's just not right.
And to those who can't wrap their heads around sympathizing with a mother who killed her 3 children, what do you say to them?
I think it's almost like when you're picking a jury, and sometimes somebody will say, well, I don't agree with, this allegation of murder. I mean, none of us do. But that's what we have juries for. They pass between the government and a defendant to see if they can prove their case.
What do you see aware of this support, and what does she think of this support?
I'm going to go in and see her right now. I'm sure that she is, and if she isn't, she will be.
What do you think about?
She's so beat up and just so sad. This will really help her out, I think. It's
Tell her
awesome.
we love her. What do you think about you being the advocate for all women right now?
I'm not an advocate.
You are. But you are. But you are.
So I want to go outside the courthouse out in Plymouth, Massachusetts, and bring in the director of photography for Law and Crime and Court TV, Richie Morgenstern. Richie, great to see you. You've been there at the courthouse. Can you describe for us that atmosphere, the change, the level of support that Lindsay Clancy, this accused child killer, is getting?
Yes, pleasure to be here, Vinny. Yes, the energy's been rising each day, but today kind of blew through the roof as far as the crowd, the way that everyone showed up just came completely supporting Lindsay. I feel like now it's more important than ever to be paying attention to this trial because the outcome is going to be one to be remembered.
Absolutely. We experienced the Karen Reed case in Massachusetts, and I was there. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of mostly women, like it is today, I presume at Lindsay Clancy, wearing pink. They're supporting someone. Very unusual circumstances. What's the vibe that you get from the crowd? Like, what are they saying? Where are they coming from? What did you sort of gather from them?
The vibe today was mental health, the support for women. A lot of people here kind of shared some of the same feelings that Lindsay was going through. I did hear a few people saying that, where they can really relate to what Lindsay's going through, and they want to bring that attention to the rest of the world. And I think this is actually the place where it's going to happen, because I mean, there had to be 1,000 people here today in pink. They came in, as many as they could, came into the courtroom to show her support, They had our car drive by today, and I don't know if I got the shot of it, but they actually rolled down the window for Lindsay so she could see the crowd and how they were here to support her. And the energy is one I don't think is going to quit after this trial. I think they're going to stay to it until everyone knows that women are going through something that just everyone can't understand unless they've had children themselves.
And as I look over your left shoulder, it looks like there's still some of these folks that are still hanging around. There's not much happening in the courthouse today, this afternoon, but it looks like there's still folks there.
Yeah, some of the supporters really want to let Reddington know how much they appreciate him and how much he's kind of being an advocate for women right now.
I did see him getting some of what we've seen in some other trials. Like the first time I ever saw actual applause for not criminal defense attorneys, but for attorneys at a courthouse was at Johnny Depp. We saw it obviously at the Karen Reed case, and I guess Kevin Reddington is getting some of that same love.
Kevin Reddington is getting a lot of love. I would almost say, I mean, I was at Karen Reed also. Different type of energy. This is more about mental health. That was kind of about, cops and, the situations they have to go through. Here, I feel like this is just this one's going to last longer as far as just the mental health and what women go through when they have children and when they're going through the process of being pregnant. And then, they still need to be cared for after being pregnant.
I think you're really touching on something here. And you wonder, like a lot of what we're seeing, I was not expecting this type of reaction to this case, and it's taken on a life of its own. But what you're saying is really interesting, and it's different than there. People look at it and say, yeah, it's kind of like Karen Reed, but it's not really like Karen Reed. What's drawing them is something that is much, much different. Let me ask you this though, because the other part of all of this is that there are 3 children who are dead, 3 innocent children who were strangled to death. But I did notice in the crowd that some of the women who were there brought their children with them to the courthouse today.
Yes, that is very unique. I don't remember any situation where a mother is admitting to actually killing her children, and then you have thousands of women coming out in support of her. So yes, that is very unique and especially very different from Karen Reed. And that's why I say, like, this case means a lot, not just to women, but to, our country in general, to bring and shed light onto the situation that these women are going through.
Yeah, it's not an accident. These women are sharing their stories. They're there for a reason, because it touched a nerve with them. And then ultimately the question will be in this trial is, how does all of that impact the jury inside the courtroom itself? Richie, it's been great speaking with you. Any sort of observations that you've made during the course of this case from inside the courtroom?
Well, today was different. Today, they actually, usually the judge just comes out and asks the whole jury as one whole, have you heard anything? Is there anything we need to be concerned about? And, everybody just kind of shakes their head. But today, the judge wanted to take each juror one by one, and ask them direct questions, swear them under oath, and have that face-to-face conversation to see how they felt about today. Because if you look at the shots earlier, they covered the whole lawn out here, so there was no way that jury members did not see the crowd, and they saw the flood of pink. And even when you came into the courtroom, they kind of made the suggestion to cover up a little bit of the pink, but the courtroom was filled with pink also. So I think that's why the judge wanted to have some one-on-one talks with the jury members. It's a situation that's across the nation. We had people driving in from Pennsylvania, Maine, South Carolina flying in. So we didn't just have people from Plymouth showing up here or Dedham or anything like that. People flying in for this. So yes, it's got the attention of our country. It's got the attention of all the women. So I think we're in for quite of a show moving forward, especially for closings.
Yeah, absolutely. Closings and then deliberations and ultimately a verdict. Yes. This jury hopefully will reach one way or the other, whatever it is that they can all agree as to what this all means. Richie Morgenstern, great to speak with you. Always doing great work. Director of photography for Law and Crime and Court TV. We'll speak again soon. So I want to take a moment to tell you about something really exciting here at Law and Crime. If you haven't heard yet, we have the Law and Crime Plus app, and this thing is a total game changer. First of all, you get all your favorite after the killings of the 3 children.
Thank you so much, Hopper, for the 100 Jewels Sunday. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe if you haven't. And yes, this channel is about peace, positivity, and progress. We should all be allowed to have our opinion and how we feel about such things, and we should never criticize or chastise another person for feeling a certain way. I don't have any issues with anybody that feels a certain way, even if I don't agree with it. That's not what it's about. It's about being respectful. And so if anybody is going to sit there and label other people as a certain particular verb or noun or whatever you want to call people because you don't agree, you have to put the shoe on the other foot. There's people that don't agree with you. And so if somebody were to label you because you have a difference of opinion, that's not very respectful, and that's not what we're about. That's not what our community is about. We're here for peace, positivity, and progress, even if we disagree. And so I'll give anybody a chance, and if they don't want to correct whatever, then they can go ahead and I will help them, usher them to the community that they can exist in, because that is not the community that we have here. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you very much, and know that your opinion and your feelings are safe here. Always will be.
Really interesting witness. I think sheds a lot of light on the case. Let's take a listen.
In the course of your duties as a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital, did circumstances bring you in contact with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, they did.
Can you tell the jurors what happened?
I arrived on the morning of Wednesday, January 25th, 2023. I arrived at approximately 8:30 that morning because I was there to relieve the overnight chaplain who was carrying the pager. I was taking over the pager shift, which went from 9 to 1 p.m., although I was working a full day. When I arrived that morning, she said to me, "Did you hear the news?" And
So
sustain.
Okay. So you got to object, so you can't say what someone told you, okay? That's hearsay?
Okay.
Okay. So I can say, as a result of a conversation with that person, what happened?
I was summoned to the director of spiritual care's office.
Did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
All right. And as a result of that conversation, what did you do?
I went to Unit 8C in the Tower building of Brigham to meet with Lindsay Clancy.
And what time of day was this?
Roughly between 8:30 and 9:30 that morning.
And when you went in to see Lindsay, what did you observe?
Well, the unit itself was filled with law enforcement officers, both outside the doors of the unit. There was Brigham security, but the unit itself was flooded. There were people from Plymouth County, Boston City Police, Brigham Security. So I had to make my way through concentric circles of law enforcement to even get to the room. I was permitted to see Lindsay, although she could not speak at that time.
And what was her condition that you observed?
She was...
And we just hit 18,000 subs here on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love and support. We appreciate you very much. And we wouldn't be able to be the community without you. So as much as I toss the PPP out there and I have to, get the belt out a couple times, without you, I wouldn't be able to do it. So thank you for not only being about the peace, positivity, and progress, but also promoting it as well. Not just here in our community, but when you go to other communities, it means a lot to us. Thank you so much. And thank you again for the support. Please hit the like, and if you haven't subscribed, please consider doing so. We are waiting for court to start. As always, they're always tardy. And as always, as soon as they do go live, we are going to take you right there, even in mid-sentence. Congratulations to you too, Miss Cosmo. It's everybody. Thank you so much. It means a lot to us.
Dressed in medical armor. She had tubes. She was intubated. She had bandages. She had a neck brace. She was just covered and layered in equipment that enabled her to breathe.
Now I'm showing you Exhibit 121 and asking, this may be South Shore, or it could be Brigham and Women's, but is this indicative of what she appeared to be when you first saw her?
That looks like it's from South Shore because yes.
Does she have the same?
Similar.
Very similar?
Very similar.
Like that?
Yes, very similar.
Did you see her again on another date?
I did. I saw her the next day. Again, she could not speak. She was intubated as well. That was the first week that she was hospitalized.
When was the next time that you saw her?
The next time I saw her was the following week. I have a calendar here of my visits. I saw her on Tuesday, January 31st, and she had been extubated at that point so she could speak.
So the tube had been removed. She was able to communicate, and that was on January 31st?
I believe she was extubated the weekend of the 28th, but I didn't work that weekend, so I saw her on Tuesday, the 31st.
All right. Tell the jurors what you observed and what, if any, conversation you had with Lindsay on the 31st. And let me ask you, how long had it been that they removed the tube?
Perhaps a day or two.
A day or two. Okay. Tell the jurors what she said to you.
She continued to look like the photograph you just saw. She was covered, tubes everywhere, the neck brace. Her emotional state was very neutral, a flat affect. But I remember vividly the first thing she said to me. Now, she had heard me for a couple of days. We had been praying together. And so when I went in on Tuesday, the 31st, she said to me as I held her hand to comfort her, "I am so glad my children are safe."
Was there any other conversation that you had with her?
I replied theologically to Lindsay, and I said, "Lindsay, your children are safe. They're safe in heaven with God." And I held her hand throughout that conversation, and we prayed for them.
Did she make any other statements to you?
She did. She alluded to having heard a voice, and the voice, according to Lindsay, told her that if she did not follow the command, neither she nor her children would be safe.
And did she indicate whether it was a male voice, a female voice, loud, soft?
She alluded to the fact that it was a male voice and it was persistent.
Any further conversation that you recall about that, not about general things, you know?
That came up several times. I visited Lindsay minimally 14 times while she was hospitalized at the Brigham, and the voice conversation came up several times during several of our visits.
Now, after Lindsay was transferred or cleared to go from Brigham and Women's Hospital, did she go to another facility?
She did. She went to Spalding Rehabilitation Hospital.
And do you know when that was?
That was roughly late February, perhaps around the 23rd.
And did you continue to see Lindsay at Spalding Rehab?
I did.
Do you know when she left Spalding Rehab?
In the late March, early April time frame, perhaps.
Okay. Now, Brigham and Women's Hospital and Spalding Rehab are under the same umbrella of hospitals. Is that right?
They are. So Brigham and Women's Hospital and Spalding Rehab are under the Mass General Brigham complex. So for me to visit Lindsay in Spalding, I was still within the same hospital complex, and her psychiatrist at Spalding, as well as the chaplains, advised me to continue.
You can't say what anybody told me.
Oh, sorry.
So when she was discharged from Spalding Rehab, where did she go?
She went to Tewksbury State Hospital.
And fair to say that that would be back around February. It's been a little more than 3 years, 3.5 years.
Yes.
Is that correct? Now, when you saw her in Spalding Rehab and in Brigham and Women's, you were acting in the course of your job. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you're being compensated, you're getting your paycheck and that type of thing.
Yes.
How many times have you seen Lindsay at Tewksbury Hospital?
Perhaps 200 times.
Tell the jury why you continue to see her for 200.
Sustained.
So can you tell us how often on a weekly basis you would see her at Tewksbury?
Yes. When Lindsay was admitted to Tewksbury State Hospital, I continued to see her on a weekly basis. We had built up a very comfortable, respectful rapport, and I felt it was in her best interest to continue that as she healed. She was still in deep grief. She was suffering.
Sustained.
So
that opinion be stricken.
So did she express anything about her children and their loss over that period of 200 times that you saw her thereabouts in Tewksbury?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Yes.
Other jurors?
Lindsay talks frequently about her children. She loves them deeply. She carries immense grief.
Objection.
Overruled. Next question.
And has that continued to your observation?
It continues presently.
When was the last time that you saw Lindsay in Tewksbury?
Just prior to the trial starting.
Powerful testimony. Obviously, she's created a relationship with Lindsay. Jurors can evaluate her credibility based upon that. However, this is important stuff, talking about the voices, talking about the children being safe. The children being safe means she may not be able to distinguish between right and wrong. The children aren't safe. The children are dead because she killed them, but she believes that they're safe. That goes to that issue, which is something the jury can consider. So the testimony of Sheila Kavanaugh is important, potentially very powerful, but subject to cross-examination. You know this prosecutor does not back down. This prosecutor goes after witnesses, absolutely does, in a respectful manner, but most of the time in a respectful manner, but does so. So let's see what happens here as Sheila Kavanaugh, the board-certified chaplain, is cross-examined by the assistant district attorney.
You were talking about on January 25th, 2023, when you first saw Lindsay in direct examination, and you said that there were a lot of police officers in the area, correct?
Correct.
But you mentioned that some of them were security personnel from the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that the security personnel for the hospital don't work for the state police, the Duxbury Police, or the Plymouth County DA's office, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so they're separate and apart from law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And then are you also aware that on January 25th, 2023, there was a search warrant being executed to collect evidence from the defendant and from the belongings that she had at the hospital?
No, I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that that collection of the search warrant required state police and personnel from the crime lab to be present for the collection of evidence?
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that following that, at any given time, there were only two officers, either Duxbury Police, State Police, or Plymouth County Sheriffs, at her room, the defendant's room, at any given time?
I do recall that.
And they were stationed outside of her room, correct, in the hallway?
Yes.
So that the only time you saw this large amount of officers present was on the 25th, when there were security from the hospital and search warrants being executed, correct?
Perhaps.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that on January 31st, 2023, you spoke to the defendant and she told you that she heard a voice telling her that if she did not follow the command, neither she nor her children would be safe, correct?
Correct.
You wrote very detailed notes that are contained in the Brigham and Women's Hospital records regarding your interactions with Lindsay Clancy, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And in all of these notes that detail every time you interacted with her, you never once wrote that she told you she heard a voice or what that voice said, correct?
Correct.
And you also said that this voice, talking about the voice, came up in several of your meetings, correct?
Correct.
And you never once wrote about any of it in any of your very detailed notes, correct?
Well, chaplain notes are not verbatim transcripts of patient conversations. I'm not there to evaluate the patient. I'm there to bear witness to their suffering.
Okay, but the question was, you did not document those statements in your notes, correct?
Correct.
But you did document some other statements in those notes, correct?
Perhaps.
For example, on February 6th, 2023, in a note that you wrote regarding your interaction with the defendant, you said that, or you wrote, Lindsay welcomed the visit and shared her fears of, quote, not being able to walk again, end quote. She continued to express her fears of how her inability to walk may make her vulnerable to others in the future. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
Do you recall writing on February 9th, 2023, that the defendant was sitting in a chair adjacent to her bed and appeared to be visibly engaged, energized, and hopeful than in previous visits? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You also wrote in that note, Lindsay spoke hopefully of being discharged when the time arrives to Spalding, correct?
Correct.
And then in February 13th, 2023, you wrote in your note that Lindsay also expressed hopefulness in relation to her physical progress. She feels she has gained considerable physical strength and agility despite an inability to move her legs. She admitted that she feels, quote, deserving of this, end quote, in light of recent events. Do you remember writing that?
Yes.
Do you remember on February 16th, 2023, that you wrote in a note that the defendant expressed hopefulness with the news of her anticipated discharge to Spalding and seemed uplifted that she would be cared for in a facility with an excellent reputation?
Yes.
Do you recall writing on February 16th, 2023, that Paula, the defendant's mother, and Lindsay, the defendant, were playing a card game as they communed quietly, and that Lindsay expressed hopefulness with the news of her anticipated discharge to Spalding and seemed uplifted?
Yes.
And again, you've got all these details about her feelings and her thoughts and what she's doing, but nothing about the voices that you spoke of so many times, correct?
Correct.
And speaking of Spalding, you continued to visit her at Spalding, correct?
Yes.
In those conversations with her at Spalding, did she tell you that how in those first weeks at Spalding, that part of her physical therapy, she was working out with a yellow exercise band? No?
I don't recall her telling me that.
Did she tell you that during that time at Spalding, she reached out to a social worker there and asked for help filling out SSDI paperwork to get an income?
That would be beyond the scope of our conversation.
She didn't tell you those things?
No.
Thank you.
So, counsel has asked you about her filling out a form for SSDI. Were you aware of what expenses her family were incurring as a result of her physical incapacity, paralysis, and being in the hospital?
From my experience with thousands of patients, I had a very clear idea of the enormous expense.
There's a difference between, as the district attorney very appropriately referred to, that your comments were about her thoughts and her appearance and her feelings. Is that correct?
Correct.
There's a difference, however, between privileged communications with a chaplain and observations of a person's feelings and thoughts, correct?
Correct.
Tell the jury what effect privileged communication has when someone talks.
We're going to go into a sidebar. Don't worry.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. So can I see counsel sidebar, please?
We knew it. We knew it. I'm going to bring you right back. I'm going to bring you right back as soon as they come back. We already know sidebar as soon as they get on. As soon as they get on camera, sidebar. All right. We're going back to this. We'll take you right back as soon as they come back to the cameras. Love you guys very much. Thanks for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. We hit our goal today already for 18,000 subs. Thank you for the love and support. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do, and make sure you turn the notification bell to all so you don't miss a live or any uploads. Uh-oh.
Chaplain.
Because I'm not a medically trained clinician, I approach patients in a vortex of trust. Some of our chaplains at the Brigham are ordained clergy. And so there's this understanding that when a patient interacts with a chaplain, the conversations are confidential.
Do you put them in medical records?
No.
The words, like Lindsay indicated that she felt uplifted, I think the council read that twice. Were those your notes, or is that what she said to you? Did she say, "I feel uplifted," or is that your
was my perception of Lindsay. It was not her words.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Como?
You said you're not allowed to put the defendant's words in your medical records. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. It's not that I'm not allowed. It's an understanding, and it's a conversation that's held in confidence with the patient.
Then why are there direct quotes in these medical records from the defendant?
Well, they're not verbatim transcripts.
No, not a transcript of the whole conversation, but you put phrases in quotes. For example, on February 6, 2023, where it says Lindsay welcomed the visit and shared her fears of, quote, not being able to walk again. So those were her words in your note, in quotes, in the medical record, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
I use my best judgment.
Okay.
The obvious implication here through this cross-examination is that the prosecutor is calling into question Sheila Kavanaugh, the chaplain's credibility about whether or not Lindsay Clancy actually told her that she heard voices. What's the jury going to do with that? So throughout our coverage of the case, we've spent a lot of time talking about the defense case, talking about the defense cross-examination, talking about the mental state, etc. And all of that is really connected to the defense of Lindsay Clancy. I want to circle back as we get close to the end of this case and circle back to the prosecutor and her opening statement to understand the prosecution theory in this case. It's their case. They brought it for a reason. They have a certain belief here. And because all of us have spent so much time on the defense and Patrick Clancy, et cetera, I think we're almost getting lost in the sauce is the prosecution case. The reason why they have charged Lindsay Clancy, exactly what they believe she did and why she deserves to be in prison for the rest of her life. So let's go back to the opening statement from the prosecutor with that in mind, because it's been a while and we've talked about a lot of other things, but ultimately this is why we're having a trial. Let's take a look.
During the course of this trial, that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from this so-called voice.
All right, here we go. Finally. Hold on 1 second. Finally. We're finally here. Day 18. 1 witness from the defense, 3 rebuttal witnesses from the prosecution. And it's going to be a long day. Strap in, get your coffee, get your tea, get your biscuit. It's going to be a lengthy one. During any of the breaks, we're going to be doing day 17 recaps. Also, latest episode from Brian Enton we're going to check out as we discuss this case even more during the breaks. Packed courtroom. By the way, nearly 70% of our viewers are not subscribed, so please hit the like, sub, share, and click the notification bell to all to get notified of all lives and uploads, members only, everything that we do. Thank you for being here with us. Healthy smoothie time. That sounds good too. Whiskey in your water, sugar in your tea. It's a little early for that for me. We just got the coffee. Dr. Ziesel, Lindsay's mom. What's taking so long? I can't drink coffee. I need something else. Every time I do a show, I always have to have coffee with me. I don't know. It's been a habit since I started doing this 4 years ago. Get me a coffee. It used to be late night shows in the beginning. I need to bring some of those back. Some late night with CJ. We need to bring some of those back. Idaho 4, Nancy Guthrie, Sebastian Rogers, Micah Miller. LA Designs just made her coffee. Oh, what's up, Denver? Yeah, there's a lot of crazy over there. A lot of crazy. Over here, the realest reporting of all media. We're going to tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. We tell you what you need to hear. I miss the late shows too, Hopper. We'll be having them here soon. Just been really busy in the background here for the last couple months. A few more weeks of extra busy. Hopefully we can funnel some of those late night shows here in near future. Got to get back to some gaming too. I haven't done any gaming for a while. By the way, if you enjoy gaming and comedy, you can subscribe to EvilleCJ's Lounge. We got the main stage here at the main channel. We got the backstage, the lounge over at EvilleCJ's Lounge. Let me try and find that link for you. Holy hell, where'd it go? Here we go. Wait, where'd it go? Ah, here it is. Here's the lounge link if you want to go subscribe. Coffee, comedy, games. At the lounge. And if you are enjoying the live stream, help us reach more people. Make sure to drop a like, subscribe, comment, share this out to your socials and friends. We appreciate you very much for being here with us. Finally, come on, let's go. Been waiting all morning. Even Lindsay's like, come on, Court. We were supposed to start an hour ago. We could have took some live calls.
Hey. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice.
By the way, after this trial is done,
For the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
after this trial's done, we're going to be having some live call shows too. I want to hear what you have to say. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much. Here we go. Here we go.
The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Hunt.
Well, good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do is, I was looking for my little cheat sheet about the questions. I thought you could probably say them along with me at this point, but let me ask them just to make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions. So has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror? In this case, anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, as always, thank you for following those instructions.
And thank you again for helping us get to
the schedule for
18K.
today is that I would expect a longer day, all right, similar to some of the days we had earlier this week. So what we're going to do is we're going to return to the defendant who's going to call their next witness, and that witness is going to be testifying by Zoom or over the monitors that you're going to have here. Just there was an earlier witness, I think, who had also testified that way. And so the delay we had coming in here was just setting that up. It should be all set. They kept me away from all the technology, so I think it should be working pretty well. And then at that point, we'll see what we'll deal with after this witness, and then we'll go on from there. Okay? All right. Thank you. Mr. Reddington?
Judge. I don't know who's going to turn it on. Okay. Thank you.
Could you please raise your right hand, sir?
Uh-oh. Not again. Not again. Not again. We're literally going to have to sit. Oh, thank God. I was going to say we're going to have to sit here for another hour, hour and a half.
You shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant of the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Oh, they can't hear him. They can't hear him.
Turn on your volume.
Oh, no. We're going to have to sit here for another hour, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my gosh. What are we doing? What are we doing? You literally had an hour to get this ready.
But it's a little hard for me to hear you on your end.
Right? Dear baby Jesus. Dear baby Jesus.
Please raise your right hand one more time. You solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Please work.
He froze.
Oh my God, he froze.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I am able to hear you now.
All right. Give it a try.
All right, counsel.
Good morning, doctor. Will you tell us
For
your
the
name
love of
in a loud
Christmas.
voice so that we can all hear you and spell it for the record?
Oh my God.
Resnick, PHILLIPRESNICK.
It's already
And,
starting.
where do you live, sir? Where do you live?
Oh my God. Oh, this is gonna. No. No.
You froze up. I can hear you now.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in the Cleveland, Ohio area.
So this is a delay. Like if I ask a question, there's like a 2 or 3 second delay for your answer. So that's a little difficult, but we'll try to get through it. Can you tell us what you do for work, sir?
Yes, I'm a forensic psychiatrist.
And first off, the reason that you are not appearing here today in court, is that because you have had recent unexpected major surgery regarding an illness, and as of last week, you've now been released from the hospital and you're at home?
I was discharged from the hospital Tuesday night, and there was a recommendation that I not fly for the next few days.
Okay, so you did intend and had tickets to come here and testify, but obviously the court has accommodated us with a Zoom.
Yes.
Okay. have you worked on this case with Lindsay Clancy at my request, sir?
Yes.
Oh. Oh my gosh!
Can you tell the jurors your educational
What did he
and
say?
professional background, please?
What did he just say? What?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in psychology.
Oh my God.
Western Reserve University.
This is a disaster.
Yeah, it's really low and it's.
I graduated high school.
Hold up for a second. We're having technical difficulties.
I see counsel here to the side, please.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What the? This is not good. This is not good. It is starting out like this. This is not good at all. Oh my Lord. Oh. Oh, we're not going to have verdict watch until Wednesday. Does the doctor have a grandson that can help him? You know, they should have known this because the whole freaking Zoom thing derailed one of the days. They were still having problems with it when they were getting it going. Even the day after, they already. Oh my gosh, this is gonna like. I wonder if they're just gonna scratch the witness. You can't even understand what he was saying. Oh, I'm sure he's probably going off of Wi-Fi. Like, so when was it? It was a couple Mondays ago. We were trying to live stream. I can't remember what day it was. Day 4. No. It was one of these Mondays.
This is a jury, just like in the old
where
days, you
we
watch
tried
TV, the little sign, you
streaming off Wi-Fi, and it
difficulties.
was bad. It was bad.
That's where we are. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break and have
Oh!
people who know more about this.
Oh
than I
my
do,
God!
to kind of readdress this, all right? To see if we can have a smoother presentation.
Oh my
So
God!
we're able to follow and listen to the testimony without kind of being broken up and choppy.
We couldn't do that the first
I'm gonna ask
hour.
you- well, I hope it's a short break, but that's the goal, is to get this in a manner that is easier for you to hear and absorb this information.
All
So we're
right.
going to take a short break. I hope,
Short break.
and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. All right, thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors exiting.
Short break. Yeah, we'll see. Ever since day 14, it's been just chaos, you know? That too. You think you would... Oh, man. We already lost a day because of this guy. I mean, let's be honest. Let's be honest. When Dr. Zizel was up there, that you could have ended the defense argument right there.
All right, so we'll be in a short recess.
How important is this guy?
See if we can get this working again, and we'll be out as soon as that's done.
What? All rise.
Wow. Oh my God. Oh. You know, we better have court today. We better. He's the what? What? He's the most important one.
Hey, I'm here. I
Yeah,
don't know.
what's it?
So he's a specialist in postpartum psychiatric disorders ending in filicide. So
Oh.
this is like this entire case is his field.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Denver Gaming brought up a great point. You think they would have had somebody there with him to make sure
Yeah.
that there wasn't any of these issues.
Yeah. I mean, he
well,
wasn't even sworn in properly, so yeah.
right? You couldn't even like he asked him one question. And I'm like, what? How are we supposed to? Oh, can you imagine how pissy Shannon or Jennifer's gonna be when they gotta do the rebuttal? Yikes! That's not the question I asked you. Yeah, speakerphone, something would be. My God! But seriously, you think, especially after the problems that existed.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I'm
know?
still laughing at that growl sound you were making.
It's like what? What?
I don't know how you got that right, but you.
Well, I suppose we can play a couple videos that I'm gonna save the Brian Enton. Well, I don't know. I kind of want to save the Brian Enton for when we know that we're going to have at least an hour break, because I don't want to play a portion of it, stop it in the middle. We go to, I'd like to play that in its entirety at once. So I think I'm still going to save the Brian Enton so we can go through a couple short clips of different things that I also have prepared for situations like this. Because we always, but it's one thing that this court system has taught me. Because I always try to be like overly prepared for everything. And this trial has taught me to like be overly prepared with my overly prepare.
Yeah.
Because of all this extra BS, man. I'm so glad we have so much shit that we probably won't even get to. That's the beautiful thing about it. But in the meantime, while they take their sweet old time, and I'm just assuming it's probably going to be an hour, because last time they did this, it took about an hour and a half. So, but who knows? Maybe they know what they're doing this time and they can get it bumped up a little quicker. But in the meantime, we are going to switch to some of these little short videos that we have for you as we wait for court to resume. And thanks for looking that up, Rosie, because I'm like, who the hell is this guy? What the hell? Is it even important? Yes, it is the most important.
Yeah.
The most important witness. So hopefully they get it all figured out.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, it's like the whole time I've been thinking, isn't there like a specialist on this? So like, it was him. It was him. It's that guy who no one can hear, which is very concerning.
I think he froze. And then he only gets part of the question because it cuts out. So then the prosecution's really going to be pissed. That's not the question I asked you, sir.
When she starts demonstrating things to him, like evidence, throwing things around, and then he answers, but he freezes, and disaster.
It's not going to be good.
Not good.
Not going to be good. All right, so here's more about the supporters outside the courthouse yesterday. I'm sure they're out there today.
All right, so I'd like to welcome in now Drop Dead Series podcast host and News Nation contributor.
Wow, where's Ashley been? You notice how Ashley and Vinny got booted to the curb? They have to do the shows out of their own homes now.
I saw that.
Jesse Weber got promoted to the news desk, and Ashley Banfield and Vinny got booted to their basements.
Yep. Well, it's because of Jesse Weber's hair. Not the best hair.
Well, Dan Abrams owns all of it and did some switcheroos around on stuff. And so ultimately Dan Abrams is the one that controls all this because now he owns News Nation, Court TV, and Law and Crime. dude's banking it off of that live PD show. It's crazy.
Ashley Banfield. Ashley, always so great to talk to you. So the judge adjourning again, unexpectedly, the second day in a row. What is going on here?
Well, you know what? I'm always thankful when that happens because clearly they're being careful. I think one of the things that judges are always mindful of is protecting the record, protecting the process, because nobody wants to do a do-over. Nobody wants to give sort of any window for an appeal. So there might be some things that the judge just wants to nail down and it is taking his time at this point. I'm not the least bit worried about it. I know that the justice will continue into next week. And that's what I'm really looking forward to, these closings. You know, cases can be won or lost in closings.
All right, so prosecutors have hammered home the point that while Clancy was telling family members she was having disturbing thoughts of harming herself, of harming the kids, she never told them before the murders about the voices, apparently only telling the chaplain. What kind of impact do you think the chaplain's testimony could have?
Okay, what is going on with YouTube? Because now my freaking closed caption is like in a completely different spot. What the hell? What is going on?
Everything's wonky with YouTube. YouTube's going through something.
Did it change the... I don't even remember what it was set to.
I think it's super important to take all of these pieces as silos and then remember that there will be a narrative that both the prosecution and the defense will offer these jurors in closings. That's why I say it's so important to leave them with the thread that goes through your argument. And I think you could say the chaplain cuts both ways. Okay, she didn't write it in her notes, but she also said, I'm not there as a stenographer. I'm there to offer support. And the other thing is, Nicole, and I think this is so critical, her lawyers have got to do one thing and one thing only, and that is tell this jury that you can come into psychosis and go out of psychosis, and into psychosis and out of psychosis. And you can't expect normal behavior at any point along that continuum. And so that will give them the reasonable notion that, okay, so she can be normal at times and then be plunged into this insanity, because that's what they have to determine at the moment that those killings happened. Was she in that psychosis? Let's not talk about 20 minutes before, 20 minutes after. It's in that moment. And so I hope that they know their science enough. I hope that they've done their homework enough. I hope that the doctors they've presented have done their homework, because it's not fair not to offer all of the science in this kind of case.
Yeah, you bring such a good point up there. So we've also learned that for over 4 months, she was on more than 13 different psychiatric medications. The psychologist who evaluated her testified she's not heard the voices since the murders. I just want to listen to some of that.
My opinion is that she did have indeed a mental disease or defect. That's a legal construct, not a DSM-5 one, but she had bipolar disorder with postpartum psychoses. In addition, she was unable to conform her behaviors to the rule of law, and she had no appreciation for the wrongfulness of her act.
All right, so actually we know jurors can interpret this however they will, but it could be said that she's now being properly medicated. Prosecutors, of course, are seeming to imply she was making it all up. What do you make of all of this?
Well, can I just say that witness is a golden witness for the defense? Because I heard two things loud and clear. Number one, she couldn't tell the difference between right and wrong, and she couldn't appreciate, she had no appreciation for the nature of her the consequences of her actions. Those are kind of the standards you have to meet to hit insanity. And this guy's like a pro. I'd hire him for any defendant at this point, listening to him on the stand, because he made it very clear. And I think in the closings, Lindsay's lawyers will quote him word for word on that clip that you just ran. She didn't understand the difference between right and wrong, and she couldn't appreciate the consequences of her actions. That's it. That's what you have to prove.
All right, so there was also a hearing without the jury on a witness the defense wanted to call. Emily Thorndike worked at the psychiatric hospital where Clancy checked herself in. Thorndike posting this video on TikTok after watching Clancy's ex-husband testify. Let's listen to that.
There's a reason that the doctors who are there during the week are only assigned 4 to 5 patients, because you cannot spend a long amount of time as a doctor with 23 different patients. So the job of the weekend doctor, as we call them, the holiday doctor, is literally to just go quickly check in with every patient. It is not a lengthy meeting.
All right, Ashley, so Thorndike told the court that the hospital discouraged doctors and staff from meeting with patients longer than 20 minutes. Do you believe this is, again, raising real questions about the level of care Clancy may or may not have received?
Yeah, I've had tons of questions all the way along ever since I covered Andrea Yates. And I feel that we've come a long way, baby, but nowhere near far enough in treating, understanding postpartum illness. And I call it illness because there is a broad spectrum of illnesses that come into play here. And for anybody who calls it the baby blues, shame on you. It is not the baby blues, period, end of story. It's offensive. It's your grandfather's term. It's not the baby blues. It can be horrendous. And I feel like that person hit the nail on the head. The system is taxed. And it is not always doing its best. And I think she was failed by the system. I think she was failed by a lot of us because we don't understand it enough yet, or at least as a community, as a flock, we haven't appreciated just how dangerous it can be. Nicole, all I needed to hear was that this young woman had suicidal thoughts and was afraid of harming her children and had 3 young children under the age of 5 at home. 3 under the age of 5. Why is she still doing telemedicine? Why isn't that telemedicine doctor saying, oh, sister, you have to come in. I need to see you in person. There is the failure. There is the failure for not recognizing that this stuff is serious. And she tried, and so did Patrick, and everybody failed her.
And we know that Lindsay has had several outbursts during the trial, including, of course, when the photos of the autopsies were shown. But let's just listen to some of that.
What about injuries?
All right, Counsel, we're going to take a break this time, all right?
And like I said, that's just one of several. Do you think that is likely impacting the jury?
Oh my God, yeah. And you can't unring that bell. And that's actually the term that a judge will often use. Oh, we can't unring that bell, but jurors will dismiss. Sure, dismiss my gut, dismiss what I just saw with my own eyes. This is a woman who's broken. And look, Andrea Yates was catatonic during her trial, and the first jury convicted her and the second one didn't. So it really just all depends on what the reasonableness of each of those jurors is going to be when it comes to making these decisions. But yeah, that's the kind of thing that you can't unsee, you can't unhear. But I will say this, Nicole, I really wish that they played the 911 call made by Patrick. My understanding is that Patrick made the effort to have that suppressed. I get it. It's very personal. It was guttural. It was horrific. But I think everybody out there in the internet land needs to hear it, because if the conspiracy theorists out there think that Patrick is somehow involved, all they need to do is hear that call. And I think they'll be disabused of that pretty damn quick. And yet we don't get to hear it publicly.
Ashley, last question for you. Why do you think this case has truly struck such a nerve with so many people all across the country?
Well, I was so amazed when Laura just put those videos up of the supporters out in front of the courthouse wearing pink. I was actually really surprised because the internet has been just so mean. And here these women are saying, I get it. I'm here with you. I think we need to be louder about this issue. I think we need to save more kids, more people, from this illness. And it is an illness. For instance, Nicole, I know that you suffered with a medical illness. And I feel like if I walked into a doctor's office and I said, I think I might have cancer, and they said, I think it's in your head, or you know what, let's just visit via telemedicine, we would be outraged. This is the same thing. It is a serious illness and it can kill. We should treat it that way.
Ashley Banfield, host of the Drop Dead Series podcast on YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. Ashley, as always, thank you so much for your insight.
Thank you.
We bring in Fox News senior medical analyst, Dr. Mark Siegel, author of The Miracles Among Us. Doctor, always great to have you with us. Thank you for joining me today. I want to start by playing another of the sound bites from the chaplain who was the witness today, Sheila Kavanaugh, on this issue of whether or not Lindsay was hearing voices. Watch.
And did she indicate whether it was a male voice, a female voice, loud, soft?
She alluded to the fact that it was a male voice and it was persistent. That came up several times. I visited Lindsay minimally 14 times while she was hospitalized at the Brigham, and the voice conversation came up several times during several of our visits.
So we're getting close, Dr. Siegel, to the end of the defense's argument.
Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. We are just waiting for court to resume from the Zoom. Thank you for being here. Love you guys.
Here, and they have all along said that she did not have knowledge of her actions, but you know, the other side, the prosecution is going to try to dig into people's minds on that jury that, you know, it takes a certain amount of premeditation to go through 3 murders and to send your husband out so that you could perform this heinous act. Your thoughts?
Martha, I think the focus is on this issue of command hallucination, which is a voice that is so strong that it drives outcome, that it drives behavior. Clearly, both the chaplain and Paul Zeisel, the forensic psychologist, believe that she heard that voice and that voice was recurrent. But the point that Tom just made, the attorney that you just had on, is that the previous doctors didn't say that. So that has to be ascertained. Is the woman psychotic? Is Lindsay Clancy psychotic? Is this postpartum psychosis? Is that a misdiagnosed bipolar disorder that she had previously, that they were throwing medications at? The medications aren't the issue here, Martha. They're a sidebar. The issue is, was this postpartum psychosis, which is very common if she's bipolar? And the jury has to decide whether they accept that story. I agree with his point also about compassion, not to mention compassion for the children that lost their lives here. But the decision has to be made. Is this postpartum psychosis or not? And the other thing I want to point out is that only 25% of the time does the insanity defense work. Even in a state like Massachusetts, where the onus is actually on the prosecution, not on the defense. The prosecution has to prove that it isn't insanity, actually, in Massachusetts. Still, only 25% of the time does it actually work. I do think that the defense has made a pretty convincing case here for someone whose mental health was out of control, that had a mood disorder, that wasn't getting better with medications, that medications were being thrown at her by doctors and nurse practitioners, and that she was out of control, not to mention that she was saying, I might harm my children, and nobody took the children away from her.
All right, Dr. Siegel, thank you very much.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
My next guest has worked with Lindsay Clancy's attorney, and he has also handled postpartum murder cases. He has represented, among many others, Daniel Penny, who you all remember. We covered that story quite a bit. The Marine veteran who used a chokehold on Jordan Neely on a New York City subway 3 years ago. Penny said he was protecting himself and the other riders. Prosecutors said that he acted too forcefully. The jury deadlocked on the manslaughter and cleared him of criminally negligent homicide. So Tom has lots of experience in many different kinds of cases. He's the founding partner of Razor, Kenneth and Lonstein, and he joins me now, also an Army JAG officer. Tom, good to have you with us today. When you look at this, you know, do you think the prosecution, I know you're a defense attorney, but what do you think of how the prosecution has handled this case?
Yeah, they've made some, what I consider some eyebrow raising moves here. You know, trying to argue that the suicide attempt was orchestrated, you know, and trying to argue that, you know, Lindsay Clancy, you know, was operating under some sort of motive without really defining. I mean, what would her motive be if it wasn't severe mental illness? I mean, what would anyone have to gain about doing something so dastardly? So, you know, if I was them, they should have tried this case by, evoking some compassion, some sympathy for the defendant. I know that sounds strange because it's an adversarial system, but do so in a fashion and say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, while we may feel for this mother and what she's experienced, she still must be held accountable. Something like that, rather than this, what I think is just in some ways a scorched earth approach.
So tell me your thoughts on Kevin Reddington. Here is his reaction when he was asked by Brian Yanis whether or not Lindsay Clancy will be taking the stand. Watch.
Is Lindsay Clancy going to take the stand at all? Have you made that decision?
When you're in law school 101, you have what they call attorney-client privilege, and that's something that I always respect. So I don't get into that stuff, especially not trial tactics.
All right. So if you were in his shoe, first of all, what do you think about him? Do you think he's doing a good job? And what about putting Lindsay on the stand?
Well, Kevin's doing a great job. Kevin's been around a long time, and he's, as I think you can kind of see from that soundbite, and it's certainly my experience working with him. We had a very sad case, sad for different reasons, on Cape Cod last year. And he's kind of reached the point in his career where he just doesn't care anymore. He's not worried about who he offends. He cares about his clients, and he goes to bat with them. But he's not worried about making friends. And I think you saw that there. And as far as his comment, despite the bombast, it's right. He's right on in the sense that that's the very last decision you make in a criminal case, whether you're going to put your client on the stand or not. You may prepare them for it, but you don't make the decision until you absolutely have to, which is right before the defense rests.
And do you think he will?
I don't, because I think that the jury already has seen enough in this trial that if they're going to feel to feel her remorse, to feel her regret, and she is not really a competent witness to talk about whether she was in psychosis or not, because usually, someone who's in psychosis, they're not even going to have a recollection of what occurred. That's been my experience with representing, sadly, defendants, mothers who've been in the exact same position as her. That's gonna be for the experts and for the jury to decide, or the jury to decide after listening to the experts and the evidence.
Understood. Tom Caniff, thank you very much. A man of many talents, also the author of the new book, the new novel, Tuxedo Park. So, Tom, thank you very much for joining us today. Tough story, tough case to be sure.
Thank you so much, Martha.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
The Lindsay Clancy trial has captivated the nation, putting postpartum psychosis front and center. Clancy is the mother accused of killing her 3 young children. Her defense argues she was in the throes of postpartum psychosis and is not criminally responsible. But did you know, just 4 years ago, there was a case eerily similar to Clancy's in the same courtroom with the same judge and the same prosecutor. That defendant, LaTarsha Sanders, was convicted in 2022 of murdering her 2 young sons in 2018. Her defense, like Clancy's, didn't dispute that she killed her children. Instead, it argued that she was not criminally responsible because she was psychotic at the time. I'm Sophia Sami Ali, senior justice reporter with News Nation Digital. Joining me is Allison Weiner, News Nation senior investigative producer who spoke to LaTarsha Sanders' attorney. Allison, thank you so much for joining. Can you start by just telling us a little bit about what happened in the Sanders case and how that's drawing comparison to what's happening with the Clancy case?
Yeah, what happened in the Sanders case it's not totally identical, because it was a woman who had schizophrenic psychosis, and that was her issue. She killed her 2 children, but she had a history. Her family was concerned. They talked, but she did not get any treatment. But she was becoming, according to the defense, increasingly paranoid. And there are different things from the family about her driving her children over because she thought someone was after them. She spent long periods where she wasn't taking care of herself, alone with a dark room. Ultimately, she ended up killing her 2 children in a very brutal way, and which I'm not going to go into. But she went to trial in the same courtroom in Plymouth with the same prosecutor, the same DA's office, not the same exact prosecutor in the courtroom, but the same DA's office brought the charge of murder. But in this case, it came to a point where the defense was going to have their expert testify, and he was relying on his own interactions with the defendant, but also on all this information and all this medical history that happened after the killings. So the judge was asked if he could introduce these documents so that his expert could refer to them. They included also a report by an expert for the prosecution. About 5 days, the judge was like, well, let's see if we can streamline it and, make it smaller so the jury won't have voluminous amounts of documents. But ultimately, 5 days into the trial, the prosecution filed a motion to exclude those documents, the medical evidence, stating that it came after the act for which he was charged, the murders or the killings of her 2 children, and that it was irrelevant. And the judge agreed and excluded that evidence. And on August 6th, I believe, the Supreme Court in Massachusetts overturned essentially that conviction. She was convicted. She was sentenced by Judge Sullivan, who's the same judge in the Clancy case, to life terms in prison, which she was currently serving. And the Supreme Court of Massachusetts claimed and stated and specifically said that the judge had poorly applied the law, that he was wrong, and granted her a new trial. And she is going to go back to that courtroom. And I was fascinated by this because the idea that the judge would exclude this evidence means that he felt it was irrelevant, shows a profound misunderstanding of mental illness and mental health. And I heard that from the lawyer, Mr. Shaw, who is, Robert Shaw Jr., who is representing LaTarsha now, still. He is the defense attorney for a case. He also filed her appeal, and we spoke at length over the phone about this case, and also a little bit about the Clancy case as well, because he has great concerns about the fact that this is that same DA's office, this is that same judge, and probably similar viewpoints that they had. Seriously, we're talking about only a couple years, 4 years ago, 2022.
That's right. So in the Sanders case, did the jury see any evidence of mental illness, or was just excluded just everything after the murders, the killings?
Yes, and she hadn't sought treatment for the murders. So they did not, which included a diagnosis of schizophrenic psychosis.
Thank you for the jewels, Denver Gaming. 10 jewels hiding.
Murders was so horrible that the prison where she was sent to, this is the 4 years before she went to trial. This incident happened, the killing of the 2 kids happened in 2018. So in the 4-year run up to the trial, she became unmanageable because she was so mentally ill that the prison sent her to a mental health. And that information was kept from the jury. So it's really quite extraordinary that this judge, back where he was pretty much 4 years ago, I thought it would have an impact on the amount of evidence that is being let in, but this reversal just happened and the Clancy trial was already underway.
So what did Sanders' attorney, this playing out, like you said, it's the similarities and the parallels are just so, they're fascinating and it's extraordinary, just like you said. What did the attorney in the Sanders case, what are his thoughts as he's seeing this play out? It's almost like deja vu in a way. What is his thoughts? How does he think this is going?
Well, I asked him a fairly question about whether or not he thought that this reversal in his case and the granting of a new trial for his client, LaTarsha, was going to have some impact. He actually said that I'm sure that the prosecutors, he did say prosecutors, intended to keep out what they could keep out regarding Lindsay Clancy's mental state. However, it has become clear they can't do what happened in Sanders. So we are seeing more evidence of her mental state. But you also have to keep in mind, given the judge's reasoning in the Sanders case, that Lindsay Clancy had mental health care prior to the killing of her 3 children. So the judge's reasoning could have still been the same. It could have had no effect on him. given the difference that, he's allowing in all of this testimony, but we've also heard testimony post killing of the 3 children about her condition from experts. We heard a lot about that yesterday. So, there is more evidence being let into this, but that was decided before the judge was aware that LaTarsha Sanders was going to get a new trial.
I do see, and I'm curious to see what your thoughts are, a lot of similar strategies. This is the same DA's office. And I guess between the two cases, I know in the Clancy case, prosecutors are really focusing on how functional she was before the killings and how she was fine and she was able to do everyday routine. And it seems like that's sort of what they were doing in the Sanders case as well.
Yeah, I think this is the problem. And I think Robert Shaw Jr., the attorney for LaTarsha, he actually stated it to me. I think that people, certainly in the court of law, we all understand, because it's been reported so many times by the media, what that standard is. They know difference between right or wrong, depends state to state, what exactly the so-called insanity defense is. But what people don't understand is that with mental illness, you can't see it. A lot of, even your own family, they don't know how severe it is. They're secondary reporters. Mr. Shaw was telling me about this. They are people that are trying to make sense. You're not quite yourself. Lindsay Clancy was a self-reporter, but LaTarsha was really ill, and so ill that, even the killings of her children are bizarre. And she had beliefs that people were talking to her, that, she was paranoid, terribly paranoid, but psychosis doesn't happen. It's not like you're really well and then you're sick. It's a process. It's liquid. And there are different forms of insanity. And I'm hearing this from the experts that you're good one moment just because you're talking. And this is what Shaw had to say to me, that Mr. Shaw, the defense attorney, that just because somebody's talking doesn't mean they're sane. Or just because somebody can write a list out doesn't mean they're okay. And certainly just because somebody tells their mom that they're doing better doesn't mean that any of that is true. And I think that is, it's so difficult, I think, for juries to understand. It's a very complex thing. And your behavior up until, all we know with Lindsay Clancy is that she sought help. She was institutionalized voluntarily. She sought help. She sought medication. She tried different things, and she wasn't getting better. And we've heard that testimony from her husband. And the fact that she was able to, say, tie her shoes or care for her children on any given day doesn't negate the fact that this psychosis was building, that she was heading towards a crisis moment. And I think that women who across the country, they're so profoundly moved by this story, many of them. There are also some that believe that she should go to prison. But a lot of women have been profoundly moved because I think we're all tired of, after having a baby, everybody telling you should be okay. The science and the work that has gone into the treatment and health of women, the birth of children, just overall health of women and mental health of women is minuscule compared to other areas where people are suffering and have issues. The mental health situation for women postpartum, it's not that different than 25 years ago. Maria Yates went on trial. So those people that have had children or have friends who have had children have struggled with postpartum depression, and that is not the same as postpartum psychosis. They know that it is very difficult to find help. You can have all the resources in the world and you still be told that you'd stress or you should relax or you should get more help, and finding the right cocktail of drugs or whatever is very difficult as well. Finding the time when you have 3 children to go to therapy, very difficult. Why not just tell yourself you're better? So I think, I'm not saying this is the case. I'm not on the jury and I haven't been there for every single moment of the testimony. But generally speaking, let's just think about even just the C-section operation where they send women home 24 hours after they've had major surgery. We don't really see that happening with men. Let's just direct about it. And I remember being told, you could take the baby home. I had a 10.5-pound baby and I couldn't even lift her and they sent me home. So I'm just saying, I think that women are tired of hearing it's a phase, you're a lazy mom, you were fine, all of these things. So stop. You're not depressed every minute of the day.
In your piece, Allison, when I was reading your piece, you actually talk about this, how like the Clancy case, the Sanders case, they are kind of exposing broader problems with how courts, prosecutors, the legal system understand severe mental illness. We just haven't quite caught up to it. And it's, whether or not it's up to the jury, like you said, but I think this really, like you said, exposes this bigger issue of like, how do we understand what this is, what women are going through, what postpartum mental illness, severe postpartum mental illness really is?
And I think the media bears some responsibility for this, as do the courts, because this becomes so complicated that jurors turn to what we call their gut. They're told to trust their common sense. Common sense is difficult to find when you're dealing with mental health. What is the common sense of knowing whether or not this woman was well because she was able to make a list and able to keep her household functioning as she began to deteriorate? Her husband knew she was deteriorating. Her mom knew she was deteriorating. She went back and forth. Apparently, according to experts, this is the way a lot of mental illness progresses, but it's not a straight line. It's like emotions. It's a fluid situation. So yes, I think that's one problem. I think we need to tell people in the public so that when they do become jurors, that they try to sort this out. They ask the questions that they need to, even if they have to do it when they get in the jury room. But you don't just go to your gut, because we're not physicians. We're not experts. We don't understand. This is not a case where we should just listen to this is an evil person. Do we truly believe that when they were ill, and there are doctors that have said they were ill to varying degrees? Did she have psychosis? I mean, you just have to really think it out and be guided, and we can do a much better job. We can't even have that conversation out in public with people understanding it, let alone within the confines of a courtroom where one side is working to win. That is the role of the prosecutor. She's made it quite clear that she feels very strongly about this case with their support, for the children. And I think also in these kinds of cases, because they are so horrible, it is very difficult to not let your sheer horror of the circumstances overwhelm you and want someone to be responsible. Someone is responsible. The question is whether she's criminally responsible.
It touched a nerve with so many people, parents, people who have suffered with mental illness. So I know that this is a very closely watched case. Allison, thank you so much for joining us today, breaking this down. I think that your piece is just fascinating. Everybody who's watching, please read it. It's on newsnationnow.com. Just to see the parallels between the two cases in the same courtroom. I really appreciate your time. Thanks again.
So let's talk a bit about what's happening inside that courtroom as they're, trying to make their case. Then we'll get into what happened with the jurors today. They had Lindsay's mom take the stand, and her name is Paula Musgrove. Here's a bit of what she said in SOT. Why don't we just play them back to back, 28 and 29.
Do you recall the end of January that she made a statement to you about the medication, in her opinion, what it was doing to her mind?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just destroying her mind, and it wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again.
The text message that you're referring to, would that be on October 20th of 2022?
Yes.
And do you have that on your phone right now?
I do.
Can you just pull that up for us?
I can. Just give me a moment.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
So, Ashley, this is the defense trying to paint a picture of a woman who's deteriorating on medicine that is not being well managed by her physicians, and recognizing that she's changing in a way that's very disturbing to her, and the mother backing her up on it. There was also testimony that the mother had texted Lindsay after the last visit, "So great to see you doing better," which was a day before the children were killed. And the mother kind of tried to disown it, being like, "Oh, I was just trying to be encouraging. I didn't actually see her better." Yeah. But I mean, try to explain for us what they're really arguing over, because there's no doubt that Lindsay Clancy killed the children.
Right.
There's no doubt she strangled them one by one with an exercise cord, not the bands. They've been referring to them as like the bands. No, the cords, like a bungee looking cord, which is just brutal, in the basement. And then she jumped out the window. The only real debate is whether she did it because she had postpartum psychosis or she was just regular nuts. Right? Like,
to a certain
in the
extent.
sense, anybody's nuts who kills their children.
Right, exactly. Just, well, the prosecution has charged it, though, as first-degree murder. So they're saying that she did this on purpose, that she had a plan, she wanted her kids dead. So I think what the defense is doing is they're building really a timeline, and I expect in closing arguments we'll see this timeline where Lindsay was reaching out for help repeatedly. They're changing medications, and I think one thing that might resonate with the jury are these medications. I mean, they're medications that are meant to alter your brain. That's what they do. And they were prescribing these. She was going on them. She was going off of them. They were doubling dosage. They were switching dosages. Some of those actually are antidepressants that could drive you into mania. We had a guest on our show, MK True Crime, earlier this week, who treats actual postpartum moms regularly and was talking to us about that and talking about how you don't act a certain way all the time. It fluctuates, and was talking about how, you could be in psychosis for 1 minute and then you seem normal and fine the next minute, and how this is really something that fluctuates regularly. So I think at the end, I think the defense will tie all of this up in a bow for us. They're just laying the little pieces. They're putting all the little bricks out, and then they're going to build this house in closing where they say, look, she's repeatedly reaching out. And, I think having her reach out to her mom, that's something that's reasonable. That's something that she would be honest with her mom, I need help. And I think that really helps the defense because it shows that she really did need help and she really was suffering.
Thank you for being with us. Please hit the like and
Cross-examination,
subscribe
however,
if you haven't.
Of the mother, Paula Musgrove. And here's a bit of it. SOT 31.
And when she made the statement that she had thoughts of harming the children, did either you or Patrick ask her what she meant by that?
I believe I remember Pat asking her if she felt like she couldn't be alone with the children, and she said no.
And after she made those statements, did you have any thoughts about committing her?
No.
Did you have any thoughts about having her come stay with you in Connecticut away from the children?
No.
Were you concerned for the children's safety at that point in time?
No.
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding the jury.
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes. Fingers crossed.
All right.
Thank you all for being here with us. We are finally resuming. Oh, my Lord. Thank you all for being here with us. Please hit like, subscribe if you haven't. Share this out to your socials and friends. Help us hit the algorithm. And let us know what your thoughts are in chat as day 18 proceeds. It's a great question, Anne-Marie. Why did Patrick leave her with the kids? Why did he not go get her the help she needed? Great question.
All rise, please. You're entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to give it another go. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right, Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Excellent. Tell us again your name for the record, just and spell the last name.
So the last name is P-A-H-I-L-L-I-P.
Oh, no.
R-E-S-N-I-C-K.
All right, and you're going to have to speak a little
This is
slower,
not
only
good.
because of the microphone. Okay. Tell us your background, sir. I know you're a physician. Tell us your educational background and your work history.
I am a forensic psychiatrist, and I received a bachelor's degree in psychology in 1959 and a medical degree in 1963, both from Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. I then had a 1-month internship in a military hospital in Texas, and then I came back to University Hospitals of Cleveland, where I completed my residency in psychiatry.
And do you have?
Go further?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Would you like me to?
Yeah, you can continue. I interrupted. I apologize.
Yeah. I have remained at Case Western Reserve University as now a full professor. And I've also become interested in forensic psychiatry, that is, that aspect of psychiatry which relates to legal issues such as this case. And I initiated a fellowship in forensic psychiatry in 1979 and directed that for 40 years. I also served as director of the Court Psychiatric Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio for over 40 years.
Doctor, do you have board certifications as well?
Yes, I'm board certified in psychiatry, 1971, and board certified in forensic psychiatry, 1979.
Did you also have added qualifications in forensic psychiatry in 2014, 2024, and recertifications?
Yes.
And have you, without going through them, also had a number of visiting professorships?
Yes, I've had about 14 visiting professorships.
Now, Doctor, this case involves what I guess is referred to as filicide, F-I-L-L-I-C-I-D-E, I believe. Did I spell that right?
Single L.
Single L, okay. Can you tell the jurors what that means?
Now, filicide is a parent killing a child, and it is a relatively infrequent phenomenon that occurs in the United States somewhere between 400 and 500 times a year.
And Doctor, is it fair to say that you have, at least in the country, if not outside the country, the most experience in working on filicide cases?
I believe that's true. I have been personally involved in, I'd estimate about 80 cases where I was asked to evaluate mothers and fathers who had killed their children.
And the question that I have, Doctor, is have you had occasion to work on cases that found themselves in court where you gave testimony either for the government or for the defense?
Yes, I have.
Let me just go through if I can. So let me just go through so we can cut to the chase. Did you work as an expert on the case of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes, I consulted to the prosecution in that case.
Did you also work on the case of what is referred to as the Unabomber, a fellow by the name of Kaczynski?
Yes, I was also a consultant to the government on that case.
Did you also find yourself consulting on the matter of, in Florida, the Commonwealth versus or the state versus Casey Anthony?
I was a consultant to the defense in that case, but I could not be helpful.
Did you also work on the matter of Andrea Yates?
Yes, I testified for the defense in both of her trials.
Did you also work on the case of what is known as the Aurora movie theater shooting?
Yes, I was a consultant to the prosecutor in that case.
Did you also work on the case involving the Oklahoma City bombing courthouse?
Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't.
Again, I was employed by the government in that case.
And in addition to those cases, did you also, in your practice, consult with the defense as well as the prosecution on a number of homicide cases, many of which involve filicide?
Yes, I have.
All right. In the course of this case, sir, did I reach out to you and ask if you would assist me in evaluating Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, you did.
And can you tell the jurors when and for how long you would actually interview, whether it would be Lindsay, whether it would be third-party contacts? Just give us an idea as to how you evaluated her.
Yes, about 4 months after the crime, I did a personal evaluation of Lindsay and her parents to gain information. And I spent 3 hours interviewing her on that date.
And how long did you spend interviewing third-party contacts of her parents?
An hour and 50 minutes.
And this would be in May of 2023?
That's right.
Where did the interview take place?
The interview took place at Duxbury Hospital.
Would that be, is that a hospital facility that's a mental institution in the town or city of Tewksbury?
Tewksbury, yes.
And Lindsay actually came and was living in Duxbury at the time of the incident. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So can you describe for us, without getting into any statements that she made to you, tell us about the circumstances. How did she appear to you physically? And how was she able to answer your questions? Just tell us what her appearance was, her mood.
Yes. Well, first of all, at the time, of course, she had suffered major injury and was paralyzed. So that was the setting. So during the examination, she did not have control of the lower part of her body. During the interview, she appeared somewhat matter-of-fact, but at the time she was still grieving. The nurses told me that she was crying daily about the loss of her 3 children, and she was also medicated at that time. She was fully cooperative and gave me a detailed account of her recollections of the critical events.
Did you make an observation of her affect? Did she appear to have what you refer to as a flat affect?
Yes, she did have, or I would call it a blunted affect. That is, her emotions were not, as you would expect. Her feeling tone was muted.
Muted? Is that what you said, muted?
Muted.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, doctor, in the course of evaluating this case, and again, in the interest of time, would you agree that you had a chance to review a number of items to assist you in your evaluation?
I reviewed extensive records in this case, both records referring to Ms. Clancy's mental illness, how it developed, who her treaters were, and then also I was able to evaluate records after her conduct.
And that would include police reports?
Extensive police reports, yes.
Grand jury testimony?
Yes.
Photographs?
Yes.
Videos?
Yes.
Medical records from healthcare providers such as Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, and McLean Hospital?
Yes.
Were you aware that she had also contacted suicide hotlines and went to a facility in Rhode Island, Women and Infants?
Yes, I reviewed all those records.
So with all of that information, doctor, that you had access to, did you also have the opportunity to review any records from, let's say, the government's doctors, Dr. Helbrun, Dr. Mack, Dr. Satoff?
Yes, after I prepared my report, I was aware that there were 3 experts employed by the prosecution, and I was able to review their reports in detail also.
Okay. And your report is actually dated, you saw her in 2023, and you prepared your report ultimately after your evaluation in September. Do you know when the government's doctors' reports were available to you? Was that recently?
My recollection is that they did their evaluation about 3 years after the crime, and I had the opportunity to see her 4 months after the crime.
Now, did you also have occasion, sir, to see from Dr. Helbrun, government's doctor, psychiatric testing?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us, for example, was one of the results on the psychiatric testing a test that he administered for the government called the MMPI, or Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test?
That was a psychological test that he administered, yes.
And do you recall from reviewing the records what the results were? Was she faking, was she lying, or was she telling the truth? And
the results showed no evidence of faking.
Hold on.
Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe as we go to another sidebar. You know, Massachusetts court middle name is Sidebar. Yes, this is the last witness for the defense, and then the prosecution has 3 witnesses, and that should be what they handle today. Hopefully the delay with the Zoom stuff didn't affect it too much, and it doesn't sound too bad. It is kind of hard to hear the audio a little bit, but it doesn't sound too bad. I'm sure they'll be back here in a second. Thank you all again for being here. We did hit the 18,000 subs mark today. Thank you all for the love and support. We appreciate it very much here at the network. That's a good question, Backwood. Wow, that's crazy. Ann says in January 27, a trial is to start in Idaho of a mother accused of killing her twins who 8 days after getting their vaccines and got severe side effects. Wow. I think the next trial we're going to be covering is the Microsoft executive murder. We're not covering the gentleman, but we will be covering the wife's trial. I think that starts next week. So make sure you're subscribed and hit the notification bell. That way you can come join us on any of the trials or shows that we have on any of these cases. Oh, you're good. Thank you, Anne Marie. I appreciate the alternate words.
Okay, Doctor, I had asked you if you were aware that government's Dr. Halpern had administered the MMPI test and came to a conclusion as to whether or not Lindsay was telling the truth, faking, or exaggerating symptoms. And you relied on that test as a portion of your opinion. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what the results of that test were, to your knowledge?
In summary, the results were that Lindsay Clancy had a tendency to minimize and did not have a tendency to exaggerate what she was saying in her own symptoms.
Did it also indicate that she was not, I think the terminology is faking or lying in her answers, but in fact was being truthful as best she could be?
Yes, although the test is a little more specific about symptoms rather than lying or not lying, but it did not suggest any evidence of faking symptoms.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that broke up. It did not suggest any evidence of what?
No evidence of faking psychiatric symptoms.
And then finally, one of the scales in that test is referred to as the K, I think from the books, the K scale or the lie scale. Is that correct?
Yes, that was not elevated.
Not elevated. Okay. Now, doctor, in your experience, do you have any particular subspecialty or interest in the concept of people that are malingering or faking in the forensic world? In other words, if it's a criminal case, if it's a workman's comp case where somebody's pretending their back hurts, things of that nature. Have you focused on that as a subspecialty or interest in your career?
That has been a major interest. I've actually written 46 articles or book chapters in this area. The first was 1984, and over the course of that, of course, new research comes out. So when you write a new edition of a book chapter, it would incorporate new material. So even though the chapter may go through 5 editions in a particular book, they're up to date, and the ones which were written earlier would no longer be the best basis for forming an opinion.
Now, for example, when you reviewed Dr. Helbrin's report for the government, did he refer to your articles?
He did refer to my research, yes.
And was that updated research or was it old research that he referenced?
He referenced older research.
So can you tell us, Doctor, when you consider let me start over again. When you reviewed Lindsay's medical records, you also reviewed the psychopharmacology, in other words, the medications that Dr. Tufts and Gelada and all of these other doctors had prescribed to her during that period of time?
Yes, I did.
And have in mind your interview, the time that you spent with her directly reviewing all of the documents, all of the medical records, everything that we've talked about. And you're also aware from her, not specifically what she said to you, but you're aware of the circumstances from her recollection as to the killings that she told you. Is that correct?
Yes, as well as the journal she kept and other evidence of her thinking and symptoms as the time approached for the crime on January 24th, 2023.
Okay, and you were also aware of her access to her cell phone, doing Google searches and looking up medications during that period of October, November, December, and January. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, in your opinion, sir, with your years of experience in the issue of filicide, working for just the government on a number of cases and the defense, and your evaluation of Lindsay, can you tell this jury your opinion as to whether or not at the time of the killings that she was suffering from a disease or defect that impaired her ability to substantially appreciate and or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Well, sure. Let me begin with the issue of whether she had a mental disease or a defect. Ms. Clancy had a severe depression. There is a book called the DSM, or Diagnostic Manual, prepared by the American Psychiatric Association, which lists criteria for various diseases. So in the diagnostic manual, for example, one needs to have 5 out of 9 symptoms to make a diagnosis of major depression. And Ms. Clancy, as she approached the date of the crime, actually had 7 of the 9 symptoms and was severely depressed. So that in addition to that, she had some earlier evidence of what's called a mild mania, and that fits together in what's called bipolar 2. So in other words, it's a type of bipolar illness where there is more frank depression, severe depression, but the manic aspects are not as severe. So my final diagnosis of her was called bipolar 2 with a severe depression on January 24, 2023. And from reading the reports of all of the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, doctor, in the course of that diagnosis, have you considered the concept of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how that...
First of all,
I'm sorry. Can you tell the jurors how that factors into your diagnosis and opinion?
Yes. Ms. Clancy had a history of anxiety and difficulty with each of her children. It was minor with her first child, more significant with her second child, and on the occasion of Callan's birth, things went well for the first 3 months, but then Ms. Clancy became very anxious and depressed, and it took quite a toll on her. And I believe the jury has heard from various treaters, such as Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada and others, and her own anguish about how depressed she was, where she actually felt she couldn't function, her brain was damaged, she would never be the same. So she definitely met the definition of a major depression as well as this bipolar phenomena. Now, with respect to the postpartum aspect, since Ms. Clancy's symptoms began within 3 months of Callan's birth, that would be considered a postpartum onset. Then, of course, she had considerable difficulty over the next 5 months, and at the time of the crime itself, on January 24, 2023, Ms. Clancy was frankly psychotic. So in that sense, she had a postpartum psychosis. It's actually not frequent to have a postpartum psychosis 8 months after a birth, but it does occasionally occur. And so what I can say is whether it is the classic postpartum psychosis or not, with the postpartum onset and frank psychosis on the day of the killing, I would label that a postpartum psychosis in the sense that it was a postpartum onset and she was clearly psychotic on that day.
And Doctor, when a person is psychotic or involved in having a psychosis, in your opinion, are they able to appear normal, quote unquote, communicate with people, drive a car, things of that nature?
Well, let me say there that Ms. Clancy herself did her best to not reveal the extent of her depression. She was frank with members of her own family. Her sister, her mother-in-law were aware of how anguished and depressed she was. But with more casual friends, she tended not to show the extent of her depression. I'm not suggesting that she was, although psychosis can indeed wax and wane, for example, on the day of her crime, I'm not suggesting that she was frankly psychotic every minute. She was functioning. In fact, she said she was having a better day than other days. And she actually went out and made a snowman with the kids, took Cora to a doctor for the 5th birthday checkup, and was functioning at a level that was not frankly psychotic until she had a command hallucination while her husband, Patrick, was out doing a couple of chores.
And can you tell us, Doctor, what, in your opinion, what a command hallucination is and how it fits, if you will, in a diagnosis of psychosis?
Yes. If we take, first of all, a hallucination is simply hearing a voice, and the voice can be benign or it can be more malignant. So a voice may just simply say, open the window. About 1/3 of voices are called command hallucinations. That is an instruction to do something. And the majority of those commands are benign. So it might be open a window, get a glass of water. It might be something much more ominous, such as to kill oneself or harm someone else. Those are dangerous command hallucinations. Now, in Ms. Clancy's case, she had not only a command hallucination on the day that she killed her children, she had what is known as a delusion of influence. That is, not only did she hear a command, but she felt that her body was taken over by an external force where she was in a dream state and did not have control of her own body. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
Yeah, hold on a second. Counsel?
Wow, that's an interesting testimony right there. We'll have to go through that again in the future.
Yeah,
the prosecution obviously had a problem.
I'm going to go into this also a little bit later when I give you the full instructions at the end of the case. But you were not to consider the defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist as establishing the truth of any facts that are contained in that sentence, in those statements. All right. The defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist for purposes of evaluation cannot be considered by you as evidence of premeditation, extreme atrocity or cruelty, or specific intent to kill. Such statements are admissible only as they relate to the basis for the doctor's opinion of the defendant's mental condition. All right, and I'll go into that a little bit later. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Wright.
So, Doctor, to conclude, would you relate your opinion as it relates to the standard of a person being lacking criminal responsibility at the time of the commission of a crime in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Well, there are two arms to the test for criminal responsibility. One has to do the defendant's ability to control their conduct, and the other has to do with their knowledge of the wrongfulness of their acts. I'd like to address each of those separately, if I may.
Sure.
With respect to my opinion is that Ms. Clancy was, due to her mental disease, unable to conform her conduct was to the requirements of the law on the day that she took the lives of her children. And let me give you the basis of that opinion. First of all, she was hearing a voice which was commanding her to engage in the killing behavior. And she did not feel any sense of control. She felt that she had to obey the instructions she was receiving. It was a matter where she was just following the command rather than being able to make any decision to do it or not. And, for example, I asked Ms. Clancy.
No, you can't say what you talked, Doctor. You can't. You cannot say what she told you. All right.
Okay. All right. I will not do that. Let me just make sure I'm covering other aspects of this. The second evidence that she was lacking control is the fact that she made a severe suicide attempt also based on the command hallucination that she heard that day, so that she not only cut her throat and jumped out of a window, she very much wanted to die. Now, in my research on women who kill their children, I've divided the motives into 5 categories, and I want to look at how Ms. Clancy did to those motives.
So tell us the 5 categories.
Yeah, the 5 categories are: first, altruistic filicide.
What does that mean? What does that mean, altruistic filicide?
Altruistic filicide occurs when a murder is committed out of love rather than hostility. It is an effort on a mother's part to do what is best for the child. They may believe the child is, they may have a delusional belief the child is about to be tortured in their delusional mind, and they take their life in doing what they believe is in the best interest of the children based on their delusional idea. Altruistic filicide also occurs when a mother may plan to take her own life, and in her psychotic thinking and severe depression, it is distorted, and she may believe that the child will be worse off if she remains alive. So, for example, in Ms. Clancy's case, she believed that, as the jury has already heard, she was obsessional about caring for her children. She consulted with others at work to try and do exactly what was right for her children. And she believed that if Ms. Clancy took her own life, her children would be in terrible shape. And in her mind, she believed that she would be doing her children a favor by having them go to heaven with her rather than remain on earth without her doing the mothering. Her mind was very distorted like that.
Okay. So if you could just tell us the other titles of the other 4 types that you were referred to. Just tell it without getting into detail if they don't apply to Ms. Clancy.
All right. The second category does apply to Ms. Clancy, and that is called acutely psychotic filicide.
Okay.
And this occurs when someone is frankly psychotic. They may have delusions or hallucinations. They're out of touch with reality, and rather than having any rational motive, they're simply acting on their psychotic beliefs. So those 2 both apply to Ms. Clancy. The other 3.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, that's right. Just give us the other 3, the captions of them.
The other 3 which do not apply, one is called child maltreatment, in which a parent may shake the child to death or throw a child against a wall in an abusive manner. The next category is unwanted child, where someone, just for their convenience, the child is a burden, and they kill the child for that motive. And the final motive is spouse revenge filicide. That is, someone hates their spouse so much that they're willing to sacrifice the child as a way to punish the spouse. And the 3 latter categories clearly do not apply to Ms. Clancy. She loved her husband, respected her husband, had a good marriage. She never spanked or ever abused her child, and all of her children were wanted. In fact, she planned to have a 4th child. So those 3 categories clearly do not apply. if I can explain how the two categories did apply, I've already mentioned that Ms. Clancy believed that a distorted belief that her children would just be miserable, and she could not imagine them continuing to exist and have a decent life without her being there as a mother. And so in that sense, she did what she believed was morally right, even though she understood that ordinarily killing a child is against the law. She believed that she was doing what was right for her children with her distorted psychotic thinking about the children's need for her. And then with respect to the second category of acutely psychotic, Ms. Clancy was under the influence of a command hallucination and idea of influence, so that at that time, rather than the ability to make a rational decision, she was so in the grip of her psychotic command hallucination and idea of influence that she lacked the capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Okay. And Doctor, pretty much finally, there's been some questions or allegations that Ms. Clancy did not provide information to her healthcare providers about her adverse effects of medication that she had been prescribed. Do you agree with that from your review of the medical records, or did she, in fact, tell her healthcare providers how she felt as a result of what she perceived to be the medications that were prescribed?
It's my opinion of reasonable medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was actually a more sophisticated patient than most, and she was forthcoming in conveying her symptoms. The one area in which she was not fully revealing was the area of when she had an impulse to harm her children, and that was because she had a rational belief that her children may be taken away from her by a social service agency. She had an irrational belief that if she even entered a medical hospital, that her children would be taken away. So that is the one area in which she was not fully forthcoming.
Now, Doctor, in your experience, do you find that many women that are caretakers of children postpartum, after the child is born, that are having these intrusive thoughts and having these dark thoughts are in fact afraid of reporting them because of that very reason that you're talking about?
Sustained.
Yes, as a matter
No,
of
you
fact.
you can't answer that.
Phrase that.
Okay. It's also been mentioned here a couple of times that she hasn't killed herself yet, even though she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Can you tell the jurors briefly, while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital, what are the circumstances of her confinement and what type of care is being provided to her as it relates to whether or not she, or why she hasn't killed herself yet?
Well, Nancy, indeed, there is evidence of her going suicidality to such an extent that she is never allowed to be out of the presence of a staff member. Even when I conducted an examination of her and requested privacy, a staff member had to be present. So her ability to take her life in view of her process and observation is and she recognizes that, so that the reality is, no matter she does not want to live at any point, she has no choice but to live at this time.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You have to answer some questions from the DA. Your Honor, at this point, I would like to, because I'm looking at yeah, 40-page resume, so I just offer that if I could.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be marked.
Thank you.
I may?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Dr. Resnick.
Good morning.
In addition to the evaluations that you do, is it true that you've also taught some courses to other forensic psychiatrists and psychologists about how to testify in cases like these?
Yes, I have.
And you teach them how to answer questions and how to dress and how to appear believable and trustworthy, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of your trainings, excuse me, Do's and Don'ts of Depositions by Dr. Philip Resnick, in your course description, you state information beyond the question should not be volunteered because it will open up new areas for questioning, provide ammunition for attacks, eliminate the opportunity for surprise, and information fails to get to the jury, correct?
That's correct.
So you teach other psychologists how to hold back information in the discovery process to surprise the other side.
No, that's not it. And I'm not excited.
Now, a woman who kills her child can have more than one motive, correct?
Yes.
And actually, the most common motive for women who kill their children is fatal maltreatment or child abuse, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, most women who kill their kids don't do it due to mental illness, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a quote from you in an article, Child Murdered by Mothers, Patterns and Prevention, where you say, quote, more filicides occur due to fatal maltreatment than because of maternal psychiatric illness, correct?
Correct.
You also have written about parents having significant emotional devastation after killing their children, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you've written in, it's a chapter 6 of Family Murder, Child Murder by Parents, in the aftermath section, you've written, quote, these life events are likely to prolong the parent's depression. The anniversary of the children's deaths and exposure to things that remind the parent of it are likely to be upsetting, correct?
Yes.
Things like birthdays and holidays and the anniversary of the killings would all be something that would be upsetting, correct?
They sometimes are, yes.
Now, you've written a lot about malingered psychosis, correct?
Yes.
And malingering psychosis, you can have a mental illness and your malingering could be exaggerating those symptoms or saying you have psychosis symptoms when you don't, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the things that you have written, and there's an article that you wrote called Faking It, you've written in here, quote, command auditory hallucinations are easy to fabricate. Persons experiencing genuine command hallucinations do not always obey the voices, especially if doing so would be dangerous, correct?
That's correct.
You've also given some points to other practitioners. If you, quote, if you suspect a person of malingered auditory hallucination, ask what he or she does to make the voices go away or diminish in intensity, correct?
Yes.
Because typically someone who hears a voice telling them to do something horrible like kill their child will try to resist that voice initially, correct?
That there's variability. Some do and some don't.
And in fact, the case you mentioned earlier, Andrea Yates. Miss Yates, in fact, committed herself to a hospital 5 times and tried to kill herself twice, all while trying to not kill her children, correct?
Yes.
She had heard voices for months and telling her to kill her children. And to resist those voices, she actually tried to kill herself, correct?
Until she could no longer resist the voices, yes.
Right. But she tried.
Right, as did Ms. Clancy.
Well, according to the records and reports that we have that are in evidence, Ms. Clancy heard the voice and immediately acted, correct? According to those records? Is that correct?
Well, Ms. Clancy had impulses to harm her children, which she did resist until the command hallucination when she was overwhelmed, yes.
But according to the records and the testimony that we've had, she had an impulse in December one time to harm her children, correct?
I believe it was on 2 occasions that she mentioned it to her husband.
And then never again after that until her kids were killed, correct?
There were only 2 occasions she mentioned it, but she referred to having these horrible impulses. So that suggests to me she was dealing with it on an ongoing basis, although she mentioned it only twice to her husband.
But she never said she had thoughts to kill her children. She said she had thoughts to harm her children, correct?
Yes, but actually, I think it's clear that to harm her children was to kill her children.
Well, in the records where you say that she was so clear in presenting her symptoms to her doctors, she repeatedly was asked if she had any homicidal ideation, and she repeatedly said no, correct?
That's right, and she didn't in the initial parts of her treatment, but by late December and January is when she did have those impulses.
But what
and
she
she
told
did not
her,
acknowledge them.
but what she told
She
her
did not acknowledge
doctors,
them to her doctors.
what she told her doctors in December is that she had no homicidal ideation. She only reported suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes, and as noted, that's very common because people fear their children will be taken away.
So it's better to kill them than to have them taken away.
Sustained.
You know, it's not better to kill them
Hold on, Doctor.
than have them taken away.
That question is strict and that answer is strict.
You say that she was very forthcoming in her symptoms to her medical providers, but she never told those medical providers that she had an impulse to harm her children, correct?
That's correct.
You also, in teaching people about malingering, about faking hearing voices or being psychotic, you give pointers of what people should look for, such as patient uses no strategies to diminish hallucinations. Patient states he obeys all commands, correct?
Yes.
It's not working, CW. It's not working, Jennifer.
You also, in a podcast, evidence entitled Identifying Malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you were asked about malingering and you said, and asked about hearing voices, and you said, quote, so a common example I'll use in teaching is if you hear a voice out of the blue that says, kill your mother, your moral fiber would cause you to hesitate. But if you have concurrent delusion that your mother is an evil wizard, you're more likely to act on that command hallucination, correct?
Correct.
And there's no evidence in the records or in the testimony that we've had thus far that Ms. Clancy believed that her children were evil or that they were possessed or that there was any danger posed by them or to them by such forces, correct?
Instead, Ms. Clancy.
Well, it's a yes or no question, doctor.
No, go ahead. You can answer that.
Instead, Ms. Clancy had the psychotic, distorted belief that her children would be better off in heaven rather than being motherless. So that was her psychotic distortion coupled with the command hallucination. So she met the exact requirement you're referring to.
And you believe that that was her psychotic delusion that they would be better off without her, better off in heaven without her, because according to your report, you could figure out no rational, non-psychotic motive for her to kill her children, correct?
Yes.
And so just because you can't figure out a motive or you don't know a motive or the person doesn't tell you a motive doesn't mean that there actually isn't a motive, correct?
There was a motive.
But that's not what I asked you. I did not
already.
ask you about Miss Clancy. I said, just because someone tells you that they don't have a motive or you can't figure out a motive doesn't mean they didn't actually have a motive, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You also state in another article identifying malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you point out that the rapid resolution of symptoms with medication can be a red flag, as genuine psychotic symptoms usually take longer to subside, correct?
That's correct.
Were you aware from the Tewksbury records that on page 1136, it says Ms. Clancy has been clinically stable since her admission. There have been no events of affective, cognitive, or behavioral instability since her admission, and that Ms. Clancy has not evidenced any challenges in accepting and conforming to the rules and standards. Did you review that
Yes,
note?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. Were you also
Yeah.
aware on page 1168 that it says Ms. Clancy denies that she has ever experienced hallucinatory content prior to or since that event, referring to when she killed her children, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware on page 1170, it states Ms. Clancy presents with intact reality testing and no observable symptoms of psychosis. She is actively engaged in treatment. She is able to identify possible hopes for her future, including serving as an activist for postpartum psychosis awareness and participating in a wheelchair marathon. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
I move to submit these three sections as the next three exhibits.
All right. Any objection? All right. Are those part of the Tewksbury records are already in?
Yes.
Okay, those may be admitted.
Thank you all for being here. We hit 18K today. If you want to help us get to 18.1, hit the sub if you haven't yet. We're only 48 subs away from hitting 18.1. Thank you all for the love and support. Appreciate you all very much. I think
Doctor, you mentioned
I think they do,
that
Anna
when you
Marie.
interviewed Ms. Clancy, you spoke to some nurses who told you she had been crying every day, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that in the Tewksbury records, in the one-to-one notes of people who watched her every minute of every day, there's no record of her crying every day?
Well, when I saw her at 4 months, I'm not sure, was she already, how long had she been at Tewksbury? Well, I'm not aware of that note, but my recollection is that she was observed crying.
But there's no record of her crying at Tewksbury every day, correct?
I have no knowledge of it.
And you mentioned that during the interview, not getting into anything that she said, but her affect, her expressions, her emotions, you said that they were flat and blunted, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the portions of the video where she smiled and laughed?
Are you talking about the video of my interview?
What was that?
Are you talking about the videotape of my interview with her?
Yes. Yes, at the end of the video, do you recall her smiling and laughing?
So does that open up the video?
This is affect and behavior.
That's an issue we could talk about over here. and probably something best raised on cross.
Okay.
I mean, on redirect, I'm sorry.
Right, Miss
I'm
Cosmo?
just getting into her affective behavior, doctor.
Yes. Yeah, that's not inconsistent with her affect throughout the interview, especially, for example, in talking about
Well, not getting into
how
what she
delighted
talked
she
about,
was with
doctor. I'm not asking anything about what she talked about, just her expressions and her affect. Now, you mentioned that the Commonwealth experts saw Miss Clancy 3 years after you examined her, correct?
I said it was 3 years after the crime.
Okay. And you're aware that the Commonwealth was not permitted to interview Miss Clancy until after defense had filed a notice of their defense and we'd been given permission by the court to have our experts interview her, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that did not occur until approximately 2.5 years after the incident, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that postpartum psychosis doesn't typically happen 8 months after a child's born, correct?
Yes.
In fact, typically it's within 4 weeks of a child being born, correct?
Most often, yes.
And you mentioned that her postpartum, Miss Clancy's postpartum symptoms began within that 3-month time frame of postpartum. Do symptoms have to occur within that 3-month period to be postpartum?
Well, there's a wide range of definitions of postpartum. Some scholars in the area make it the whole first year, others 3 months, others 4 weeks.
And in fact, her seeking help from a psychiatrist happened in September, which would have been 4 months after she gave birth, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that Ms. Clancy was able to hide her symptoms of depression from her friends, that she was open with some people, but she was able to hide those symptoms from friends and other people she interacted with, correct?
Yes, hide the depth of her depression.
And so she was able to control and conform her behavior to situations in which she did not want to show people how she was feeling, correct?
Sure, very common.
Now, you wrote in your report on page 24 that Ms. Clancy had paranoid beliefs that her children would be taken away from her if anyone knew what she was going through, correct?
Yes.
But that's actually a rational belief, is it not? That if someone knows you want to harm your children, they might be taken away?
It can be rational, but it was more, it approached irrational in her case rather than rational.
I have nothing further.
Your redirect? Bless you.
No, thank you, doctor.
All right, so if we could turn off that. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
All right. Reagan.
Your Honor, Lindsay Clancy rests the case.
All right. So, members of the jury, the defense has now rested its case. All right. So I'm going to talk to counsel for a minute or so over here, and we're about to go into the next phase of this case, which would be the the Commonwealth has offered and given the opportunity to offer rebuttal witnesses on certain issues. And so I'm going to talk to counsel first, and I'll inquire of the Commonwealth if they wish to offer these rebuttal witnesses. Okay, so counsel, can I see it sidebar?
All righty. So in the meantime, thank you all for the love today. We are only 41 subs away from hitting 18.1K. We got a poll up, StreamYard poll. Let us know, day 18, community verdict check. I want to know as of right now, after this last testimony, will Lindsay Clancy be found, and what do you think it's going to be? Type 1 in chat for criminally responsible. Type 2 in chat for guilt by insanity. Type 3 in chat for innocent. Type 4 in chat for undecided. Damn, the defense finally has rested. Let's go ahead and put that little banner up there waiting for court to resume. So thank you for the love today, everybody. We hit the goal of 18K. We're almost about to hit 18.1. That's amazing. Thank you all so much. Let us know what your vote is. And I see StreamYard is not updating it right
offer
away.
any rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If you call your
there we go.
Next witness, please.
Commonwealth would call Dr. Avram Mack.
Thank you again for being here today. Appreciate you very much. I'll keep updating the poll here since it doesn't want an auto update. But we're going to leave it up there. Let us know. As of today, we're going to be doing this the next few days until verdict watch. We're going to be getting your opinion each day. So each day you'll be able to have a vote.
All right, good morning, doctor.
Morning.
All right. I just ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Avram Mack.
And would you spell your name for the record, please?
Avram is spelled A, V like Victor, R like Robert, A like Apple, M like Mary.
And I'm just going to ask you to speak in a loud, clear voice. And if you need to kind of push closer to the microphone, that might help.
I will.
Thank you. What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And how long have you been a psychiatrist?
After training, I've been a psychiatrist for 22 years now.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I went to the University of Michigan College, Cornell University for medical school. I was here at the Brigham for residency in psychiatry. And then that was followed by a fellowship in child psychiatry at Columbia University and a one-year fellowship in forensic psychiatry at New York University.
And what do you do now? What's your area of practice now?
I'm a psychiatrist. For all these 22 years, I've been serving in a lot of different roles. Currently, I'm a professor of psychiatry at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia, and I see patients at a child hospital called Nemours.
And so you, in your current practice, have a clinical practice, and you also do forensic psychiatry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any board certifications?
I do.
And what are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, and also forensic psychiatry. I had been board certified in addiction medicine by the American Board of Addiction Medicine, but they closed. So I don't know if I can still say that I'm board certified by them.
Okay. And to what extent are you engaged in the forensic psychiatry? What areas of forensic psychiatry do you have you testified in?
I've provided testimony in perhaps almost every area of forensic psychiatry, ranging from testamentary capacity of adults who engage in contracts or appropriateness for adoption, or whether or not a person is competent or if a person is criminally responsible.
Now, in what areas of the country have you testified on those topics?
Around the country. I'm not sure how many states I've testified in, but I've been engaged in reviews or investigations of cases in, I think, more than half the states.
And what does it mean to conduct a forensic evaluation in psychiatry?
Well, it can mean a lot of different things depending on the question that's being asked by a court or other authority. Sometimes there are statutes that you as the forensic psychiatrist need to try to answer a particular question that a statute requires. Or sometimes it is a matter of giving an opinion, say in a civil case, where it's your understanding of, say, the degree of harm that the person has experienced. Sometimes great, sometimes not so great.
And you, in your experience, have testified as a forensic psychiatrist in both civil and criminal matters, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware of a difference between forensic psychiatry versus forensic psychology?
There are differences, aside from the fact that they're different professions, but they both cover mental health. There are different rules that apply to forensic psychologists in their carrying out their roles as psychologists.
Now, when you mentioned that you have done some work and testified in matters regarding criminal responsibility, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that different states have slightly different statutes when it comes to criminal responsibility.
Yes.
And so in this case, you were asked to review the matter of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to do that, did you review the statutes here in Massachusetts regarding criminal responsibility?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us how it came that you were involved in this case?
I was asked by the prosecutor's office to be involved as a psychiatrist reviewing the matter.
And when you're asked or you're retained by either side in a case, a defense or a prosecution, what is the goal of the evaluation? Are you just trying to advocate for the side who hired you, or are you conducting an independent evaluation of the evidence?
No overall.
You can answer.
Well, to answer your question, certainly the goal is to provide an independent evaluation, or one would also add to provide clarity and to say what can be said. In criminal matters, sometimes it's a very certain question that it's either a yes or a no. In other matters, it's not always necessarily a strict yes or a no.
Now, in criminal matters where you were asked to conduct these independent evaluations, how do you approach it? What kind of information do you seek, or would you prefer to have in order to conduct the evaluation?
Well, generally one starts with the statute and then tries to gather or review what information exists to understand the mental state of the person, if that's pertaining to the particular statutory question, and to understand the mental history and the mental state of the individual, and to see if that can be applied to the questions at hand.
And so what types of records are you generally looking at when conducting a forensic evaluation for something like criminal responsibility?
Well, one would certainly want to review psychiatric records if they exist. Ideally also to have examined the individual and to gather information, not only historical information from the individual, but to do, in that sense, an examination in real time. And that provides you the information, what we call a mental status examination. Other records are also important: medical records, educational records, and other records that describe the individual.
And when we're talking about a criminal case, fair to say you review the entire criminal file too, right?
Yes.
And when you're doing these evaluations and creating a database of this particular information, are there any limitations to your opinion or evaluation?
I'm not sure how you mean that.
Well, when you have these evaluations that you're conducting, namely for criminal responsibility, do those evaluations, are they limited based on the information that you have? Meaning, if you don't have everything at the time you do your evaluation, is there kind of a caveat to your opinion?
Well, when I write an opinion or state an opinion, it is based on the totality of the information that I have. If additional information comes along, I am open to receiving that and integrating that into my understanding of the totality.
Now, when you interview the individual in these evaluations, the purpose of the interview or purpose of your contact with them is not to provide treatment, correct?
Correct.
And the opinion that you reach ultimately is based on the defendant's mental state, correct?
To the extent that impacts the question, yes.
Okay. Well, when we're talking about criminal responsibility, you'd agree that's the kind of the central issue, is the person's mental state at the time of the alleged offense, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in Massachusetts here, with the question of criminal responsibility, are you aware of what the standard is?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it uses particular language based on the common concept throughout the country called the McNaughton standard. And I could read to you the specifics of the language, but effectively it refers to two pieces. Well, actually starts with three. One is, did the person have a mental disorder at the time of the event? And then secondly, the two prongs speak to specifics about the mental state at the time. One being, and I would want to refer to the actual statute.
Well, if we can, maybe we break that down for the jury.
Yeah.
So the first part of this for criminal responsibility is the question of, does the person suffer from a mental disease or defect, correct?
Correct.
Objection to the leading. Let's see if he knows.
Yeah, if you just ask him.
I can rephrase
He's aware, and if you want to refresh his memory, you can.
Well, you've already testified the first part of the analysis, and I think you used the terminology mental disorder.
Yes,
right?
I did.
And you're aware that a mental disorder is a clinical term.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I apologize. What was that?
A mental disorder is a clinical term. The terminology mental disease or defect, are you aware that's a legal term?
Okay.
Okay. Well, so when you were conducting evaluations for criminal responsibility.
Is that an answer?
Yes.
Said,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Yes.
Yeah, all right.
When you're conducting an evaluation for criminal responsibility and you're trying to determine whether a person suffers from a mental disease or defect, do you look to mental disorders to see if that meets criteria?
I would evaluate if the person has ever had a psychiatric or a mental disorder.
And what kinds of tools do you have available to you to do that?
Well, there are two tools. One is gathering of historical information, and the other is the information you gather from actually seeing the person face to face.
And as a psychiatrist, that's something you do in your clinical practice all the time, right?
Correct.
Because one of the main things you're going to do is look to try to diagnose an individual.
Correct.
And so how do you go about determining that if a person has a mental disorder?
In psychiatry, we make diagnoses in a descriptive manner. We look to see ways in which the individual has symptoms or signs of mental disorders or mental defects or psychiatric disorders. So in particular, one will start with trying to gather as much information as possible about what are the things that bother the individual. That may be their mood, that might be things that they get anxious about, that may be abnormal movements that they make. And that will also be aligned with understanding their medical condition, any medications that they take, any substances that they use. There's an array of information, sets of information that one gathers in that portion where you ask questions, but effectively you're asking questions about symptoms. And one is trying to understand not just symptoms, but the degree of impairment that symptoms might be causing an individual.
And do you work with any sort of tools that help you identify particular characteristics of symptoms associated with disorders in your field?
Well, at times, individuals use scales or tests, which can be psychological tests or scales that ask particular questions. Or other times you might use tests that are biological tests, like the person's brain waves, called an EEG, or laboratory tests.
When you're talking about diagnosing an individual for any particular mental disorder, are there specific criteria for different types of disorders?
Yes, there are.
And is there a source that you use as a psychiatrist in order to identify the criteria for different disorders?
We use a text called the DSM, otherwise known as the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's currently in its 5th edition, or actually a revision was made of its 5th edition. And so that text, which is created and vetted by a large number of professionals, provides criteria for the different disorders. And these are known as operational criteria. In psychiatry, there aren't necessarily gold standards that you can use for diagnosis, like finding a bacterium or finding an anatomical tissue. So for the last 60 years, 70 years, psychiatry has turned to agreed upon definitions that are listed in the DSM.
And you said it's not the end all be all, right, of diagnosing. You use your training and experience as well, but it's a tool that you use.
Well, it is they are the criteria that one uses to make the diagnosis. It is not a guidebook for how to gather that information. It's not a how-to, but it is the standard.
Okay. So now going back to the legal standard here in Massachusetts. So one part is the disorder, right? And you said there's a second part.
Right. So the second part are particular criteria about the person's state at the time of the event. So one of them is they both utilize the verb to have retained, retained substantial capacity to know the act was wrong or against the law. And the other being retain substantial capacity to control or conform one's behaviors to the law.
And so when you're talking about criminal responsibility here in Massachusetts, is it fair to say you're looking at the person's conduct and their condition at the time of the offense?
That's right.
And the information that you're gathering in this overall evaluation, getting history and kind of looking at the person as a whole, is that helpful to understand the person's diagnosis when you're being asked this particular question?
Yes.
But ultimately, you're rendering an opinion of the person at the time of the offense.
That's correct.
So in this particular case, you were provided a series of records and information regarding the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And can you just give us a general overview of the sources of information you had available to you?
Generally speaking, there was the criminal file, as you mentioned before. And then in terms of medical or psychiatric records, there was the records from the hospital that she's at right now, the hospital that she was at right before, called Spalding, the hospital that she was at before that, which was Brigham and Women's. In addition, there was the medical records from outpatient treaters, and there was also the records from her admission to McLean Hospital. So overall, there were outpatient records, there were inpatient records. For the most part, those all correlated with her own care. Additionally, we received the pediatric records for some of the victims in this matter. And as I mentioned before, the criminal file.
Okay. And in addition to the records related to the defendant herself, we also provided some other reports to review.
I was.
By other psychiatrists and psychologists?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that's useful in these evaluations is an interview with the person themselves, right?
Yes.
And did you engage in an interview with the defendant?
I did.
And when did that occur?
I interviewed her on April 10th and April 12th of this year.
And that's of this year in 2026?
Correct.
And what were your observations of her when you first met with her on April 10th? Can you describe her demeanor?
Generally, she was friendly and cooperative.
When you begin an interview with an individual that you're evaluating, do you conduct what's referred to as a mental status exam?
Well, the mental status exam happens all the while that you're interacting with somebody. You're always observing for aspects of their emotions, how they speak, their mood, and so forth. Sometimes there are directed aspects of the mental status examination where you are asking about particular cognitive capacities like executive functioning and attention, concentration. But the gathering of information about the person's mood, for example, or their thought process, that happens throughout the entire portion.
Okay, and so over the course of the time that you met with the defendant, were you able to make observations of, for instance, whether she maintained eye contact with you when speaking?
Right, so she did maintain eye contact.
Okay, what about her emotional state?
So overall, if we go through the various components, like what's called her affect, which is her emotional expression or her mood, generally speaking, there were not many abnormalities in her presentation, and I can go through them. They include the way in which she speaks, that is to say the rapidity of speech, if the speech is made in sort of regular intervals between words. In terms of thought, does the person, and in this case, did Ms. Clancy, make goal-directed ideas? Was there a particular content of the ideas? So generally speaking, for all the components of the mental status examination, there were not really abnormalities. I would say at some points, she seemed distressed by some topics. I believe tearful at one point, but otherwise nothing remarkable on mental status examination.
And in these evaluations, when you're interviewing the individuals, are you also kind of taking account of their physical presentation?
Yes.
And obviously, when you met with her in April of 2026, you were able to observe her physical condition, right?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her physical condition?
Well, she's utilizing a wheelchair. Generally speaking, there were not necessarily abnormal movements that I observed. She seemed comfortable physically.
Did you find that she was able to kind of navigate her situation herself? Meaning you were in a room with her with other individuals, right?
Yes.
And she was able to kind of take care of her own.
I'm going to object leading at this point, just as they object.
Sustained. If you just ask the observations.
What did you observe her do as far as moving herself around the room? Was she able to do that?
Yes, at the moments when there were transitions, when we took a break and she went out to the hall, she was able to navigate her wheelchair one place or another.
And when you spoke with her on April 10th and April 12th, were you able to kind of have a conversation with her about her level of functioning at the Tewksbury?
Yes.
And did she tell you anything about what her general day looked like?
She described her general day. She described basically her existence there at Tewksbury.
Okay. And did she indicate to you whether she engaged with other patients, or did she spend her day mostly in bed, or what did she say about that?
Mostly she described she stays in bed or on her own. I don't think she described interacting with patients very much. There were a couple of ways in which she did interact with staff, at least. There was a therapist that she described working with. She did describe having had a physical therapist at a certain point. I'm not sure if I remember if she still was getting physical therapy. She stated she wasn't very interested in the physical therapy that she was getting there. She wasn't interested in the food there. She described having visitors at a not infrequent basis, and that sometimes she was able to eat food or drinks that were brought in by them.
And who were her visitors, if you recall?
Family members mostly, as well as I believe both, and I'm not sure if they were specifically from the Brigham or Mass General, but or any place in particular, but I believe religious figures, chaplain or priest from some organizations.
And her having told you that she kind of has visitors, were you able to corroborate that in reviewing records?
Thank you, Denver Gaiman, for the 10 jewels
And were you able
gold
to
coin.
corroborate,
Thank
or
you so
were you
much
able
for the
to identify
contribution.
in the records that she did interact with staff and patients at the hospital, according to the records?
To some degree, yes.
And you said that she had indicated to you that the food wasn't appealing at the hospital. And did you have the chance to observe her consuming her own snacks or beverages?
Beverages, yes.
Now, did she indicate to you her level of attention to hygiene and grooming while at Tewksbury?
She did. She described that she wasn't very interested in her own hygiene or grooming.
And were you able to later in the conversation speak with her about her ability to take care of her own daily activities like grooming? For instance, showering. Was she able to do that on her own?
Showering is embarrassing. It requires staff to help her. And that's one way in which she would rather not. It may also be that she described a lack of interest. So it's both components.
When you observed her, did she appear to be disheveled or not properly groomed in your meetings on April 10th and 12th?
No, she appeared groomed sufficiently, and I believe her hair was combed and she was wearing neat clothing.
Now, did she describe to you her thoughts or feelings about her current situation?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
Well, she described feeling depressed, which she termed situational depression. She described feeling, I'm not sure the exact term she used, but feeling miserable, not wanting to be alive.
And
please. If he's finished, that's fine, but don't cut him off.
I'm sorry, doctor, were you done?
Yes.
Thank you. So when you were meeting with her, do you recall her indicating that she reported being devastated?
Yes.
That she was devastated and grieving by her current situation?
Yes.
When you met with her at the Tewksbury Hospital, did you go over with her what her current treatment regimen is, what current medication she was on?
I did.
Was she able to tell you what medication she was taking?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that with the records, that that was an accurate report?
Yes.
So what medications, when you met with her in April 2026, was she currently on?
Well, in terms of psychiatric medications, the main medication of note is olanzapine. I believe that there were several medications being used for her physical needs. One that helps with her bladder, one that helps with movement of the GI system.
Well, let's just kind of focus on the psychiatric medications, right? Because that's of your interest here. You mentioned olanzapine. What's the common or the brand name for that?
It's called Zyprexa.
And what is it used to treat?
Originally, it was created to be an antipsychotic medication, so to treat psychosis.
Okay. And are you aware that it's prescribed to Ms. Clancy for bipolar?
Yes, it is also used for mania. It is also sometimes used.
The question was bipolar.
Yeah, the question, if you could just listen to the question, and then if the Commonwealth or the other side wants to add to the answer, they'll ask you, okay? Go ahead.
So I think my question was, are you aware that the Zyprexa is prescribed for bipolar?
So bipolar is a disorder. Yes, bipolar is a disorder of mania, which is, I'm sorry, why I was mentioning at that point.
And what was the dosage of Zyprexa that she was on, if you recall?
I believe it was 2.5 milligrams.
And in your experience, is that a significant dosage?
No, it's a small dose.
Are you aware of any other psychiatric medications that she's prescribed at Tewksbury?
I believe she's also taking trazodone.
Okay. How about Wellbutrin? Is that ring a bell?
Yes. Wellbutrin is an antidepressant medication.
Okay. And clonidine, does that sound familiar?
Yes, clonidine is a medication that's sometimes used for anxiety or to help people go to sleep.
And are you familiar with the propranolol?
Propranolol is also a medication. It also is sometimes used to help with anxiety.
And as far as the dosage of medication that she's on, based on your review of the records, are those high doses, low doses?
Overall, they're on the lower side of dosages.
And you indicated
Please hit
briefly
the
in your
like,
testimony
subscribe if
that
you haven't
she had
yet.
reported to you that she believes to have situational depression.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with her about the diagnosis from Tewksbury?
There were times that if you're asking about bipolar disorder, at one point she made the statement that she wasn't convinced that she has bipolar or has had bipolar disorder. She described situational depression in terms of feeling depressed about the several stressors that she experiences today.
And what are those stressors?
Well, the remorse and sadness about the events that this case is about, her separation or estrangement from her then husband, her being separated from the world, her physical injury.
Do you recall her actually using the term remorse, or is that just your description of the conversation you had?
That's my summarization right here.
Okay. Now, when you were meeting with her, did you talk to her about past medication regimens that she had been on prior to the current regimen of the Zyprexa and Wellbutrin?
Yes.
And so are you aware that she had previously been prescribed at some point lithium?
Yes.
And is that something that would be important to you to know when you were conducting your own evaluation for diagnosis of whether somebody was on lithium?
It might help, but in psychiatry, we don't make diagnoses based on medication response.
And when it came to the report of the lithium, fair to say it was not something that was trialed for a very long period of time.
Yes, and let me correct that. It's not that we don't make diagnoses. We don't categorize or define disorders by medication response. I heard the description of the trial of lithium. That was a short trial.
And about her physical injuries, did you have a conversation with her about her understanding of her physical injuries?
Yes.
Do you recall whether she reported that she had any head injuries after January 24th?
She denied that she had had a head injury.
And was she familiar with the extent of her spinal injury?
Yes.
Meaning she was able to explain to you where the injuries occurred? And
that's correct.
Were you able to review in your interview with her past psychiatric history?
Yes.
And did she have a significant past psychiatric history?
Prior to the year 2022, she had not. She had been, over time, very hard driving, someone who tended to get anxious, and anxiety sometimes pushed her to achieve or to do things. There had been two short periods of depression or anxiety throughout her lifetime. In one, she had been prescribed antidepressant medication around 2 years before 2022, which she had not actually taken. She had tended to resolve her anxiety or depression through exercise and hard work.
And when you say the two short periods, are you speaking of periods after childbirth?
One was while she was in nursing school, and the other was after the birth of her second child.
So you were able to have the conversation with her about nursing school and going on medications during that experience, right?
Yes.
And as far as the second episode where she described anxiousness and seeking medication, did she indicate to you whether she actually took medication?
No,
after
she
the
had,
birth?
sorry.
After the birth of her second child?
She had been prescribed it, but she hadn't taken it.
Now, based on your review of records and your interview with her, were you able to identify and learn some general information about her family history?
Yes.
Did she report anyone in her family suffering from any other mental illness in the past?
No.
So no history of bipolar disorder or prior depression?
Correct. No such history.
Did you also review with her her work history?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about whether there were any adverse events in her past that affected her?
That is something I asked about. And also I was able to look at her records to try to elicit if there were any particular adverse events in her life.
Did you find any?
No.
Evidence of any? And you said that prior to 2022, there hadn't been, or there was minimal psychiatric history. Did you look at and talk to her about the period of 2022 from approximately September leading up to the events of January 24th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
So as far as going through that time period, you were able to review her medication history during that time?
Yes.
And fair to say there was a significant amount of medications that you looked at as far as what she was taking and what it was prescribed for?
Correct.
Did anything stand out to you in the timeline of her medication history that was significant in this case?
Well, she was initially prescribed medication in September of 2022. She didn't actually start taking that medication, sertraline, until October. There were several different medications that were prescribed. It is not clear that she actually took every medication that was ever prescribed or that she necessarily took it more than 1 or 2 times. There was a period of trial on a second antidepressant called Prozac. There were various medications used to help her to sleep. And then there was a several week period of taking a medication called Seroquel or quetiapine.
Are you familiar with that medication in your practice?
I am.
And is it fair to say that that medication has multiple functions, like most psychiatric medications? When you reviewed her history, what was the initial dose that she was prescribed for it?
Just 25 milligrams.
And what is a 25 milligram dose of Seroquel? What is that generally prescribed for?
Well, it's often prescribed these days to help individuals to sleep. But Seroquel is also, like Zyprexa, a antipsychotic medication. It can be used to help people to sleep. It can be used to help psychosis. It can be used to help the treatment of depression.
And as far as your review of the medication timeline for this defendant with the Seroquel, would the amount of time that she took the Seroquel have had any lasting effects biologically on her brain or her body?
There's no known effect that one would have from the amount of time that she took it. There could have been temporary effects, which could have been affecting her functioning or her psychological reaction to her functioning. But there's no known biological long-term effect.
So when you say that they could have some effect, are we talking about symptoms or negative symptoms maybe?
So Seroquel might affect a person's ability to think straight. We talked earlier about cognition, the ability to pay attention, to concentrate, to have memory. And Seroquel can negatively affect your cognitive functioning although it is expected that that will eventually go away when you stop taking the medication.
And is Seroquel a type of medication that lingers in a person's system?
Not substantially. There are some medications that do linger, like diazepam or Valium, which is another medication that she was later prescribed. All medications are, on a relative basis. So diazepam will stay in your body much longer than, say, lorazepam, a different benzodiazepine.
Okay, but as far as the Seroquel goes, once a person stops taking it, is it fair to say that the symptoms or any negative symptoms that they have would eventually resolve themselves?
Yes.
And you're aware of the medications, the last reported medications that the defendant was on right before the events of January 24th?
I am.
And what were those?
Melatonin, lorazepam, trazodone, and an antidepressant medication called amitriptyline.
And as far as the amitriptyline, you're aware of what the dosage was?
Well, on the day before January 24th, it became 20 milligrams, but for several days before that, it was 10 milligrams.
Now, in your experience, a 10 milligram to 20 milligram dose of amitriptyline, is that a significant dosage?
It's small. The usual starting dose for an adult is 150 milligrams.
Are you aware of what the chief complaints or problems that the defendant had been reporting at the time when these medications were all being prescribed to her in 2022?
Well, it's a several month period, but it started in September of 2022 with complaints of anxiety and depression.
And fair to say, in reviewing all the records and with your conversation, that sleep also was a main issue or a complaint.
Yes, that's right.
And in some of the medications that you reviewed, is sleep, could the medications themselves affect a person's sleep?
Yes, certainly can.
Now, as far as past diagnosis of this defendant, you were able to review overall and all the records that were available to you what different providers had given as far as past diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
And as far as your overall evaluation in determining criminal responsibility, where you have to answer first that question of mental disease or defect, do you rely on those prior diagnoses or do you come to your own conclusions?
I come to my own conclusions.
Are the fact that there were past diagnoses something that you consider?
Yes, especially to the extent that they highlighted the basis for those prior diagnoses. I don't necessarily have to agree with the diagnoses, but I'm interested in what was observed in terms of coming to those diagnoses.
And when you're doing these types of evaluations for criminal responsibility, why do you not rely on a past diagnosis? Why do you come to your own conclusion?
Well, that's part of being an independent evaluator, where in your mind, you're able to collate the information and make your own diagnosis.
As far as kind of before we move on to your actual diagnosis, in addition to the interview that you had with the defendant over those 2 days, reviewing all the records, did you attempt to speak with what are called collaterals?
I did not.
Is that something that you sometimes do in these evaluations?
Sometimes.
Fair to say in this particular case, you did have a significant amount of information from people that were close to the defendant, right?
That was my view, yes.
And after speaking with the defendant, did she identify to you some people that maybe you could talk to?
I don't remember who she said, but I think she suggested perhaps her husband or then husband.
But you yourself didn't have an interview with Patrick Clancy, did you?
No.
But you were able to review his grand jury testimony and interviews he's given with the police in the past, right?
Yes, I did. And CPS.
And as far as speaking with the defendant's parents or her sister, are you aware that attempts were made or requests were made to speak with them, but they didn't respond?
I wasn't aware of that. I was not.
So based on everything that you reviewed in this case, were you able to come to a conclusion about diagnosis?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you conducted this evaluation, what is your opinion about diagnosis?
My opinion about her diagnosis in the span from 2022 to 2023 is that she suffered from what's called a major depressive episode. That probably is a part of what's called a major depressive disorder. But the important point about it is the major depressive episode.
What made you come to that conclusion based on her presentations?
The information about her feelings and the progression of her illness highlighted that it was best represented by a major depressive episode. It's a condition defined in DSM-5 where an individual displays problems with mood, problems with feeling pleasure, feelings of guilt or worthlessness, problems with appetite, problems with sleep, preoccupation with death or suicide, poor concentration, poor energy, perhaps also what's called psychomotor agitation or retardation. So one doesn't necessarily need to show all of those, but as it is in the DSM criteria sets, one needs to have a certain threshold. And her history and her description of her experience, in my view, matched a major depressive episode.
Okay. And you indicated that it was kind of a progressive thing from the fall into January of 2023, right?
Yes.
And in addition to the low mood, were you able to identify that she presented with anxiety at various points?
Yes, very much.
And did you also make observations of obsessive thinking?
Yes, obsessive thinking is a kind of anxiety where you repeatedly think about a topic, maybe that you're asking, what if, what if, what if? And it's the kind of form of anxiety that you frequently see in an anxiety disorder called generalized anxiety disorder. I think it's possible she also had generalized anxiety disorder, but that is sort of secondary to the major depressive episode.
Okay. Now, in the time closest to January 24th of 2023, did you take a look at what her presentation or what her mental state was then, based on all the information that you had available to you?
Yes, I did.
Did you identify whether she was ever presenting in a manic state or a hypomanic state?
Throughout the period from 2022 to 2023, no. There was never indication of any element of mania or hypomania.
So just to kind of make it kind of clear to the jury here, when you talk about major depressive disorder, that's a identified disorder in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And when we use terminology like mania, right, what is mania?
So mania is a mood state, just like major depressive episode is a mood state. And these are the sort of building blocks of the mood disorders, bipolar disorders and major depressive disorder. So just like major depressive episode, mania is defined in the DSM, where with a certain time threshold, in this case for mania, 7 days, where you consistently have at least 4 of the following symptoms, you would be called being in a manic state. So that includes distractibility, a type of thinking called flight of ideas, grandiosity, excessive goal-directed behavior, pressured speech or some abnormality of speech, a reduced degree of need for sleep, and also the 7th would be an engagement in activities that have a high potential that are pleasurable but have a high potential for painful consequences. So mania requires 7 days of that, most of the day, every day, and you need 4 over 7 days. Hypomania is a lesser type of mania, and you need only 3 over a 4-day period. In both cases, as it is for major depressive episode, you also need to demonstrate that the person is impaired in a clinically significant way. That is to say, they have clinically significant impairment or distress. So these are the building blocks for the mood conditions that we're talking about.
And so when you say you looked at the defendant's condition from September through January, September 2022 through January 2023, did you observe or did you find any evidence of mania or hypomania in what was reported was her conduct or her presentation?
I could not find any example of behavior or thinking that corresponded with those elements of mania or hypomania.
Now, what about in the days immediately after the incident, were there, you said you reviewed records from Brigham and Women's Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Did you identify or could you find any evidence of mania or hypomania during that time period?
No.
And in fact, there are actually some instances that would tell you that she was in those states, correct? Like her behavior?
Yes, sustained.
During the time period of immediately after the incident, what did you observe or did you observe in the records some activity at Brigham and Women's Hospital that would show that she had linear thinking and goal direction?
Well, after she was removed from the medication called dexmedetomidine, which was sedating her and having her sleep intentionally. After that point, she awakened, the records indicate, and was able to think coherently with goal-directed thoughts. One example, and so the various mental status examinations done by the doctors at the Brigham generally showed normal mental status. One particular portion of the record reviews their review of whether or not she had the ability to make a decision. In that case, a change to her healthcare proxy. And so the physicians there were able to examine her closely in order to understand that she did have decision-making capacity.
And that's an example of something you reviewed in the record that was close in time to the incident itself, correct?
Yes.
And you also were able to review records from Jennifer Tufts from an appointment with the defendant the day before the incident occurred, correct?
I did.
And again, in those records, did you find anything that would have been suggestive of mania or hypomania?
Not of mania or hypomania, no.
What about psychosis? Did you observe any of that?
I did not throughout the period in question.
So tell us what psychosis means.
Psychosis is a form of thinking where the person has disorganization and also may have a lack of what is called reality testing. So the individual may not be able to engage in behaviors or activities or cognitive thoughts to check if a belief or an experience is real or not.
So is there any particular way in which a person can display psychosis?
Psychosis can be displayed in many different ways. It can be based on the things a person says. For example, delusions are fixed, false beliefs that the individual has, and that they exist despite the person being told that that's not true or testing it with others. You also can at least suspect psychosis in the form of hallucinations, which are unreal stimuli that an individual experiences. Sometimes you may see individuals actually moving their body to respond to stimuli that they think or they are experiencing in the environment. But hallucinations can also be taste, smell, or things that you hear or things that you see or feel on your body. And there is a kind of psychosis that includes some of that, but also simply includes an individual's lack of ability to act in an organized manner.
So a person in psychosis can sometimes do the normal things that they always do. right?
It depends on what kind of psychosis and how bad the psychosis is or to what extent it is occurring. But individuals with, say, delusional disorder, which is a disorder where your problem is you have a delusion that is affecting your life, those individuals can mostly go about their lives in other areas, at least other areas that don't have to do with that particular false belief.
What about with hallucinations? How does that manifest itself?
There is a subgroup of the population that actually experiences hallucinations frequently and has no negative effect from it. But for those who have hallucinations as a part of a disorder of psychosis or bipolar or mood, there are ways in which the individual can live with the psychosis or live with the hallucination and be able to be resilient to it and go ahead with their lives.
So even if a person does have some form of psychosis or has delusions or hallucinations, they could still manage in society by following the rules, right?
Like I said, it depends on which delusion or which hallucination, but there are individuals, and it may be who can, and there may also be people who can on a stable basis, but there also are individuals.
Next question.
As far as a person who might be suffering from psychosis, can they appreciate or do they know right from wrong?
There's no reason that psychosis in of itself inhibits a person's ability to know right from wrong.
Now, as far as in this case with this particular defendant, you have identified that you believe it's a major depressive disorder, right?
Yes.
Did you consider other diagnoses?
Yes.
What about bipolar? Did you consider bipolar?
I weighed whether there might have been bipolar disorder.
And so why not for this defendant?
Well, to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, you need to have had a manic episode. That's at least for bipolar type 1. For bipolar type 2, you need to have had a hypomanic episode. And there's no information in the available record that displays either of those. So you can't diagnose bipolar disorder.
Did you consider the fact that this defendant or that there's been some indication of postpartum for the defendant?
Yes.
And did that affect your opinions about diagnosis?
As I said before, in psychiatry, we diagnose based on the symptoms that the individual presents with. So in the DSM, in our manner of diagnosing, when you have discerned what is the prominent symptom that the individual is suffering from, that becomes the disorder that carries your diagnosis. There are times that you can designate that it has occurred in the postpartum period. DSM states that would be within 4 weeks of birth. It also allows for the symptoms to have occurred before birth. So that is the standard that we utilize when we choose to add on that designation of something being postpartum.
I object. It doesn't matter what we do, it's what he does.
All right, next question.
So as far as consideration of postpartum, do you rely on the DSM-5 in your diagnostic criteria?
I do.
You're aware that there are other, that it's not universal across the world and that there are other opinions about the postpartum period, right?
I'm aware that there are psychiatrists and others who have asked to make a specific diagnosis that relates to psychiatric problems in the postpartum state. That has been studied over the years. At this point, that has been suggested to the makers of the DSM and has been rejected.
But it's, so I guess my question is more based on your overall view of or review of this particular defendant. The onset of symptoms when did they occur in this postpartum period, or did they?
The distress that we're talking about began in September, which is about 4 months after the birth of the most recent child.
And so if you're relying on the DSM as 4 weeks postpartum for a lot of these illnesses, mental illnesses, then the defendant was well outside that period, right?
Correct.
And as far as for the last child, when the killings occurred, that would have been 8 months after the postpartum period, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Now, in this case, you are aware of certain behaviors and thoughts that the defendant had that have been suggested as psychotic, correct?
Yes.
And did you consider those as potential psychotic features for this defendant?
Yes.
And so can you explain to us some of those potential features and what your opinion is about them?
Right. Well, some of them were beliefs or concerns that Ms. Clancy had, which weren't necessarily psychotic. So one was the idea that in the midst of her distress and her impairment, that Child Protective Services or the Child Welfare Agency would act on, somehow take away her kids, to speak in a global way, but to somehow interact with her. I don't know that that's psychotic. Another is the idea that she was damaged permanently by the medications that she took. I can appreciate that she felt side effects and a degree of change from the medications that she took. So I don't know that that feeling or that belief is necessarily psychotic. So those are two that I would mention right off the bat.
What about the idea that somebody could hear her thoughts? Did you look into that?
There was one episode where she wasn't sure and asked her mother, I believe, the question, "Can you hear my thoughts?" And was told no. And so while there is a form of psychosis called thought broadcasting, that wasn't her belief. That wasn't her belief that she was engaging in thought broadcasting where she was putting her thoughts out into the world. As I read it, the question was not psychotic. The question was one that reflected the distress and the intrusive thoughts that she was having without it necessarily being psychotic. She engaged in reality testing when she asked, "Did you hear that?"
And you had the conversation with her about thought broadcasting in your interview, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to ask some follow-up questions of her directly to identify whether she was or wasn't doing that.
Yes.
And based on your conversation with her and what you learned in that interview, did you believe that she was engaged in thought broadcasting?
No, I do not.
You're aware that there were also concerns that were voiced by her that there was other things wrong with her body, not just damage from medication, right?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you consider that to determine whether that was a psychotic feature for this defendant?
Yes. So an example was her worry that she had ketoacidosis. I didn't necessarily think that that was psychotic. It may have been wrong, but it wasn't necessarily psychotic. She had been given a medication, Seroquel, where one of the side effects is that it negatively interferes with your glucose system. And ketoacidosis is the worst case scenario when you have glucose, poor control of your glucose. So I don't know that she had a fixed false belief that she had ketoacidosis, but she was worried about having ketoacidosis.
So when you say that you considered these things and you didn't believe them to be psychotic, are you talking about them in the realm of, were they delusional? Were they fixed false beliefs or something else?
Right. So I use that term specifically, as I said before, a delusion, which is a form of psychosis, is a fixed false belief, which is really immutable. You can't be convinced otherwise. But these were not fixed false beliefs. These were concerns.
And did you find that the concerns were rational based on your overall view of everything?
Right. Not only were they concerns, but they aligned with the realities that she had experienced.
Now, what about the idea of these intrusive thoughts? You reviewed the records to know that was a common report of her, that she had intrusive thoughts, correct?
Yes.
And that at various points she did identify that she did want to die.
Yes.
Is being suicidal a form of psychosis?
No.
What, if anything, does the idea of suicide tell you about this defendant or about her situation?
Well, it tells me that she was suffering, and that it was a part of, in my view, it was a part of a major depressive episode. 10 to 15% of women in the postpartum period have depressive disorders, and it can be very serious, and it can lead to suicidality or the need for hospitalization or other interventions. So the records show in my interviews that I gathered information that she was suffering, and suicidality is a form of suffering.
Now, when you talk about suicidality, does it have to make sense why the person is suicidal?
No, suicidality occurs, but it doesn't always make sense. Sometimes there might be places where one might say, well, why was that person suicidal? They had only good things in life, speaking hypothetically. But especially when an individual has depression, it just occurs.
Now, when you're talking about people that have suicidal ideation, are there certain things known as protective factors?
Yes.
And did you identify in your review of this case in the records whether the defendant presented with any protective factors when it comes to suicidality?
Well,
please
are you asking,
like, subscribe if you have.
Ms. Clancy identify protective factors?
Yeah, at some point, is it fair to say she did identify protective factors?
She did.
And what were the protective factors?
Mainly her mother and her children. That is to say, she wanted to, her urges or interest in suiciding was something that she chose not to do because of the worry that she would hurt them by suiciding.
And your review of the records from McLean Hospital, fair to say that one of the reasons for discharge was that she herself identified that she wouldn't have commit the act because of her kids.
That was one of the factors. When I make decisions to allow somebody to be discharged, it's an overall weighing of risk factors and protective factors.
All right, Council, it's 1 o'clock. Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this point, okay? All right, thank you, John. So, Mr. Drew, we're going to take the afternoon recess. As I always tell you, no research, writing, talking about this matter.
Don't talk about it, don't
we'll
think
have you back
about
here
it.
Approximately 2 o'clock, okay?
Don't talk about it, don't think about it. I love it. We do have a poll open. Day 18 community verdict check. Will Lindsay Clancy be found? Type 1 in chat for criminally responsible. Type 2 in chat for guilt by insanity. Type 3 in chat for innocent. Type 4 in chat for undecided. Make sure your voice is heard. We got a special video lined up for this lunch
Council,
break.
any need to discuss anything before the break?
No, thank you.
No.
All right, so we'll be in recess till approximately 2 o'clock.
All righty. We have a special video for you guys for the lunch break hour. And thank God, because I need a little snack too. Make sure you get a little snack yourself. Get up, walk around for a minute, and make sure that circulation is moving just good. We're going to check out this video from East Idaho News. It is regarding the civil lawsuit. I saw some of you guys type some stuff in chat earlier about it. And so make sure you're sticking around for this break. As soon as they come back live, we will take you back right away. Also, don't forget to vote for that poll. I'll put the results up there once I get my mug off the screen. So you'll have the live results as we go through this lunch break hour. And we are only 20 subs away from hitting 18.1K. Make sure to help us out. Hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. And thank you for being here, for all the love and support as well. Now we are going to switch to the video that we have lined up for this lunch hour. The civil lawsuit, a closer look at the civil lawsuit filed by Patrick and Lindsay Clancy against the healthcare providers. Thank you all for being here. I need some new coffee too. Make sure you get a fresh cup for yourself.
Hello, I'm Nate Eaton with EastIdahoNews.com and Courtroom Insider. Thank you for being here today. We've had many of you reach out over the past few weeks asking if we can do some sort of deep dive into the Lindsay and Patrick Clancy civil lawsuits against the medical providers that Lindsay Clancy worked with before she killed her children. Now, this is separate from the criminal case that's currently happening in Massachusetts. Lindsay Clancy faces charges of murder for killing her 3 children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan, back in January of 2023. These lawsuits were filed months before the trial even began in Massachusetts, and there are 2 separate civil lawsuits against the medical system that have nothing to do with the criminal case. Now, you could argue that whatever the case is with the criminal situation happening right now, whether she's found guilty, not guilty, however that pans out, that could affect the civil lawsuits, especially if she's found not guilty and the jury says something about the medical providers, having fault, whatever happens with that. But those are separate. The jurors do know about the civil lawsuits. They were asked about them. However, they can't let those civil lawsuits play into the fact that the criminal matter. So today we're going to do a deep dive into both of the civil lawsuits. I'm going to read through them with you. I have them both here, and we are going to start. I'm going to pull them up here on screen with the lawsuit that Patrick Clancy has filed. Let me make this a little bit bigger so that you can hopefully see it. This was filed on January 20th of this year. Hopefully that's bigger. Can you see that? Okay. So why don't we just get going? Patrick Clancy and the estate of Cora Marie Clancy, Dawson William Clancy, and Callan Patrick Clancy. Their 3 children. So he's filing the lawsuit with him as an individual and as the representative of the estates of his children versus Jennifer Tufts, MD, Rebecca Gelada, certified nurse practitioner, Astor Mental Health, and South Shore Health System. We have heard from these people throughout this trial. Jennifer Tufts was the psychiatrist that Lindsay was working with. She saw her 14 times over the course of weeks, never in person, always virtually, always on telehealth. Rebecca Gelada, she also saw, who also testified in this trial. They were employees of these medical facilities. Let's go through what this says. This is an action for wrongful death brought by Patrick Clancy individually and is the personal representative of the estates of his deceased children, Cora Marie Clancy, Dawson William Clancy, and Callan Patrick Clancy. Patrick's wife, Lindsay Clancy, is alleged to have murdered Cora, Dawson, and Callan. Prior to the alleged murder, Lindsay sought medical treatment for her anxiety and increasingly poor and deteriorating mental health condition. As alleged herein, the treatment of her providers, Jennifer A. Tufts, MD, Dr. Tufts, Rebecca H. Gelada, Nurse Gelada, Astor Mental Health Incorporated, Astor, and South Shore Health System, South Shore Health, collectively the defendants, exacerbated her mental health struggles. Indeed, the bevy of diverse and powerful medications they misprescribed, coupled with their abject failure to appropriately monitor Lindsay, resulted in Lindsay's mental health deteriorating to the point of suicidal ideation and requiring inpatient care. Ultimately, defendants' negligent treatment of Lindsay, including their complete failure to recognize and address the radical erosion of her mental health, resulted in tragedy, namely allegations that Lindsay took the lives of her children. If defendants had not acted negligently and rather had provided adequate care, it is more likely than not that Patrick and Lindsay's children would still be alive today. Now, before we go any further, I do want to remind you that everything stated in a lawsuit is not fact. It will come out in discovery and in a trial, if it goes to trial, what is the fact and what is not. Much like everything stated in criminal allegations are not always fact. I want to give that caveat here. They are being civilly sued, and it is a high-profile case. So, you know, they can say, you can basically sue anyone you want and say anything, and then they can countersue you if you lie. And so this one, though, is definitely high profile. I want to give that caveat. Also, this is one of those things that could be settled out of court with an undisclosed payment or whatever, and then it goes away, or it could become a very high profile civil type of case where a jury is called in or a judge decides. You could ask for a judge to decide, like a bench trial type of a thing. Because civilly, there can be jury trials with civil cases and with criminal cases. Back to the lawsuit. Let me make this bigger. Cora, let me turn off the blue. There we go. Cora Marie Clancy was a 5-year-old child at the time of her death and lived with her parents, Patrick and Lindsay Clancy, in Duxbury, Plymouth County, Massachusetts. Dawson William Clancy was a 3-year-old child at the time of his death and lived with his parents, Patrick and Lindsay Clancy, in Duxbury, Plymouth County, Massachusetts. Callan Patrick Clancy was an 8-month-old baby at the time of his death and lived with his parents, Patrick and Lindsay Clancy, in Duxbury, Plymouth County, Massachusetts. Plaintiff Patrick Clancy is Dora Dawson and Callan's dad and the personal representative of the estate of Cora, the estate of Dawson, and the estate of Callan. He was appointed personal representative of the estates on December 3rd, 2025 in court. Patrick Clancy was at the time of his children's death a resident of Duxbury, Plymouth County, Massachusetts. Defendant Jennifer A. Tufts, MD, is a psychiatrist registered to practice medicine in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts with a usual place of business in Braintree, Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Defendant Rebecca Gelada, CNP, is a certified nurse practitioner registered to practice medicine in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts with the usual place of business in Weymouth, Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Defendant Astor Mental Health is a Massachusetts business in Norfolk. Defendant South Shore is also in Norfolk County. The court has jurisdiction over it, venue. Now they're going to get to the facts, what they say are the facts. In January 2023, Patrick and Lindsay Clancy were living in Duxbury, Massachusetts with their 3 children, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. Patrick and Lindsay had married in December 2016 and settled in Duxbury. Patrick worked in telecommunications, while Lindsay began her career as a nurse, working at Mass General. She soon became a registered nurse in the labor and delivery unit. Patrick and Lindsay had always intended to have children, and soon after getting married, they began to grow their family. They had their first child, Cora, on December 24th, 2017, and their second baby, Dawson, on September 30th, 2019. Lindsay experienced some anxiety following the birth of each of her first 2 children, which worsened as she got closer to returning to work each time. She was able to overcome her anxiety both times, however, through exercise, a healthy diet, medication, socializing, and following Dawson's birth, several therapy sessions following Dawson's birth. Patrick and Lindsay jumped into parenthood and worked together to provide the best environment to raise their children. In order to spend more time at home with her children, Lindsay began working part-time night shifts in the labor and delivery unit at Mass General. During her shifts, Lindsay remained attentive to her children and was known to monitor Cora and Dawson on baby monitors while they slept. Nonetheless, Lindsay's career remained important to her. She remained passionate about nursing and having a career that allowed her the chance to get out of the house and interact with other people. Lindsay became pregnant with the couple's 3rd child several years later and gave birth to a baby boy, Callan, on May 26, 2022. Both Patrick and Lindsay took parental leave following Callan's birth, with Patrick's leave scheduled for 12 weeks and Lindsay's leave scheduled for 18 weeks. So 12 weeks is 3 months, 18 weeks would be a little over 4 months, 4.5. The family spent their leave together, visiting extended family, the local beach and pool, and enjoying time together at home. Lindsay repeatedly told Patrick how happy she was and how much she loved their new baby. Her actions voiced her actions echoed her voiced sentiments. Lindsay appeared extremely happy. She was enthusiastic and energetic and returned to exercising, something that had always been important to her, shortly after giving birth to Callan. Patrick and Lindsay ran 2 5K road races, one in July and a second in September. Life was idyllic for the Clancys. Patrick returned to work approximately 12 weeks after Callan was born. And while he was able to work from home, for the first time, Lindsay was challenged with taking care of their 3 children single-handedly during the weekdays. Lindsay was also faced with her own return to work at the end of September 2022. Previously, the time period leading to the end of her parental leave had been a difficult time for Lindsay and resulted in anxiety. Lindsay began to experience stress and anxiety in September 22 toward the end of her maternity leave. Nonetheless, she continued to socialize with friends and continued to go to events and trips with her family. Because of her anxiety and impending return to work, however, Lindsay decided to seek psychiatric treatment. Now they go into her medical treatment. To address her anxiety, Lindsay sought psychiatric care with Dr. Tufts from Astor. Dr. Tufts is a psychiatrist at Astor who, according to Astor's website, specializes in post-traumatic stress disorder and trauma-related disorders, mood disorders, anxiety, obsessive-compulsive disorder, ADHD, substance abuse, women's mental health, and perinatal and postpartum psychiatry. Lindsay decided to extend her maternity leave in hopes of improving her mental health. Dr. Tufts treated Lindsay from on or about September 15th of 2022 to on or about January 23rd, 2023. Remember, the children died on the 24th. During that time, Dr. Tufts prescribed Lindsay a variety of different medications, but failed to monitor her reactions to those medications or attend to her worsening psychiatric condition. Lindsay's first appointment with Dr. Tufts was on September 15th, 2022. On that day, Dr. Tufts diagnosed Lindsay with chronic generalized anxiety disorder and chronic adjustment disorder with depressed mood. When Lindsay first began treatment, she was hesitant about taking prescription medications. Nonetheless, on September 15th, 2022, Dr. Tufts prescribed Lindsay Zoloft, sertraline Zoloft. Lindsay did not initially take the medication, but on October 3rd of 22, Lindsay told Dr. Tufts that she was, quote, on the verge of taking medication, but wants to try therapy first. I want to pause there. A lot of this will be familiar to you if you've been following the trial or you've been watching us on Courtroom Insider at night. Remember, this was filed long before the January, and this trial just started in July. So this was filed 6, 7, 8 months ago. So we actually learned a lot of these details that's coming out in the trial right now, the criminal trial, from these civil lawsuits. So a lot of this, you might be saying, well, we already know this. Well, remember, it was filed back in January, and it will happen with that. So back to the thing. Lindsay began taking Zoloft by mid-October, 1 week after starting the medication and increasing the doses prescribed. However, on October 20th, 2022, she reported to Dr. Tufts that she felt awful, was experiencing insomnia due to the medication increase, did not want to eat, was feeling more depressed, was crying all day, experiencing mental fog, and was terrified to start something new. Indeed, she explained that her anxiety had gotten worse than it was before she started taking medication, felt it was difficult to differentiate between how she felt before taking the medication, experienced overnight racing thoughts, and was paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts, something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone. This reaction to a relatively low dose of the medication was atypical and should have prompted Dr. Tufts to assess why Lindsay reacted in this way. Among other things, she should have conducted testing of blood plasma levels of medication. Dr. Tufts failed to do so. We have heard about that in this trial. The defense witnesses that Kevin Reddington has called, saying that she could have drawn some blood, could have checked her thyroids. Those things were not done. Back to the lawsuit. Lindsay's condition deteriorated through the fall. Among other things, she experienced increasingly bad insomnia, anxiety, and depression. Instead of working to identify the source of Lindsay's condition, Dr. Tufts attempted to treat Lindsay's symptoms, adding medications to treat her anxiety and depression. By the end of October and into November of 2022, Lindsay was still hopeful about the future and returning to her baseline. For example, on October 31st, 2022, Halloween, Lindsay reported to her therapist, a colleague of Dr. Tufts, that she was hoping to return to work soon, which she hoped would decrease her depression symptoms. By mid-November, however, her insomnia had become so bad that she was sleeping approximately only 3 hours per night. Lindsay's insomnia became so severe that on November 16th, 2022, she went to the emergency room for treatment. She was prescribed another medication, trazodone. However, it was not effective. In an attempt to assist her daughter-in-law on November 20th, 2022, Patrick's mother, a nurse at South Shore Hospital, contacted Julie Paul, Nurse Paul, of the Perinatal Behavioral Health Program of South Shore Health and asked her to reach out to Lindsay. Pause there. Miss Paul is not being sued. She's not in these lawsuits. And we heard from Patrick's mother, Susan Clancy. She was on the stand this week. If you missed that testimony, you can go back and watch it. We've got it on our YouTube channel. Nurse Paul did so. She reached out to Lindsay, and Lindsay reported that the trazodone she had been prescribed had not been effective in helping her sleep, even when she was taking a 150 milligram dosage. Lindsay reported that she was very frustrated and scared, quote, and afraid of being on medication long term. She told Nurse Paul that she was feeling, quote, very overwhelmed, started having racing thoughts, constantly thinking, experiencing extreme insomnia, averaging 3 hours per night, very frustrated and scared. On November 21st of 2022, Nurse Paul prescribed Lindsay Prozac. Lindsay was describing symptoms suggesting mania, such as racing thoughts, extreme insomnia, frustration, and feeling scared. At this point, again, lab work should have been performed in order to ensure that Lindsay was metabolizing the medications she was prescribed at a normal rate. However, no lab work was done. 2 days later, Lindsay reported to Nurse Paul that she was feeling disconnected and out of it today, feeling a bit spacey. This had happened a few times in the last couple months. Shortly afterwards, on November 25th, 2022, Nurse Paul prescribed Lindsay 3 different medications, Ambien, Remeron, Klonopin. The medications did not help Lindsay. On November 28th, 2022, Lindsay reported to Nurse Paul that she was continuing to struggle with sleep, still feeling disoriented, forgetful, not connected to her body. When she wakes up, she is feeling hungover, petrified that she's becoming addicted to benzos, feels like she's in a panic state right now. The next day, on November 29th, 2022, Lindsay began treating with Nurse Paul's colleague, Nurse Gelada. Nurse Gelada is a certified nurse practitioner with the South Shore Health Perinatal Behavioral Health Program. That day, Lindsay told Nurse Gelada that she was getting physically dependent on benzos in order to sleep. She further reported feeling, quote, completely overwhelmed and that her mind is constantly running. She also reported feeling afraid, as if something awful might happen, several days in the last 2 weeks. On November 30th of 2022, Nurse Gelada prescribed Lindsay Seroquel for the first time. Lindsay quickly reported the negative impact this medication had on her mental health. She told Nurse Gelada's South Shore Health Perinatal Behavioral Health Program coworker, Letitia Dukes, with whom she began receiving therapy, that she had an addiction to Ativan, and that's why she can't sleep. She reported weight loss, a loss of appetite, a lack of appetite, panic attacks, and a feeling of numbness. She also reported for the first time that she had suicidal ideation. On or about December 5th of 2022, Lindsay reported to Ms. Dukes that she had experienced intrusive thoughts of wanting to die and had contacted Aspire Crisis Support, an emergency service for those at risk of self-harm, over the weekend. Patrick joined the visit with Nurse Paul and reported to her that Lindsay's anxiety had become significantly worse since starting psychiatric medications. The following day, Lindsay attended an appointment with Nurse Gelada. During the appointment, Lindsay reported that she was sleeping only about 3 hours per night, felt completely overwhelmed, and that her mind was constantly running. The symptoms presented by Lindsay caused Nurse Gelada to ask if she was having thoughts of harming herself or her children. Lindsay denied having such thoughts, but again reported, however, feeling afraid of something awful might happen almost every day. Lindsay also reported that she believed that her ongoing symptoms were connected to the medication she was being prescribed, and that immediately after being prescribed a stronger dose of Zoloft, she did not sleep for 48 hours and was not tired. In response, Nurse Gelada prescribed an additional medication to Lindsay, Valium. On December 9th, 2022, Patrick called Nurse Gelada's office asking for a callback and made clear to Nurse Gelada's office that it was, quote, fairly urgent. When Patrick and Lindsay spoke to Nurse Gelada, they advised her that Lindsay was still experiencing panic and suicidal ideation. Nurse Gelada advised Lindsay to continue taking the medication Nurse Gelada had prescribed. Lindsay continued to experience suicidal ideation throughout December. She continued to seek help through Nurse Gelada, her therapist, and in mid-December, the emergency department at Massachusetts General Hospital. During this time period, Lindsay reported having persistent thoughts of suicide. She also reached out to Dr. Tufts, who prescribed her an additional medication, Lamictal. Further seeking help on December 20th, 2022, Lindsay admitted herself into a day program at Women and Infants Hospital intended for patients with postpartum depression. While at Women and Infants Hospital, Lindsay reported that she started having passive suicidal ideation immediately after starting Seroquel, prescribed by Nurse Gelada on November 30th, 2022. At Women and Infants, Lindsay reported, among other things, heart palpitations, severe depression, a feeling of numbness, that her life was becoming a disaster, that she could not feel fear, and that she was worried she was messed up beyond repair. She also reported a general inability to function. Women and Infants Hospital determined that Lindsay's mental health issues were likely due to overmedication and misdiagnosis, and that its day program was therefore not appropriate for her. Women and Infants Hospital reached out to Nurse Gelada to discuss Lindsay's care, but Nurse Gelada failed to respond to them. Lindsay's condition continued to deteriorate. On January 1st of 2023, Lindsay admitted herself to McLean Hospital as a result of suicidal ideation. She remained at McLean until January 5th of 2023. Lindsay returned to treatment with Dr. Tufts the following day on January 6th, 2023. Dr. Tufts diagnosed Lindsay with chronic major depressive disorder, single episode, moderate. She recorded that Lindsay's psychiatric condition was deteriorating and that her medication was not effective. Despite her poor condition, Dr. Tufts met with Lindsay for only 17 minutes. Dr. Tufts met with Lindsay for another 17 minutes 3 days later. On or about January 12th, 2023, Lindsay reported to Dr. Tufts that she was still feeling a very low mood, no motivation, and just very depressed. This has been going on for months now, and I'm getting desperate for something that would work quickly to get me over this depressed state, out of this depressed state. 4 days later, during another 17-minute visit on January 16th, 2023, Dr. Tufts reported Lindsay's mood to be depressed and her affect depressed and flat, writing that Lindsay's mood is still very low, no motivation, numb. Able to force self out of bed, take care of basics, eating, concentration fine, caring for baby bonding feels forced. No suicidal ideation. Lindsay had her final appointment with Dr. Tufts on January 23rd, 2023. During the 17-minute appointment, Lindsay reported she was, quote, little more anxious, heart racing, that she was noticing more AM anxiety. Dr. Tufts recorded that Lindsay's mood was the same, flat anxious, that Lindsay had no motivation, numb, and that she has to force herself up out of the house. Lindsay's sleep and medication efficacy were poor, her insight was poor, and her psyche was unchanged. Now, that was the day before she killed the kids. So they've set up in this civil lawsuit the timeline of appointments with the doctor, how often she went, what she was prescribed, what there was, if there was any effect. Sometimes there wasn't. Often it made her feel worse. She told the doctors this, and they were changing up her medications. Now we're going to get into the day that the children were killed, which was January 24th, 2023. Lindsay has been accused of killing Cora, Dawson, and Callan while Patrick was briefly out of the family home on the evening of January 24th, 2023. Cora and Dawson died that same day, and Callan succumbed to his injuries and died on January 27th, 2023. According to medical records, Lindsay did so because she was hearing a compelling and unrecognizable singular male voice that told her, "This is your last chance," and that she had to take them with her. She also reported that the voice indicated to her that she should die, that this is her last chance, and that her children would suffer if she was gone. Lindsay then cut her wrists and neck and jumped out of a second-story window in her home. She fell approximately 20 feet to the ground below and suffered traumatic spinal cord injuries, plural. She's now paralyzed below the sternum. Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada, and through them, their employers, Astor and South Shore Health, were aware that Lindsay was experiencing suicidal ideation and a critically deteriorating psychiatric condition while in their care, and failed to take reasonable steps to properly treat her. The standard of care required Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada to take reasonable steps to appreciate the full extent of Lindsay's psychiatric condition so that they could provide adequate treatment to her. This required them to, among other things, meet Lindsay for appointments in person so that they could adequately assess her behavior in its totality. Often a patient is unable to voice her condition to fully describe her mental state. Under such circumstances, it is crucial to assess the patient's body language to more accurately assess the patient's condition. It is also important for a psychiatric prescriber to explore the patient's reported symptoms and ask follow-up questions to fully assess the patient for signs of concerns, particularly because patients do not always know what is important to report. This standard of care requires that psychiatric prescribers fully document these assessments in their notes, both for themselves and to communicate this information to other members of the care team. Further, the standard of care requires a prescriber to meet with a patient frequently enough and for a long enough time to continuously assess the patient's condition, particularly where the patient is prescribed medication and has an adverse reaction to or negative side effects to the medication. Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada regularly met with Lindsay via video conference rather than assessing her in person. Doing so provided them with an incomplete picture of Lindsay's condition, as they did not have the ability to fully assess Lindsay's body language. Moreover, the visits were too short to fully assess Lindsay's condition. Indeed, in the weeks before January 24th, 2024, Dr. Tufts' appointments with Lindsay were only 17 minutes long, despite her acknowledging that Lindsay's mood was depressed and that her affect was depressed and flat. These appointments were particularly inadequate where Lindsay had experienced a deteriorating condition since at least October 2022, had reported experiencing passive suicidal ideation since starting Seroquel in early December 22, and was hospitalized at McLean Hospital for suicidal ideation in January 23. The standard of care also required Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada to assess and monitor a patient who had an unusual, unexpected, or unfavorable reaction to medications, such as side effects or a lack of response. A simple way to do so was to order blood plasma levels of medications in order to determine whether the patient was a slow metabolizer and thus more drastically impacted by a medication than she otherwise would be, or on the contrary, whether the medication simply was not working, either indicating that the patient might need a higher dose for it to be effective if she was a fast metabolizer, or that the patient might have an underlying medical condition that needed to be treated. The standard of care required Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada to look at the lab results in conjunction with the patient's symptoms in order to properly assess her condition. Indeed, the standard of care is to start low and go slow, meaning to begin a medication at a minimal level and slowly increase the dosage over time to allow the provider to better assess the impact of the drug upon the patient. Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada failed to do so. Despite having immediate adverse side effects as a result of the medications that she was prescribed, neither Dr. Tufts nor Nurse Gelada ever conducted any testing, including blood plasma levels of medication, to determine why Lindsay was having an adverse reaction, including to early low dosages of medications prescribed to her. Instead, both Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada added and accelerated medications in an ad hoc manner that did not follow the start low and go slow principle, radically increasing the risks to Lindsay without ever taking the necessary steps to determine the cause of Lindsay's adverse reactions, much less acknowledge the severity of the adverse reactions she was experiencing. Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada's inaction, including their failure to conduct testing to determine whether the medications they were prescribing to Lindsay and the frequency and dosage in which they were prescribing them, fell below the standard of care and caused Lindsay's symptoms to worsen. The standard of care also required Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada to coordinate care between and among themselves and other providers. A patient is often seen by multiple clinicians, and it is vital that they can effectively work together to treat a patient, so they can effectively work together to treat a patient. Here, Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada were part of a treatment team that, among other things, included themselves, Lindsay's therapists, and the hospitals that she visited and was admitted to. Among other things, Lindsay and Patrick reported to certain of these providers, for example, Ms. Dukes, their concerns regarding the prescriptions that Lindsay had been given. Yet there was no indication in her medical records that Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada ever coordinated her care and treatment. Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada's failure to coordinate Lindsay's care with other providers amounted to a breach of the standard of care. Given Lindsay's documented deteriorating condition, the standard of care required Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada to seek more information regarding Lindsay's condition, including from those around her every day, specifically her family members. Lindsay was the primary caregiver for her 3 children, all 5 years of age and under. Nonetheless, Lindsay reported being unable to function on a daily basis and reported that she was sleeping only a few hours a night, which alone can result in psychosis. Despite these clear warning signs, Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada failed to reach out to the individuals with whom Lindsay interacted on a daily basis in order to gain further information regarding her condition and the severity of her condition. This information would have been crucial in understanding the full nature of Lindsay's condition, particularly where Lindsay herself repeatedly told Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada that the medications were not effective and that she was experiencing a suicidal ideation. Finally, the standard of care required Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada to understand and appreciate the risk that Lindsay would hurt not only herself, but her children. As prescribers who specialized in perinatal and postpartum mental health issues, the standard of care required Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada to be aware of and understand current studies and developments in their field. It is well known that there is a risk that a patient suffering from mental health disorders following pregnancy pose a risk of injuring or even killing either themselves or their children. Lindsay's condition was serious and deteriorating. She reported that she was feeling afraid as if something awful might happen regularly, and that caring for baby bonding feels forced. Nurse Gelada recognized the risk and asked Lindsay multiple times if she had any intent to harm her children. Lindsay's statements, general condition, and symptoms demonstrated that her children were at risk if Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada failed to properly treat her. Defendants knew, or should have known, that she presented a real, clear, and present danger of harm to herself and her young children. Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada, who were charged with Lindsay's care and despite clear warnings, failed to take appropriate action consistent with the standard of care, and in failing to do so, more likely than not, directly and proximately caused Lindsay to take the lives of her children on January 24, 2023, as it is alleged. Indeed, it is more likely than not, had Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada met the standard of care, they would have appreciated the severity of Lindsay's mental health condition. Further, it is more likely than not, that had Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada appreciated the severe nature of Lindsay's mental health condition, they would have altered their treatment plans to properly treat Lindsay, and more likely than not, Lindsay would not have harmed or killed Cora, Dawson, and Cash. Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada's failure to comply with the standard of care more likely than not resulted in the deaths of the Clancy's 3 children. Now they're going into the counts. Count 1, wrongful death. Plaintiff repeats and alleges the allegations contained above as fully set herein. Patrick Clancy, as personal representative of the estates of Cora, Dawson, and Callan, brings his court in accordance with negligence. All defendants owed Lindsay, Cora, Dawson, and Callan a duty to exercise reasonable skill and attention to their care and treatment of Lindsay. Defendants failed to exercise reasonable skill and attention in caring for Lindsay. Defendants' conduct deviated from accepted standards of medical practice. As a direct and proximate result to the negligence of defendants, Cora, Dawson, and Callan are dead. Further, the acts of omissions of defendants also constituted gross negligence and a reckless indifference to the health, safety, and welfare of Lindsay and her children, and showed reckless disregard for the consequences which defendants knew or should have known could result from their acts and omissions. Cora, Dawson, and Callan are survived by their father, who has suffered damages as a result of their death, including without limitation services, protection, care, assistance, society, companionship, comfort, guidance, counsel, advice, and consortium. Patrick has also incurred funeral and burial expenses and other damages as a result of Cora, Dawson, and Callan's death. As a result of the foregoing, Patrick and his heirs are entitled to recover damages and punitive damages from defendants in the amount to be determined at trial. Count 2 is conscious pain and suffering pursuant. He says that the allegations, as a result of them, defendants caused Cora, Dawson, and Callan to endure horrific conscious pain and suffering. Count 3 is violations of the health HIPAA against South Shore, that South Shore disclosed to plaintiff on November 17th that had discovered that a South Shore employee had inappropriately accessed Patrick, Cora, Dawson, and Callan's medical records. South Shore employees' inappropriate access of Patrick's and his children's medical records amount to a HIPAA violation. As a direct result, it caused there needs to be damages, which will be determined at trial according to the lawsuit. They're asking a judge to enter a judgment in their favor, counts 1 through 3, award damages, including in punitive damages as allowed by law for the deaths of Cora, Dawson, and Callan, their conscious pain and suffering, plus interest at a rate of 12% per annum at the date of this complaint, plus attorney fees. The plaintiff demands a jury trial and respectfully signed. So that is Patrick's lawsuit. Now, I want to pull up Lindsay's. It is quite similar to Patrick's, given that the allegations are nearly mirror each other. But let me pull this one up so that you can see it here. And while I'm doing that, would love to know your thoughts on these lawsuits. If you think they stand a chance, we'll make this a little bit bigger so you can see it. There we go. Hopefully that's showing up for you. There we go. Okay. Lindsay is suing Jennifer Tufts, Alicia Goodhart, Zobia Diaz, Rebecca Gelada, Astra Mental Health, South Shore Health System, McLean Hospital, Women and Infants Hospital of Rhode Island. This personal injury and loss of brought by Lindsay Clancy. This action arises from the catastrophic failure of multiple medical providers to properly diagnose, treat, and monitor Lindsay's severe postpartum psychiatric condition, despite her repeated desperate pleas for help and her family's persistent efforts to obtain adequate care. Lindsay Clancy did everything a mother in this situation should do. She recognized something was wrong. She sought medical treatment. She went to emergency rooms. She called crisis hotlines. She admitted herself to hospitals. She took the medications prescribed to her. She communicated her worsening symptoms to her providers. She told them the medications were making her worse. Her husband advocated for her. Her family drove from out of state to care for her children, and still the medical system failed her completely. The defendants, and then they named them all, each failed to properly diagnose Lindsay's bipolar disorder with postpartum onset and instead subjected her to a disorganized, uncoordinated course of polypharmacy that exacerbated her condition and prescribed a severe psychotic break. Lindsay's clinical course was significantly complicated by polypharmacy and the involvement of multiple prescribers, which in effect obscured an accurate diagnosis and appropriate intervention and treatment, even though Lindsay did all she could to obtain the appropriate treatment. The psychotropic medications Lindsay received appear to have paradoxically exacerbated her underlying psychiatric vulnerability, precipitating a state of manic psychosis characterized by compelling command hallucinations. The tragedy that followed was the direct and proximate result of the defendant's collective negligence in failing to recognize obvious warning signs, coordinate care, properly diagnose Lindsay's condition, and provide treatment that met the applicable standard of care. As a direct result of defendant's negligence, Lindsay suffered catastrophic physical injuries, including permanent paralysis, and lost her 3 beloved children, Cora Marie Clancy, Dawson William Clancy, and Callan Patrick Clancy. Lindsay now faces a lifetime of physical disability, psychological trauma, and the unbearable grief of waking up every day knowing she killed her children, all of which could have been prevented had defendants provided competent medical care. And then here are the parties. I know I listed them out earlier in the Patrick Clancy case, but plaintiff Lindsay Clancy is a resident of Massachusetts who at all relevant times resided in Duxbury, Massachusetts with her husband Patrick and their 3 children. She was a registered nurse who worked in labor and delivery department at Mass General, mother of Cora, Dawson, and Callan. Dr. Tufts, who worked as a psychiatrist, Dr. Goodhart, who was a psychiatrist who worked at McLean Hospital, and who authored and signed Lindsay's physician discharge summary on January 5th, following her 5-day stay. Dr. Diaz, who worked in Rhode Island at Women and Infants. Dr. Gelada, the certified nurse practitioner who we talked about in the other case. Astra Mental Health, South Shore Health System, McLean Hospital, a psychiatric hospital in Belmont, and Women and Infants Hospital of Rhode Island. Women and Infants operated a partial hospitalization day program for patients with postpartum depression, where Lindsay sought treatment in late December of 2022. Women and Infants employed Dr. Diaz and is vicariously responsible for her negligent acts and omissions. It talks about the jurisdiction and how this court, I'm not going to get into all these. I'll post the document if you want to read it. It talks about how this court has jurisdiction over these cases because they're saying that the mistreatment happened within the jurisdiction. So they talk about why the venue is appropriate. Now let's get to the facts in this lawsuit. Again, a reminder from what I said earlier, these are the facts being alleged. Often in lawsuits, not everything is 100% fact, and there can be disputes over what is fact and what is not. I'm just sourcing these as facts from the lawsuit. It could come out at a civil trial, which they are demanding, what jury trial that maybe all of these aren't fact. Not saying they are or they aren't, just letting you know that these are the alleged facts. I'm going to grab a drink first. Lindsay Marie Clancy, born August 11th, 1990, raised in Wallingford, Connecticut. Her formative years were characterized by consistent academic excellence, culminating in a distinguished record through college and a rigorous accelerated nursing program at Mass General. Lindsay's 9-year tenure as a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General Hospital demonstrated notable professional competence and personal fulfillment. She was passionate about nursing and dedicated to her patients. Lindsay married Patrick in December 2016. They established their home in Duxbury. Lindsay and Patrick had 3 children: Cora Marie, born December 24th, Christmas Eve, 2017; Dawson Clancy, born September 30th, 2019; and Callan, born May 26, 2022. As described by Patrick Clancy, before Lindsay became ill, she was dedicated to being a mom, even over-dedicated, worked twice as hard as most. She rarely took a break to rest. Lindsay loved our children and never took her frustration out on the kids. She remained as affectionate with the kids as always. Lindsay's mother-in-law, Susan Clancy, testified in grand jury proceedings that she loved everything about Lindsay. She was a fun-loving, doting wife and mother. She loved her children and was a nurturing mother who smiled all the time. Lindsay's sister, Allison Olga, described Lindsay as the kind of person who cares deeply for the people she loves. She shows up for the celebrations and writes handwritten notes to show her love and appreciation. She's also there in times of need and finds just the right words to provide comfort and support. Lindsay consistently conveyed profound affection for her children and her husband. She had never previously engaged in any form of physical harm towards her children. These people, by the way, have testified at her criminal trial. You can go back and watch their testimonies. We've got them on our YouTube channel. Now we're getting into her prior postpartum history. During Lindsay's first pregnancy with Cora, she experienced anxiety due to abnormal ultrasound finding that later resolved. She experienced some anxiety during the postpartum period, but returned to part-time work and breastfed for 1 year without incident. During the postpartum period following Dawson's birth, her second child, Lindsay was initially elated with increased energy. Patrick described her that she had manic behavior for multiple days. In October of 2020, she had an episode of decluttering to simplify her life, obsessively cleaning and discarding items. She said she felt amazingly on top of things. Her thoughts raced and she constantly felt pressure to be active. After her second pregnancy, anxiety emerged at approximately 2 months postpartum. Although Lindsay was offered Zoloft by a psychiatrist, she declined due to concerns about breastfeeding. Her symptoms resolved through exercise, healthy diet, meditation, and several therapy sessions. These postpartum episodes, including the hypnomanic symptoms following Dawson's birth, were critical indicators that should have alerted competent psychiatric providers to the risk of bipolar disorder and the potential for more severe postpartum psychiatric complications following subsequent pregnancies. Lindsay gave birth to Callan on May 26, 2022. Both Patrick and Lindsay took parental care following Callan's birth. Lindsay demonstrated significant activation and hypomanic behavior, including an extensive program of exercise beginning only 1 week after delivery. She woke every day before the children at 4 a.m., ran 3 miles, did spinning for 30 minutes on the Peloton, and then 30 minutes of aerobics. On July 4th, 2022, only 5 weeks after delivery, she ran a 5-mile race. Lindsay's sister Allison observed that unlike her usual sensible self, Lindsay impulsively bought into a Beachbody MLM multi-level marketing scheme, purchasing products to resell. She made videos of her exercise routines, posted them on Facebook, and encouraged friends to join the program. These early postpartum behaviors constituted a hypomanic episode that, combined with her history following Dawson's birth, should have immediately suggested bipolar disorder to any competent psychiatric provider who obtained an adequate history. Then, Lindsay's desperate efforts to seek help. At approximately 12 weeks postpartum, Lindsay's mood switched suddenly to anxiety and depression. She experienced debilitating anxiety, insomnia, sleeping only approximately 3 hours per night, and exhaustion during the day. She had no motivation and could not exercise. Everything about her body felt heavy and required effort. It was a chore to dress or shower. Her parents came from out of state to help care for the children. Recognizing that something was wrong, Lindsay took the initiative to seek psychiatric care. On December 12th, 2022, she found Dr. Jennifer Tufts online and scheduled an appointment. At her first appointment with Dr. Tufts, Lindsay's Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, which we heard about in the trial, was 23, indicating severe depression. Dr. Tufts prescribed Zoloft despite Lindsay's hesitation about medication due to breastfeeding concerns. Lindsay waited approximately 2 weeks before taking the medication, still concerned about its effects on breastfeeding, but ultimately began taking Zoloft in mid-October 2022 because she knew she needed help. After increasing the Zoloft dosage from 25 milligrams to 50 as prescribed, Lindsay experienced a severe adverse reaction. She did not sleep for 48 hours, had racing thoughts, worsening anxiety, and felt awful. This dramatic departure from her previous sleep patterns was an obvious warning sign of medication-induced activation consistent with bipolar disorder. Lindsay promptly reported these symptoms to Dr. Tufts on October 20th, 2022. Rather than recognizing the significance of this reaction and conducting appropriate testing to determine why Lindsay had such an adverse response to a relatively low dose of medication, Dr. Tufts simply discontinued the Zoloft and prescribed Ativan and Benadryl for sleep. Even after carefully tapering these medications, Lindsay's profound insomnia persisted, accompanied by distressing cardiac palpitations. Her condition continued to deteriorate. On November 16th of 2022, Lindsay's insomnia had become so severe that she took herself to the emergency room at South Shore Hospital seeking help. She reported insomnia, anxiety, and palpitations. The ER doctor prescribed trazodone for sleep, but it was not effective. Patrick's mother, a nurse at South Shore, contacted the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Program on November 20th, 2022, seeking additional help for Lindsay. Nurse practitioner Julie Paul reached out to Lindsay. Lindsay reported to Nurse Paul that she was very frustrated and scared, experiencing extreme insomnia, averaging only 3 hours a night, and having racing thought. Nurse Paul prescribed Prozac on November 21st, 2022. After merely 4 days on Prozac, Lindsay reported that the medication intensified her insomnia. She immediately informed her providers and the Prozac was discontinued. This was the second antidepressant that had caused activation and worsening insomnia, a critical red flag for bipolar disorder that the providers failed to recognize. On November 25th, 2022, Nurse Paul prescribed 3 different medications, Ambien, Remeron, and Klonopin. On November 26, 2022, after taking Remeron, Lindsay experienced disassociation, perceiving the world around her as unreal, distorted, and distant. She was unable to determine what was real. She became disoriented, forgetful, confused, and disconnected from her own body. She was unable to drive and unable to be alone. Lindsay reported these alarming symptoms to her providers on November 28, 2022, noting she was still struggling, sleeping only 3 to 4 hours, and feeling disoriented and forgetful. On November 29, 2022, Lindsay began treating with Nurse Gelada. Lindsay reported she was anxious and frightened about what is happening and that she blamed herself. Nurse Gelada correctly considered a bipolar presentation and prescribed Seroquel, an antipsychotic and mood stabilizer. After starting Seroquel, Lindsay's condition took a dramatic turn for the worse. She developed suicidal ideation and began experiencing what she described as intrusive thoughts, which were actually auditory hallucinations. The voice said, "I will not be the same. I want to die." Lindsay openly communicated her escalating internal turmoil to her husband, her parents, and her providers. She described her emotional state as emotionless and like a zombie, attributing this profound affective blunting to the Seroquel. On December 2nd, 2022, Lindsay reported to Nurse Gelada that she had lost 15 pounds, had no appetite, was experiencing panic attacks and confusion, and had a lack of attention over the past 4 days. On December 4th of 2022, Lindsay was so frightened by the hallucinations that she called the New Bedford suicide hotline seeking help. She was told there was no emergency because she had no specific plan as to how she would kill herself. On December 5th, 2022, Lindsay met virtually with an Aspire crisis support clinician, seeking again help. She was told she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment because she did not have a suicide plan. On December 6th of 2022, Patrick attended an appointment with Lindsay and Nurse Gelada. Patrick connected Lindsay's suicidal thoughts to the Seroquel. He told Nurse Gelada that Lindsay is 10,000 times worse since she has taken medication, and asked if they would get Lindsay off medications and start from scratch to see what is going on. He asked if there could be some mistake, like she was using the wrong medications. Nurse Gelada acknowledged it was possible. Despite this, Nurse Gelada continued to increase the Seroquel dosage toward 400 milligrams per day. On December 13th, 2022, Lindsay remained deeply depressed, had no motivation, and still had suicidal ideation. She wanted this all to be over. On December 15th, 2022, Patrick called Nurse Gelada's office to report that Lindsay has had a devastating week, and it was the worst day for Lindsay. She had horrible thoughts all day. Lindsay had auditory hallucinations all day, every day. She felt debilitated, not interested in anything, exhausted, and could not get out of bed. The hallucinations were loud and continued all day, saying, "I will never be the same. I will never be me again, and you are damaged. You will never be the same. The only option is to die." Lindsay told her husband, Patrick, "I have thoughts of harming the kids." She also told her mother about these thoughts. Because she was in a psychotic state, Lindsay also had paranoid delusions that people could hear her thoughts and she would be locked in a hospital and have her children taken away. Lindsay's escalating suicidal thoughts prompted a visit to the Massachusetts General Hospital emergency room on December 20th, 2022, where she sought help. The ER suggested either admission to McLean Hospital or the partial hospitalization day program at Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island. Okay, so we'll pause right there. That talks about the ER visit that Lindsay went to. Remember, all of these things have been talked about at her criminal trial, this history. And this kind of gave us a preview, or at least has it in writing as far as the history of these things. Now they go on and talk about the visit to the Women's and Infants Hospital and Dr. Diaz's failure to provide proper care for Lindsay. It says, on December 20th, 2022, Lindsay admitted herself to the partial hospitalization day program at Women and Infants Hospital in Providence, Rhode Island, a program intended for patients with postpartum depression. Yet, this was yet another active step Lindsay took to seek help for her worsening condition. Lindsay's chief complaint at Women's and Infants was, "I feel numb and crazy depressed." She reported feeling crazy depressed, numb to all emotion, can't feel love, that her life is becoming a disaster, that she couldn't feel fear, and that she was messed up beyond repair. She had lost 15 pounds in a month, had no motivation, and reported that it takes all the effort in the world just to breathe. Lindsay's Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, EPDS, at Women and Infants was 23, indicating severe depression. Her generalized anxiety disorder 7-item, the GAD-7, was 21, higher than the threshold from the most severe category. Despite these severely elevated scores, Dr. Diaz, the attending psychiatrist at Women and Infants, concluded that Lindsay had no postpartum depression and rejected a bipolar disorder diagnosis because of no history of hypomania or psychosis or family history. This conclusion was negligent because Dr. Diaz failed to obtain an adequate history. Dr. Diaz's own notes documented that Lindsay's sister had experienced postpartum anxiety, a relevant family psychiatric, a relevant family psychiatric history that should have been explored. Had Dr. Diaz properly inquired about Lindsay's early postpartum period, she would have learned of the hypomanic episode that began immediately after delivery. Dr. Diaz also failed to recognize that Lindsay's providers had previously considered bipolar disorder, as documented in Lindsay's records stating she was started on Seroquel and concerned for bipolar. Dr. Diaz accepted Lindsay and Patrick's beliefs that her symptoms were due to overmedication and recommended weaning Seroquel. The clinical team at Women and Infants posited that Lindsay's symptoms were more pharmacologically induced than purely depressive. Dr. Diaz's assessment and plan documented that the Women and Infants WIH DHP is not a suitable treatment facility for Lindsay. Yet Dr. Diaz failed to recommend or arrange appropriate alternate treatments and instead discharged Lindsay after only 1 day of treatment with inadequate follow-up care. Women and Infants Hospital determined that its day program was not appropriate for Lindsay and reached out to Nurse Gelada to discuss Lindsay's care. Nurse Gelada did not respond to them. Dr. Diaz's and Women's and Infants' negligent failure to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, and recognize the signs of bipolar disorder with postpartum onset resulted in a missed opportunity to provide appropriate treatment. Their recommendation to wean Seroquel without providing a proper alternate treatment plan or ensuring adequate follow-up care contributed to Lindsay's further deterioration. I want to pause there and let you know that some of the things we've learned in the criminal trial might dispute some of these things or give additional context about some of these allegations, some of these things that they're alleging. I'm not including those here because I'm simply focusing on what the civil lawsuit says. After the trial, it's likely that they can pull from the transcripts from the criminal trial and admit them as evidence in this case. But for our purposes here today, we could put aside the trials happening in a way and just focus solely on what the civil lawsuit is alleging. The people being sued will have a chance to respond and say, no, this is what happened, and whatnot. So I just want to put that out there now. Let me continue. McLean Hospital and Dr. Goodhart's failure to properly treat Lindsay. Following the Seroquel reduction recommended by Women and Infants, Lindsay's suicidal ideation resurged. By December 29th of 2022, Lindsay told her husband, "I can't tough it out anymore. I need to go to McLean." On December 30th, the next day, Lindsay went to MGH emergency room, Mass General, which suggested admission to McLean. On the next day, December 31st, Lindsay admitted herself to McLean Hospital, the nation's top-ranked psychiatric hospital, due to her severe depression and suicidal ideation. Lindsay's admitting symptoms included passive suicidal ideation, feeling detached, hopelessness, depression, no appetite or energy to perform activities of daily living, no motivation, anhedonia, racing thoughts, inability to organize her thoughts, memory problems, anxiety, and insomnia. Her insight and judgment were documented as limited. McLean placed Lindsay on a locked unit with 15-minute suicide checks. However, the care she received was grossly inadequate. She was admitted on New Year's Eve, and there was a skeletal crew because of the holiday. Patients spent their evening doing puzzles and coloring. Nurses stayed behind a desk and glass. Lindsay did not see a doctor until January 3rd, 2023, 3 days after admission. On January 3rd, the doctor advised Lindsay to stop Seroquel and benzodiazepines and prescribed trazodone for sleep. The next day, on January 4th, Lindsay asked if she could go home for Cora's birthday. Because her thoughts had improved since the Seroquel decrease, she was approved for discharge. Lindsay was discharged from McLean on January 5th after only a 5-day stay. Dr. Goodhart authored and signed the physician discharge summary, approving Lindsay's release despite her documented limited insight, judgment, and suicidal ideations. Lindsay was returned to the care of the same outpatient providers who had been providing allegedly substandard care. After discharge, Dr. Goodhart from McLean called Lindsay and spoke for only 10 minutes, offering names of antidepressants. The staff at McLean suggested amitriptyline, yet another antidepressant, the very class of medications that had repeatedly caused Lindsay to have adverse reactions. When Lindsay was discharged from McLean, she thought, "I was just in the best hospital in the country, so there was not much hope." She decided she must appear like she was okay and, quote, had to do her best. Dr. Goodhart and Goodhart's and McLean's Hospital's negligent failure to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, provide sufficient inpatient care during her brief admission, and ensure appropriate discharge planning and follow-up care directly contributed to the tragic events that followed. Dr. Goodhart, as the discharging physician, approved Lindsay's release after only 5 days, despite her documented limited insight and judgment and her ongoing severe symptoms. Lindsay returned to the treatment with Dr. Tufts on January 6th, the day after her discharge from McLean. Dr. Tufts diagnosed Lindsay with chronic major depressive disorder, single episode, moderate. She recorded that Lindsay's psychiatric condition was deteriorating and that her medication was not effective. Despite her poor condition, Dr. Tufts met with Lindsay for only 17 minutes. At Cora's birthday party on January 7th, Lindsay was not herself. She smiled, but could not converse. She avoided talking and could not make sense of what others were saying. Lindsay's hallucinations resumed within 1 week of her discharge from McLean. On January 10th, 2023, Lindsay returned to Dr. Tufts and was switched to Valium for a benzodiazepine taper. Dr. Tufts indicated that at some point we will add an antidepressant. On January 16th, Lindsay was experiencing debilitating depression. She had to force herself to do anything. The hallucinations continued. You should harm the children. You should kill yourself. You will never be the same. The only option is to die. She felt like a zombie. Dr. Tufts prescribed amitriptyline, another antidepressant, at 10 milligrams per day. On January 20th, because Lindsay was having such awful thoughts and was so numb and emotionless, she researched what is a psychopath to see if she was one and whether there was a cure. On January 23rd, the day before the killings, during another 17-minute appointment, Lindsay reported being a little more anxious with heart racing and more AM anxiety. Dr. Tufts recorded that Lindsay's mood is the same, flat, anxious, and that she had no motivation, numb, and had to force herself up out of the house. Her sleep and medication efficacy were poor. Her insight was poor. Her psychiatric condition generally was unchanged. Dr. Tufts increased the amitriptyline to 20 milligrams per day. That night, Lindsay did not sleep. On January 24th, Lindsay woke severely depressed with suicidal thoughts. She gave the children breakfast. She took Cora to the pediatrician because Cora complained of a stomachache. Later, she went to the backyard with the children, built a snowman, and sent a picture to Patrick and her mother. The suicidal hallucinations continued all day nonstop. Later in the afternoon, the voice began saying, "You should harm the children." Lindsay thought about dinner and realized she had not prepared anything. She asked Patrick about takeout. She looked at a map to see how long it would take because she did not want to be alone and needed help. As soon as Patrick left to pick up the food, there was a loud, demanding, repetitious voice. "This is your last chance. Kill the children so you can kill yourself. This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." Lindsay felt a force come over her. Lindsay experienced command auditory hallucinations. A demanding, powerful male voice explicitly ordered her. She felt an overwhelming, irresistible compulsion to comply, entering a dissociative, dreamlike state where her physical actions felt utterly disconnected from her conscious volition. She perceived her body was just acting, and she was merely watching herself do it. She reported she had no choice but to follow these compelling directives. Lindsay described, "I lost all control. My body started acting without any control on my part. I was just following commands, all action." This voice demanded action. Lindsay proceeded to strangle each of the children, uttering, "Go to God, baby." Following these acts, she undertook a severe suicide attempt, ingesting a substantial quantity of various medications, self-inflicting lacerations to her neck, her wrists and neck, and jumping from a second-story window approximately 20 feet to the ground below. Lindsay suffered catastrophic injuries, including a thoracic spinal cord injury resulting in permanent paralysis below the sternum. She also suffered multiple closed fractures of her cervical and thoracic vertebrae and multiple rib fractures. Cora and Dawson died on January 24th. Callan succumbed to his injuries and died on the 27th. Lindsay consistently maintains her actions were compelled by a hallucinatory voice, not a conscious decision, and expresses profound, enduring love for her children. Now it goes on to expert psychiatric opinions. Dr. Margaret Spinelli, clinical professor of psychiatry at Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons and founder of the Women's Program in Psychiatry at Columbia, conducted a comprehensive forensic psychiatric evaluation of Lindsay. The doctor met with Lindsay for 5 hours at Tewksbury Psychiatric Hospital on June 11, 2014, spoke with her on the phone for 3 hours on September 6, 2014. She also interviewed Patrick, Lindsay's sister Allison, Lindsay's mother, and Lindsay's mother-in-law. Spinelli diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar disorder 1, severe, with psychosis and anxious distress with postpartum onset. Dr. Spinelli concluded that Lindsay had a baseline bipolar disorder with minimal symptoms after her second childbirth, and that her symptoms worsened after her third birth when she was prescribed an antidepressant. Dr. Spinelli noted that an antidepressant medication can create manic or hypomanic symptoms and mood instability in one who has a bipolar disorder. This is a well-known response for a person with underlying bipolar disorder. Dr. Spinelli opined that the providers never seemed to communicate with one another, that no one ever asked her to describe the content of her intrusive thoughts, which were in fact hallucinations, and that Lindsay was repeatedly given antidepressants instead of a mood stabilizer. Dr. Spinelli specifically commented on the failures of multiple providers regarding the initial Zoloft reaction. She noted that if practitioners had recognized the hypomanic activation after Zoloft, a second or third antidepressant would not have been tried. Regarding women and infants, she noted that Dr. Diaz did not review mood symptoms of the last pregnancy and this postpartum period, and did not review hypomanic episode immediately after delivery, which was the beginning of Mrs. Clancy's postpartum psychosis. Spinelli concluded she did all that she could to obtain the appropriate treatment, meaning Lindsay. Dr. Paul Zeisel, who we heard from at this trial, a forensic psychologist, also conducted extensive clinical interviews with Lindsay and her parents. Dr. Zeisel was the initial forensic expert to engage Lindsay in the immediate aftermath of the incident. He concurs with the assessment of Dr. Spinelli and Dr. Philip Resnick. Dr. Zeisel opined that Mrs. Clancy's clinical course was significantly complicated by polypharmacy and the involvement of multiple providers, which in effect obscured an accurate diagnosis and appropriate intervention and treatment. Furthermore, the psychotropic medications she received appear to have paradoxically exacerbated her underlying psychiatric vulnerability, precipitating a state of manic psychosis characterized by compelling command hallucinations. Dr. Zeisel noted that Lindsay's parents conveyed profound shock and devastation at the depth of her psychological decompensation, indicating a prior lack of complete comprehension regarding the actual severity of her underlying illness. This underscores how the medical providers failed to adequately communicate the severity of Lindsay's condition or take appropriate action. The standard of care, we're almost done. We're at page 23 of 29. The standard of care required defendants to obtain a complete psychiatric history, including detailed inquiry into Lindsay's mood and symptoms during and after her prior pregnancies. Had any of her providers done so, they would have learned of the hypomanic episodes that followed her second and third deliveries, which were critical indicators of bipolar disorder postpartum onset. The standard of care required defendants to recognize that Lindsay's severe adverse reaction to Zoloft, characterized by activation, worsening insomnia, and racing thoughts, was a red flag for bipolar disorder. The standard of care further required that after an second antidepressant, Prozac, caused similar activation, defendants should have diagnosed bipolar disorder and a prescribed mood stabilizer rather than continuing to try antidepressants. The standard of care required defendants to conduct appropriate testing, including blood plasma levels of medication, to determine why Lindsay was having adverse reactions to relatively low doses of medication and whether she was a slow metabolizer. The standard of care required defendants to follow the start low and go slow principle when prescribing medications, particularly given Lindsay's demonstrated sensitivity to psychotropic medications. Instead, defendants added and accelerated medications in an ad hoc manner that radically increased the risks to Lindsay. The standard of care required defendants to inquire into the content of Lindsay's intrusive thoughts, which were actually auditory hallucinations. Had they done so, they would have recognized the psychotic nature of her symptoms and the danger she posed to herself and her children, including the danger of postpartum psychosis. The standard of care required defendants to coordinate care amongst themselves and with other treating providers. Instead, the providers failed to communicate with one another, and Nurse Gelada did not even return women and infants called to discuss Lindsay's care. The standard of care required defendants to seek collateral information from Lindsay's family members, who could have provided crucial information about the severity of her condition and her functioning at home. The standard of care required defendants to recognize that Lindsay, as a patient suffering from severe postpartum mental health disorders with suicidal ideation, posed a risk of harming not only herself, but also her children. The standard of care required Dr. Goodhart and McLean Hospital to provide adequate inpatient care during Lindsay's brief admission, properly evaluate her condition, and ensure appropriate discharge planning, rather than discharging her after 5 days with limited insight, judgment, and suicidal ideations back to the same providers who had been providing inadequate care. The standard of care required Dr. Diaz and women and infants to properly evaluate Lindsay, obtain an adequate psychiatric history, including inquiry into her early postpartum period, and recognize the signs of bipolar disorder, rather than dismissing her severe depression scores and recommending medication changes without proper follow-up. Defendants knew, or should have known, that Lindsay presented a real, clear, and present danger of harm to herself and her young children. Defendants' collective failures to comply with the standard of care, more likely than not, directly and proximately caused the injuries suffered by Lindsay, including Lindsay's killing her children and attempt to kill herself. Now they go into the counts: negligence, medical malpractice. They're saying that they did not use reasonable care for her. And because Lindsay suffered severe personal injuries, including but not limited to the care of her children, the development of severe postpartum psychosis with hallucinations, spinal cord injuries, neurologic bowel and bladder dysfunction, impaired mobility requiring the use of a wheelchair, severe psychological trauma. Further, the acts and omissions of defendants constituted gross negligence and a reckless indifference to the health, safety, and welfare of Lindsay. And that because of this, they're saying Lindsay is entitled to recover damages from the defendants, including past and future medical expenses, past and future lost wages, pain and suffering, emotional distress, including the knowledge that she killed her children, loss of enjoyment of life, permanent disability, and other damages in the amount to be determined at trial. Count 2 is loss of parental consortium. Plaintiff repeats and alleges the allegations. She was the mother, that she lost companionship, services, society, comfort, guidance, counsel, and advice to her children, of her children. She's entitled to recover damages. And then loss of spousal. At the time she was married to Patrick, she suffered and has lost normal marital relationship with her husband, including loss of companionship, society, comfort, guidance, that because these devastating incidents circumstances have caused this to affect her. Lindsay is entitled to recover damages from defendants in an amount to be determined at trial. And then vicarious liability, they're saying this just lists out where everybody worked and that they were negligent, and that the hospitals were negligent, the medical care providers were negligent. And they are asking for the plaintiff demands a trial by jury. Sincerely, her attorney. This is a different attorney than her Kevin Reddington, her criminal attorney. This is a civil attorney. Those are the two lawsuits filed by Patrick Clancy and Lindsay Clancy. No trial date set yet. This could take years of litigation. They could also do a settlement that is a non-disclosure settlement where no one can disclose anything to anybody, or it could, as I said, it could play out. They're obviously going to wait and see what happens at this trial, what the verdict is, and how that might impact the civil lawsuits. I'm going to put a link to both of those. If you want to go read them yourself, you can. I read through the majority of them both. And tonight on Courtroom Insider, we will recap the latest in this case, what's happening now, and what happens next. Thank you for watching, everybody. I'm Nate Eaton. Here's where you can find me. I'm on Facebook, Insta, Nate News Now on X, and also on YouTube. If you haven't subscribed to our channel, please do so. You can stay up to date on this case and the other cases we are following. Really appreciate your time, everybody.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show.
All right.
Really appreciate it.
Hit pause. All right. We are still waiting for court to come back. Thank you all for being here. It should be resuming here. I thought it would be resuming already. Apparently not. But until then, I think I'm going to save that Brian Enton episode for another time. Let me actually get some of these short ones up here for us as we sit back and wait for the trial to resume. And it's a question we've been asking for a couple days. Could the trial end in a hung jury? Let us know what you think in chat. Here's a video discussing it.
Up with Lindsay's defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, on Thursday morning. Let's take a look at SOT 3.
Morning, Kevin.
Tell Ronnie I said, hey, back.
You think you guys are going to rest today?
Well, we'll see. It's going to be a long day, I think.
A long day?
I think so.
Okay.
My man.
You got a lot of cheers, Kevin.
Good morning. You made it.
I made it. I told you I wouldn't miss it.
Yes.
Are you going over there or you want to go right in?
Yeah, he's got to go ahead. I'm just going.
Is Lindsay aware of the support, Kevin?
I haven't seen it yet, I imagine. Yeah.
What do you expect to happen today in court?
Don't know. We'll see.
I don't know. It's gonna be a long
He
day,
was
but I
just
don't
like,
know.
can I just walk in? And unfortunately, or I don't know, fortunately or unfortunately, he was incorrect in his assumption that it would be a long day because we actually adjourned, I think, at 11 something. So not long at all.
Yeah, I think he probably thought his star witness, I guess his cleanup witness, the forensic psychiatrist, who's really his expert. I guess he thought that was going to be today, but apparently it's going to be tomorrow. But they took some time to do jury charges, is my understanding. Had some meetings on that, some jury charge issues. So I'm curious though, what's it like outside the courthouse? She's had a lot of support. I know that you've got a video that you recorded of outside. Tell me about the people that were there. They're wearing pink.
I did. And, it wasn't my intention to capture any type of gotcha moments. I'm really not trying to do anything like that. Although, I have in the past. That's why I just wanted to preface with that. I felt like these women, they mean very well. And I think that it is a positive that we're talking about postpartum depression and mental illness. Absolutely. But I did make it a point to say to a few of them, I just haven't seen mention of the children. And maybe this is your mention of the children. And someone even said, well, if we treated mental illness like we should, the children would still be here. I totally understand that. I completely understand that. There's just something for me that just felt incomplete. But again, I don't want to disparage anyone. This is very sensitive. And it's tough, Ashley. I'm sure you understand. So I tried not to take the position of shaming anyone, just trying to understand maybe why the children weren't the forefront, and I got it.
Yeah. I think that's been this whole trial, when Patrick testified, I felt that because I just felt like he had to be conflicted. He's supporting Lindsay and he doesn't think that she was in her right mind, but he lost his children. And, that has to be present for everyone in the courtroom. I mean, it's this awful tragedy. And it's got to be hard, too, for the defense lawyer to be trying to focus this on, we're not talking about, the tragedy of the children's death. We're talking about her mental illness. It's like this palpable thing that's just sitting in that courtroom all the time. And I don't think the prosecution has really memorialized the kids the way that they should. I mean, I know we've got the bow, but I don't know. It just hasn't felt like this memorializing that I'm used to, of a victim.
Yeah, the bow, I'll leave it there. It's a bit odd to me. But no, I just feel like at this point, I go back and forth. Mark knows because we've discussed this, where
All right, counsel, we ready for the jury?
We are back. We are back. We are back. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. We are finally back. There's going to be a sidebar, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Thank you all for being here. We are only 7 subs away from 18.1K. If you haven't subbed yet, please do. Help us get to that goal. And thank you, Denver Gaming, for the 10 jewels. Hiding.
All rise, please.
session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record,
All right, Como?
Dr. Mack, before we broke, we were talking about protective factors in suicide. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you just explain to the jury what a protective factor is?
Well, when a person is suicidal, they have risk factors and they have protective factors. Risk factors are those aspects of the individual that make it more likely that the person is going to act on their suicidal thoughts. And protective factors do the opposite. They are things that hold the person back from acting on their suicidal interests.
And in this case, you're aware that the defendant had previously indicated that her kids and her mother were reasons why she didn't continue with the thoughts of suicide in the past, right?
Well, objection is not.
Pieced together is it was her statements to professionals that her mother and her kids were reasons why she wouldn't have committed the act.
Correct.
Okay. And you are aware that at the time of the event or after the event, she indicated that a voice told her that she needed to kill the kids so that she could kill herself.
Yes.
And this was the same day that she then attempted to kill herself.
Correct.
Now, on the day of January 24th, 2023, you are aware that the defendant had reported that, for all intents and purposes, earlier in the day was a good day.
There are reports that earlier in the day was a good day.
And is the fact that she reported good feelings consistent with the suicidality or inconsistent?
I apologize. Did he say that she said she had a good day or someone else did? I just didn't hear that.
Yeah, if you could maybe kind of bring that out, what that source is.
Well, as far as the reports of it being a good day, when you spoke with her, did she describe the events earlier in the day as a good day? Playing with the kids, that kind of thing?
She described the day as being a fun and productive day.
And you're aware that others reported, including her husband Patrick, that earlier that day it appeared to have been a good day.
Right. So one example is when Patrick was talking to the Child Welfare Agency that evening, I believe, he said that was the best day she had had in a long time.
So,
or something to that effect.
The fact that there were reports of it being a good day, is that inconsistent or consistent with the idea of the attempted suicide?
It's not inconsistent with suicide. It's also not inconsistent with the depressive disorder that she had. Much of the time, depression, major depressive episodes start to recover after around 3 or 4 months. It also is in my own view in psychiatry, and I believe others, an awareness that as a person is beginning to recover from the worst of their depression, sometimes suicides do happen when the person starts developing a little bit more energy and ability to act on their interests.
So in your experience, do people sometimes display those positive feelings immediately prior to either an attempt or a suicide?
Yes, that is something that does happen in my experience. While they're still very depressed, but they begin to be on the trajectory towards relative improvement.
Now, just going back for a quick second, you had talked a little bit about hallucinations, and you described different types of hallucinations, meaning things that you can taste or hear or see, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the what's called command hallucinations?
Yes.
And what are those?
Command auditory hallucinations are a type of hallucination where you're hearing something and it is telling you of an expectation for you to do.
And are those things usually persistent?
It can be. It can vary sometimes. It can be persistent. Other times it can be sporadic.
Going to your conversation with the defendant on about the events of January 24th, 2023, You, in your interview with her, were able to speak with her about her recollection of that day, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that was done in that interview was that she was explaining what happened in chronological order, right? From the beginning of the day to the last thing she could remember.
That's correct.
Did she also tell it to you in reverse?
She was asked to recite it in reverse, yes.
And did she tell the same story forwards and backwards?
Yes.
Was she able to recall details of some parts of the day but not others?
Yes, I would say that's correct.
And did she describe to you when she heard this voice?
Her experience that is called a voice occurred in the late afternoon.
Do you recall what she reported about the voice?
Her experience was that the voice was of a male and it was loud.
And what did the voice say?
The voice said to the effect of, you should kill the kids. This is your last chance so that you can kill yourself.
And what did she say happened after she heard this voice?
She engaged in the activity of taking her children's lives.
And she was able to describe to you how she did that, correct? And she first stated that she took Dawson down to the basement.
Yes.
And then wrapped the exercise band around his neck and strangled him.
Yes.
And what did she say that she said when she did that?
She described that while that was happening, she was saying out loud, go to God.
And did she describe the same for both Cora and then Callan?
Essentially, yes.
And the voice that she said she heard, was it one time or more than one time she heard the voice?
Multiple times is what she described.
And after she had killed the kids, did the voice continue in her report?
I don't remember that it did. It may have, I don't remember.
And then after the kids were gone, she then made an effort to take her own life, correct? And how did she do that?
Right, so she did. She described that she went ahead to take her life or attempt to take her life with multiple steps. She went to her room upstairs in the house and took the various medications that were present. She cut at her wrists and at her neck, and then she caused herself to fall from the window.
Okay, and as far as going out the window, did she tell you whether she had to do anything with the screen?
She described to me that she cut the screen.
Okay. And then she dove out the window.
Well, objection, that's not what he said.
Well, what did she do after she cut the screen?
She fell from the window.
Did you ask her, or was there conversation about the phone call that she received from Patrick?
There was.
And was she able to clearly identify when the call came from Patrick?
I don't exactly recall exactly when, but it was sometime in the around 18 to 20 minutes that this was happening that she received that call.
Do you recall if part of the conversation about the timeline of events, whether the voice came as soon as Patrick left the house or before or after the phone call?
My recollection is that it happened as soon as Patrick had left.
Now, were there some things in what she was telling you about the events that was different from what you reviewed from other information in this case?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, I'm just asking if you recall that there were things in the version that she told you in your interview that were different or not consistent with the information you knew about the case.
Well, two things come to mind. One is the locking or the closing of the bedroom door, and the other is the cutting of the screen of the window.
Okay, and as far as the locking or closing of the bedroom door, do you recall what she told you about that?
She denied that she had done that.
And so from the information you reviewed about reports from Patrick and everything else, did you know that the door had been locked?
That was my understanding.
And the second thing that you indicated about the screen, what information did you have about the screen that was different from what she reported to you?
I believe there was a question as to whether the screen had been cut, perhaps with a sharp.
And as far as the going out the window piece of it, you were aware that she didn't have any head injury, correct?
Yes, I am.
That she had the spinal injuries, the C1 injury, but no injuries to her head.
Correct.
And as far as her report of taking medication or taking pills, did you know whether she took all the pills that she had in the house or?
Well, I'm not sure about the house. She described all the pills in her bedroom.
And were you aware that there were other pill bottles located in other parts of the house?
I'm not sure I knew that.
How about the phone call? She indicated that at the time of the phone call, she believed she had the baby in her hand and she was doing something like taking food out of the fridge or getting food ready for the kids. You recall that?
Yes.
And were you aware, do you recall seeing crime scene photos that show that the kids' bowls were in the living room?
Yes.
And that Patrick later reported that he had seen Dawson eating green beans and chicken nuggets before he left the house? Were you aware of that? So, Dr. Mack, based on your review of this case, were you able to come to an opinion to a degree of medical certainty about whether this defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
That, yes, she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, namely major depressive episode as a part of major depressive disorder.
And as far as the substantial capacity to appreciate wrongfulness or criminality of conduct, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about that?
Yes.
And what's your opinion regarding that?
That she had retained that capacity.
And what information do you rely upon to come to that conclusion?
The first point is that this was a continuation. Her mental state at that time was a continuation of the mental state she had had for months. And it was a mental state that included the capacity to control her behavior and also to be able to conform her conduct to standards of law. So in that sense, first of all, there is not an indication to me that there was something that changed the overall capacity in that regard. Secondly, to the extent we are talking about the ability to conform her conduct to the law, one can analyze her actions and her behaviors and her thoughts on that day, or as close as possible to the moments of the deaths. And that includes taking one of her children to a pediatrician that day, engaging in fun activities around the house that day, having engaged with one of her children's teachers the day before, having engaged in normal conversations with the restaurant that she ordered food from, 3V, and then also interactions with the pharmacy, CVS, where she was getting the Miralax from. So in all these places, there was the ability to act normally. There doesn't seem to be any deviation from where she had been all along, which included this capacity. Furthermore, I would add that as a part of her interactions with the community or in driving, she had abided by law and abided by standards of the community at all those times. So there isn't necessarily, to me, any way in which that deviated that afternoon.
So you're speaking about her ability to conform conduct, which is one of the one of the things we're talking about here. But I want to go back to the appreciation for wrongfulness or criminality. As far as that goes, were you able to form an opinion about that?
Yes, sorry about that.
That's okay. So what's your opinion about her ability to substantially conform, or excuse me, her substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct?
So I again would go to thinking about what had been her state of mind for at least the month prior, the several months prior. And in all that time, there wasn't any feature that indicated that she didn't have that capacity. But furthermore, when there were moments when she thought about harming the children, when she had the thoughts about that, she was aware in those moments beforehand that that was wrong or against the law, and that she could be punished for such an act.
You're referring to the December conversation with her husband and her mom?
Yes, and her thoughts about the idea that if anyone knew what I was thinking, the children might be taken away from me.
And also, did the fact that she hadn't had any significant medication changes during that time period, does that also inform your opinion about that?
Well, as that aligns with what I was saying before about how, while depressed, her mental state was relatively stable. It was perhaps improving. I'm not sure about that, but it was stable. There.
Move to strike that if he's not sure about it. All right. That answer is stricken. All right.
So the fact that she hadn't undergone any more significant medical or medication changes, I should say, did that signify to you that she had been in the same kind of state she had in the months before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about the interaction with Dr. Tufts on January 23rd? Did anything about that suggest that there were any concerns or distress that would have changed her ability to appreciate wrongfulness of her conduct?
No. In that interaction, she displayed normal thinking and the ability to think ahead and to navigate the world.
And what about the statements that she referred to when she was killing the kids, the go to God? Does that inform your opinion?
It does.
And why?
My understanding is that the sentiment go to God is a way of bestowing or thinking about the children as innocents and as ones who hadn't done wrong, while what she was doing was the opposite, was wrong, or could be construed as wrong. And so go to God not only was a hope for the children, but also a description of the situation.
Okay. And what about the report from her that the voice was telling her, this is your last chance? Is that significant to identify whether she would have had some knowledge or known that it was something that was wrong?
Well, to the extent that it was seen as her last chance, yes, because there was an awareness that it was something that would be disallowed by their father.
And as far as after the incident, when she woke up at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, you're aware that she reported to the staff there that she was horrified, correct?
Yes.
And so the fact that she immediately afterwards identified that she was horrified, does that go to her capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct?
Yes. One can consider that her mental state, once she was removed from the dexmedetomidine, was similar to what it had been on January 24th. And in that regard, the feeling of horror, the feeling of shame that comes from being horrified indicates that she was aware that it had been the wrong thing to do.
And then finally, just to go back to the substantial capacity to conform conduct, you've told us a little bit about that, about the fact that her condition hadn't really changed all that much. You outlined what she did that day. But is there anything else to consider based on everything that you reviewed that would indicate to you that she did maintain the substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
I think that in the household, she was engaging in this activity methodically, which highlights to me that there was an ability to conform her behavior to expectations of living in a household.
What do you mean methodically?
As I understand the deaths, they were done methodically, and I think you asked me about that earlier, one by one, in a way that was organized and that was intended to achieve a particular goal. Similarly, her attempt at suicide was organized and thoughtful in a sense that it included as many possible methods as possible.
And as far as the killings of the children methodically, did she report to you in any way that she was given direction by this voice on how to complete the act and what exactly to do?
No, she did not.
And what about the call with Patrick? Is there anything about that indicates that she maintained some control or the ability to control herself where she did engage in a short conversation with him?
Well, that aligns with what we were talking about before in terms of being aware that he would disapprove or disallow this. And yet she didn't say anything. She didn't say help, or she didn't say, I'm having these thoughts. So it wasn't stated.
So again, as far as your overall evaluation of this defendant, Lindsay Clancy, regarding the events of January 24th, 2023, what ultimately is your opinion to a degree of medical certainty regarding criminal responsibility?
My opinion is that she retained the capacity that required for having criminal responsibility for these actions.
Thank you. Oh, and I would just like to admit Dr. Max CV is the next.
Any objection? That may be admitted. All right, Mr. Reddington.
Dr. Mack, part of your evaluation would be an intent to investigate the person that you're being asked to evaluate for purposes of an opinion regarding criminal responsibility or lack thereof for the district attorney's office, correct?
What do you mean by investigate?
You don't know what investigate means? You want me to explain that to you?
You might.
You're a psychiatrist that's employed by the district attorney, right?
Retained by, yes.
Well, okay, so we're going to talk semantics. Isn't employed by, retained by, mean that you get money from it, right?
I'm paid for my time, yes.
Exactly. And normally I don't even go there. Every one of us are getting paid for our time. Jurors not so much, but nevertheless, you get paid for your time, right?
Correct.
I get paid for my time. The judge, Chrissy, Don, everybody gets paid for their time, right?
I imagine, yes.
So when you are retained by the district attorney's office, you are to evaluate an individual, right?
Yes.
And the individual in this case is Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize her, do you not?
I do.
And you actually had a chance to meet with her and do your evaluation, right?
Yes.
And part of your evaluation, you had to investigate into who she was. For example, her education, what she did for work, friends, family, right?
I asked her about her life and I reviewed records to learn about her life, yes.
Okay. So you're in a mental institution investigating or questioning a woman who's on medication, who is there because she's suicidal and under one-on-one 24/7 observation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you get the history from her?
Yes.
So did you talk to any collateral contacts?
No.
So how is it that you can tell this jury what her life story is? Did you get it from her?
I got it from her
What
to
did
the
she
extent
tell you
that,
about her
well, I'm
education?
sorry,
What did she tell you
can you
about
say
her-
your,
Never mind looking at the judge. What did she tell you about the education?
Wait, listen. You look over there and listen to the question and answer the question.
Can you say the question,
Let him
please?
answer the question.
What did she tell you about? I'm sorry.
Ask the question.
What did she
Answer
tell
the
you?
question and we'll go from there.
What did she tell you about her education?
She described her education in terms of being a hard worker through high school and college and then going to nursing school.
Okay, where'd you go to nursing school?
I think the nursing school was through Partners Healthcare, I think at the MGH.
And do you recall what the nature of the nursing was?
Well, she had always wanted to be a labor and delivery nurse, and she was able to achieve that.
So she worked as a labor and delivery nurse
That's my understanding, yes.
for a period of time?
For several years, yes.
9 years, 7 years?
I'm not sure exactly.
Did you talk to any of the nurses that she worked with? I mean, was she respected? Was she a hard worker? Was she somebody that was ducking out early, didn't want to work?
I didn't talk to any of her colleagues. I'm aware that she had been there for some time, and I did not hear about any aspects in which her work was deleterious.
Who would you hear from, them?
Well, one might have heard it from the notes from her spouse. It might have heard it from the
Let's talk
defendant herself.
about one might have heard it. Is the one you? You're testifying.
Yes.
Did you hear about it through the notes of the spouse?
No, I didn't hear about any way in which her work
Okay, so why
wasn't.
are you telling me that? Why are you saying one might have heard about it through the notes of the spouse?
Well, I think your question was, how would one learn about any deleterious acts or components of the person's
he's
work?
pissed.
So I didn't hear about any way in which she wasn't working hard and retained as a nurse at an excellent institution.
So basically, you don't know, is what you're telling me. You don't know what her reputation for work ethic was. You don't know what her hours were. You don't know what her reputation in her work community was. You just don't know. Isn't that right?
Combined with the records and also the report from Dr. Resnick, who described her own view of herself as being a hard worker, I don't know further than that.
So in addition to being a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General Hospital for a number of years, you knew that she obviously was married, right?
Yes.
And her husband was Patrick, right?
Yes,
You know how many years she was married, right?
I do.
How many?
I don't know it offhand, but I believe I understand or knew the date when they were married, which may have been 2013.
So the fact that she was married, you know, that did she want to have kids or did she find them to be a burden?
She very much wanted to have children. She described that that was her lifelong interest.
Had one child, Cora, right?
I can't hear you.
The first child was Cora, right?
Yes.
Did she have any delivery issues with Cora?
Not that I recall.
How about the second child? What was the second child's name?
Dawson.
And how old was Dawson at the time of the incident, as we say?
I think he was around 4.
And did she have any issues with his delivery?
Do you mean the delivery or in the postpartum period?
I mean the delivery.
If I recall, I think she had a tear, which was called an episiotomy, and that was something she was unhappy about.
Sure. Did she have medication prescribed to her after Dawson?
Do you mean psychiatric medication?
Sure.
At some point, I think she was prescribed an antidepressant medication in that period.
What was it?
I think it was sertraline.
And do you know whether she took it?
She has told us that she did not.
And when she went home after having the baby, Dawson, she then came home to a little daughter, obviously Cora, had Dawson as an infant, correct?
Yes.
And was she living in a town, or where was she living when she had these two kids?
I think she was living in the same house in Duxbury.
She was living in Weymouth? Or?
She may have been. I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's all right. So at some point she moves to Duxbury, she's with her husband, and she goes back to work, does she?
Yes.
You didn't make any, in your investigation, you didn't come across any information that she didn't want to go back to work because she was lazy or just didn't want to work, right?
No, I think she always wanted to work.
Did she have anxiety about going back to work after Callan, the third child?
After Callan?
Yeah, Callan. It's Callan, C-A-L-L-E.
Yes. Yes. She wanted to go back. As August and September arrived, she was hopeful to go back to work, but she became anxious about working. There were other factors too. She became anxious.
No other factors yet. We'll get to the other factors. Why was she anxious about going back to work?
I was about to say,
Go ahead.
she was anxious about the well-being and nurturance of her children as she went back to work. One being that the baby was not taking a bottle. Another, that in that span between the point that her husband went back to work and she was expected to go back to work, it was overwhelming to have 3 young children that she was caring for all by herself. As time went on, she was ambivalent about hiring somebody to help, hiring a nanny, and that was another area of anxiety. So there were several areas of anxiety, and as we've discussed earlier today, anxiety was something that she had throughout her life.
I'm going to pull you in, okay? This is a cross-examination, sir.
All right, just ask the next question.
So when you say that she had anxiety, and the anxiety was about having her youngest child, Callan, correct?
Yes.
She was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Yes.
But you also, as you were waxing eloquently, indicated that she was having anxiety about having a nanny.
Yes.
What was she anxious about with the nanny?
In my understanding,
No, what is your understanding? Tell the jury what you investigated about her anxiety with the nanny.
so through my evaluation, what I understood was that there was ambivalence about having a nanny, that is to say, having somebody who helped. There was some degree of wanting to be able to handle the children on her own. The other part of it is some ambivalence about other people other than herself, or perhaps her mother, caring for the children. Because I know that my evaluation discerned that she felt very positively about her ability to take care of her children, but also some ambivalence about other people taking care of the children.
What time frame are we talking about? Summertime, fall?
The end of summer, late August, early September.
Isn't it true that in the summer, she and Patrick and the kids felt that they were on top of the world, having a great summer, right?
Well, that's what she said. That's her quote.
Okay. And then come the fall, towards the end of September, that's when she started to have symptoms of anxiety, right?
Yes.
Up to this point in your investigation, you have a young woman who was a nurse for a number of years, we assume, from your investigation, a good reputation as a hard worker, right?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, one of the things that you had mentioned is that she was, how about exercise? Did she like to do exercise?
Yes, in the past, exercise was
yes, right? Yes?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, I can repeat the question. I ask you, sir.
I'm objecting because he's interrupting the witness and not letting him answer the question.
The question called for a yes or no answer. All right? And so, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can you state the question, please?
Sure. You mentioned in direct examination for the DA that she was like to do exercise, correct?
Yes.
And would you consider a person who is an exercise aficionado, especially a woman who, for example, runs, let's say, a 5K or a 5-mile road race within about a couple of weeks after having a baby? Is that hyper-exercise? Is that hypomanic? Okay.
In of itself, it's not hypomanic, no.
How about if there's a string of exercise that is a little bit out of the norm, coupled with decluttering, removing personal property from the home, cleaning out the home, things of that nature? Would that be hypomanic in your opinion?
Not in of itself, but are you talking, when you were asking about exercise, were you talking about in the period 2022 or 2020?
2022.
Okay.
After Callan. Okay? And I asked you about running the road race after Callan. Okay? You with me?
Yes, I am.
So would you suggest, sir, that that is something that one would at least anticipate, consider, or investigate as being this manic or hypomanic that you're talking about?
No.
So, by the way, one of the questions that you were asked, sir, is that when you got involved with investigating this case, do you recall that from the DA?
So,
do you recall that from the DA?
The term investigate, if it's okay, I'll use the term evaluate.
When you got appointed or retained by the DA.
So, and your question is?
My question is, when were you retained by the district attorney, the prosecutors?
It was sometime in early 2025.
Early 2025. So like what, February, January?
I think the reach out had occurred in maybe December of 2024, and I think that the retention was early in 2025.
What's a reach out?
Well, the communication, the reaching out.
From
the district attorney's office.
Okay. And then when you were asked that question, you indicated that you had to wait for a motion to be filed or something with the court. Do you recall answering that question?
No.
Well, if I suggest to you, sir, it was in December of 2024 that a notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Ooh, we got another hot mic.
Sure.
Got another hot mic. Thank you all for being here. Damn, Reddington is scolding this man. Are you talking 2020 or 22? After Callan. I said that already. After Callan. Man, this guy's good. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you are not. We hit the 18.1K mark today. We already hit the 18K earlier. If you haven't subscribed, please consider doing so. Make sure you hit the notification bell to all, because we're going to be Monday, we're going to be having the Your Verdict show, where we're going to be doing polls, live calls, panel. If you would like to join or hang out, make sure when that notifications come across this weekend, you hit that. We'll be having the notification for day 19. That'll be out roughly around 30 minutes to an hour after the show is done today. So make sure you look for that. Hit the noti bell on that. Come back with us on Monday. It's getting close to the end here, and damn, it got spicy. Whoa. But that's what Reddington does, and that's what he gets paid for. Yeah. This guy, he's trying to be crafty, but he's not as crafty as Reddington. Crazy, though. Reddington's tearing him up as soon as it was his turn. Let's go. Let's go. And by the way, if you want to check out a previous episode, we did go through Patrick Clancy's full testimony, and Rosie and I broke it down. If you're not subscribed to Rosie, she is one of the live reporters from EvilleCJ Media Network. Make sure you go subscribe to her. And each episode we do a recap in the morning, So I'll put the playlist for the whole trial. You can literally just go through the recaps if you want, or you can watch the whole thing sometime. And then there's that link for you. So spicy, I know. It's like, damn, as soon as it was his turn, woof, you just see the energy floating behind him. It's like, oh, shit. So it appears like we're going to have the other two witnesses on Monday. Closing arguments are going to probably be Tuesday. And then the verdict watch will probably be on Wednesday. It's what it's looking like so far. We'll see. You know, this trial, it seems like it's taken forever, but then at the same time, it seems like it's been really quick too. It's a weird feeling. We'll be having the Microsoft executive murder for hire trial, the wife. We're going to be covering that trial coming up next. I believe it's next week. So after this trial's done, we are going to have a couple shows where we take live calls. We discuss the trial, the aftermath, the verdict, your opinion, what you think. We'll be having a couple shows on that before we get into the next trial. Yes, thank you. Yeah, please go subscribe to Rosie Overtime if you're not. She's a tremendous help here at the network. We couldn't do it without her. Shout out Rosie. And give her a belated happy birthday too, because it was her birthday a couple days ago. Shh, don't tell anybody.
Hi, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. So, your understanding of the procedure is that a notice has to be given to the court that a person like Lindsay is raising the issue of criminal responsibility, correct?
I imagine that's the case, but I don't know the procedure here in Massachusetts in that regard.
Okay, you don't know the procedure?
The procedure for making notice?
Right.
No, I do not.
If I tell you, sir, that the notice is filed in December of 24, when was it that you had the reach out?
The first communication about the case was in, as I said a few minutes ago, in late 2024.
Ooh, don't get snappy
And
with
do you recall
Reddington.
the circumstances of that
Don't get
communication?
snappy with him. He's going to bite you.
DA call you, a letter, what?
No, I was contacted through a retention firm called Park Dietz and Associates.
Dietz?
Mm-hmm.
Park, he's a psychiatrist, isn't he?
It sounds like you know him.
I do know him. And actually, Park Dietz is a rather famous psychiatrist, is he not?
Yes.
He's testified in many cases, correct?
Yes, but
no, overruled.
I said Park Dietz and Associates. I didn't say Park Dietz himself.
Okay, well, you know Park Dietz, I imagine, right?
I do.
Yes. And you know that he's the guy that testified in the case and cited a Law and Order episode that didn't exist at the time he gave his opinion. So is he still active?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is he a psychiatrist now?
Yes, he's a psychiatrist.
And on your letterhead, it says Park Dietz, D-I-E-T-Z, and Associates, forensic experts, right?
I can't see what you're looking at, but that's what their letterhead basically says.
From that, right?
I am.
Okay. And this is your curriculum vitae, right?
Yes.
And in big letters up above, it says Park Dietz and Associates, right?
Yes.
Now, how does that work? You get a call from this retention group, Park Dietz, and then you get assigned a case?
Rosie, marketing department
When an
strikes
attorney
again.
or a district attorney's office contacts them, they might think that it might be a case that I might want to be retained on.
Okay. Do they to your knowledge? Try to get someone that's familiar with that particular topic, or just anybody that has a random psychiatry degree?
Well, there are only certain people that they think of or consider, people that Dr. Dietz has thought of in terms of having a robust career and
You have a
background.
robust career?
I've been active as a teacher and as a clinician over about 22 years, and I've been a full professor at Penn and Jefferson and Georgetown.
So that's in your curriculum vitae, correct?
The 3 professor level appointments?
All of your stuff, the things you wrote, things that you're interested in, your fellowships, professorships, all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's introduced into evidence by the DA, right?
Yes.
So the jury's going to have it to look at, right?
Okay. I didn't know that.
Let's just take a look at it now. Is it your understanding that when you are, and I mean you individually, not Park Dietz Associates, requested to look at and investigate into the lack of criminal responsibility of a individual charged with a crime, that you got to try to be independent?
Being independent is the expectation.
The answer, yes? You try to be independent?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it appropriate for you to evaluate an individual with another Park Dietz associate guy?
You're referring to Dr. Habron?
I am referring to Dr. Halbert. He's another one of the DA's witnesses in this case, right?
Correct.
And you know Halbert, right?
I had not met him until we jointly went to do the evaluation this April.
Jointly went to do the evaluation.
Yes.
What did you do? Both ride in the same car over to Tewksbury to talk to her?
No.
Did you have separate cars?
We did.
And then you met up beforehand and you went in to meet with Lindsay?
Yes.
Both
I think
of you
that was.
together? Both of you together?
Yes.
So you work under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates. Heilbrunn, who's going to be testifying Monday for the government, works under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates, and the both of you interviewed her at the same time, is what you're telling this jury?
Yes.
In your opinion, is that appropriate, sir?
Yes.
Did you talk to Kirk about your opinion?
We have talked about each other's opinion. We have different opinions as far as I understand it.
Did you talk to him about his report?
No.
No?
I have not talked to him about his report.
Have you talked to him about testifying here today?
Not in terms of content.
What does that mean?
The other day he called me and said, what day are you going up to Boston?
Okay.
And
Skipping up to Boston. Did you tell him?
No, I wasn't sure what day I was going up to Boston.
Okay. Did you review his report?
I have reviewed his report.
All right. And has he reviewed your report?
I don't know. I assume so, but I don't know.
Now, looking at your CV, you indicate that you're educated at Cornell, you got your medical degree, you had some fellowships. Do you have any particular interest in your practice, sir?
Yes.
And you have licensure in Delaware, right?
Yes.
Pennsylvania?
Yes.
District of Columbia?
Not at the moment.
It says 2005 to the present, but not anymore.
Well, I'm not sure what date that CV is, but I allowed my DC license to not be renewed.
Maryland?
Same, I let it not be renewed.
New York?
I actually renewed that recently.
Massachusetts?
No, I haven't had that since I left here.
South Carolina?
I haven't renewed that in many years.
Connecticut?
Same.
Virginia?
Same.
So what does that mean that you have licensure? Does that mean you can be a psychiatrist in these states as long as it's active, or what does that mean?
Licensure means that one can act as a physician when your licensure is in effect, yes.
Okay. And as far as professional and scientific societies, You belong to the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You belong to the American Academy of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, is that correct?
I don't belong to that group at the moment.
Well, did you? Is that in your resume?
Yes, there was a moment when I was the representative from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and the American Psychiatric Association and also the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law, of all three, to the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges. So at that point, I was a member of the National Council.
So I asked you about your interests or focus as a doctor. Would you agree, sir, that one of the things you put down is that you were involved in ad hoc reviewerships in the Journal of American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
It does say that, yes.
And then American Journal of Addictions?
Yes.
Pediatric Quality and Safety?
Yes.
That's dealing with little kids, right? Pediatrics?
Well, at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, we see patients up to 24.
Okay.
At Nemours, I believe up to 21.
So you also express interest in child psychiatry. This comes under academic responsibilities. Child psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You have been involved in the doctoring course for first-year medical students, right?
Yes.
Supervision of adult psychiatry residents, right?
Yes.
Clinical evaluation, Department of Psychiatry, dealing with children and adolescents, right?
I'm not sure that last one that you read, but...
Number 8 on...
No, but what does it say in its entirety?
Ongoing clinical education of PGY3 residents, Department of Psychiatry, Georgetown University Hospital, Institute for Children and Adolescents.
Do you mean Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents?
Resume, I don't know what it means.
I'm just wanting to make sure I'm responding to your question.
Do you have it with you? I mean, you can look at it.
The Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents was a residential center in outside the Beltway where I served for 3 years.
Okay. The focus, nevertheless, is on children and adolescents, right?
Not at that time. What you mean when I was at Georgetown?
I'm just looking at your resume.
Okay.
How about lecture of patient safety and quality improvement in child and adolescent mental health? Is that something that you were involved with as a lecturer, sir?
Yes, about patient safety and quality, yes.
The answer is yes?
Yes.
Just make it quick. You were a lecturer on a morass returns, adolescent cannabis, doubles lettuce, and other hallucinogen use, dealing with what, pediatrics, kids?
Yes.
Okay. You also did under lectures by invitation that you've been involved with lecturing on wither psychosis in adolescents, right?
That was the title of a paper I gave, yes.
So the answer is yes, right?
The answer is I gave that paper, yes.
Okay. Adolescents accused of murder or manslaughter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Wither psychosis, adolescent killers, a couple of years later, again, maybe an update, right?
Right.
Right backwards.
Right?
It's his own
Divorce
resume.
legal process and medical, social, and psychiatric sequelae, right?
Right.
Killer adolescents, drugs, school, and the courts, right?
Right.
Jumping ahead, 2014, for example, you had the morass returns, adolescent cannabis and other hallucinogens, right?
I imagine, yes, I don't know exactly which one you're looking at, but that's the title of a lecture that I was giving.
Childhood development and psychopathology, right? Is an interest, right?
It is an interest, yes.
Childhood development, again, and psychopathology, lecture to the United States Department of Justice, right?
Yes.
Lecturing to the United States Department of Justice, Department of Immigration, right?
Yes.
Cognitive bias think tank is another one of the lectures that you gave. Is that correct?
Well, it was a committee or a task force that I co-led about the prospect of diagnostic error when people have cognitive biases.
And what's a cognitive bias? Just curious.
So when you think about diagnoses, there's always a possibility that an individual is sort of guided to one diagnosis or another based on various forms of preconceptions or biases. So a major part of this concept of patient safety is to prevent misdiagnosis. And there are a lot of techniques that are used in medicine and in this case in pediatric hospitals and also in psychiatry to try to make sure that the users or the diagnosticians' biases don't creep into making the wrong diagnosis.
Research publications, sir, dealing with neuropsychiatric systemic lupus, erythematous age, and the neurodevelopment model. That's one of your research publications, right?
Yes.
Dealing with psychiatric classification from the ancients to DSM-4, Psychiatric Clinics of North America, right?
Yes.
Alcohol abuse is another research that you did?
I've edited several textbooks on substance use disorders. Yes.
Okay. So in addition to child and adolescent aspects of psychiatry, you're also interested in focusing in on alcohol abuse, substance-related disorders, alcohol abuse disorders, addictive disorders, treatment of addictive disorders, right?
Those are some of the areas of interest, yes.
Novel risk factors for central line associated bloodstream infections in critically ill children, right?
Yes.
And it goes on and on with a lot of your focuses on children, minors, probate court, correct?
I don't know about probate court, but...
Well, you've had occasion to do evaluations for probate court, haven't you?
You'd have to remind me. There was a period when I was the physician leader of the state of Maryland's Office of Forensic Services.
Right.
So
that's what you said on direct, so that's why I'm asking it. But how about the new tools in the toolbox? Proactive prevention of CLABS, 1 in patients with behavioral health and concerns. What does that mean?
Well, CLABSI, central line associated bloodstream infections, are something that is a major concern of all hospitals around the country, and preventing them from happening is not only the work of cleaning the apparatus that touches patients, but also we learned that when patients have psychiatric problems, they actually are at a greater risk of developing a central line associated bloodstream infection, which is a significant complication of being in the hospital. So I started that work when I was at Georgetown, when I was an adult, mainly focused on adults, and carried it on when I was at Children's Hospital Philadelphia and at Nemours in terms of the pediatric risks for CLABSI.
Okay. How about clinical manual of adolescent substance abuse disorder? That's another one of your chapters, right?
I don't think I wrote a book about adolescent substance use.
Number 29, MAC-AH, Clinical Manual of Adolescent Substance Abuse Treatment, Journal of Psychiatric Practice.
Yeah, that was a chapter, not a book. But yes.
Okay, but nevertheless, your focus and your interest is on adolescents that like to smoke weed and drink, right?
No.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that you were interested in the American Psychiatric Press textbook you wrote for substance abuse treatment, right?
Yes.
All right. And think like a psychiatrist, but always a doctor, be a doctor, web drugstore, perils, drugs, alcohol, bloodstream infections in children's hospital, focusing on that, right? Where in here does it say that you ever came within breathing distance of a pregnant woman and your practice and your interest in your writings?
Oh. So I remember being at the Brigham as a resident and
how long ago
going
was that?
to, how long ago was that?
Yeah, give us a year.
Well, you asked me when.
Yeah,
So I'm
that's
starting.
when.
That was the memory I have for that particular situation was 2001.
2001, so 25 years ago.
Right. So since then, I went to the Medical University of South Carolina, and then I went to Georgetown, and all that period up until 2015, I was doing general psychiatry work with areas of focus in peds or in addictions, but also with forensics as an area. I see myself as somebody who's generalist who happens to have a couple of areas of focus. In 2015, I did move from that generalist model to, when I left Georgetown, I moved to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and the University of Pennsylvania. And in those years, since then, I've been working in pediatric hospitals, where at CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, the age is up to 24, and at Nemours, it's up to 21. So that is the overall area of adult and child psychiatry that I've been working in. Throughout the years at Georgetown, I would like to answer because I have more to tell you.
Let him finish the answer. Go ahead.
So at Georgetown, certainly that was all adult, and Georgetown has its own labor and delivery unit. And so that was plenty of engagement with women who were pregnant or who had just given birth. And then at both Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and at Nemours, there are these special units that have been designed for the last several years of high-risk pregnancy units. So actually at CHOP, one of my first roles there was to develop the psychiatry services coverage of the high-risk maternity unit there called the Special Delivery Unit. And I was the co-leader and then the leader of the consultation service at CHOP. And so I led the group of adult and child psychiatrists to tend to the psychiatric needs of that unit. Recently at Nemours, the same unit was built. And so yes, in these pediatric hospitals, there actually are units of women who are about to have birth, who have just had birth.
Well, I'm sure in these pediatric hospitals, there are women about to have birth and have had birth. And I'm sure that there are competent doctors that treat them, correct?
I would agree with you.
How about you? How many women with postpartum psychosis have you treated?
Roughly 10 would be my estimate.
Over what period of time?
Over the period since 2001.
And when you would treat these women, would you be involved in, for example, testing them for their mental health?
Well, usually the teaching has been that what was called postpartum psychosis is actually a form of bipolar disorder. So what is important is to say, let's do a full evaluation of the individual's symptoms and signs, and then treat them and engage in treatment. And usually that's going to be a form of bipolar disorder treatment. That's the teaching. That is the general perspective.
So with your wealth of knowledge on women that are pregnant and suffering from postpartum psychosis, do you know whether or not Lindsay was ever diagnosed with postpartum depression?
I believe that the various notes from the clinicians over the
Please hit the like,
year of
subscribe if you
2022
haven't.
2023 utilize the term unspecified mood disorder.
Right. How about postpartum depression?
I don't think that appellation was used.
Okay. So was she ever administered EPDS?
You mean the Edinburgh?
Yeah. Was she ever administered that?
I don't know if she was or wasn't. I don't remember.
Isn't that something you're in here testifying about this case? Wouldn't that be important to know that she was almost off the chart on the Edinburgh scale for postnatal depression?
Well, I have said that she had depression.
Well, postnatal depression for a woman who's pregnant or had a baby recently is a heck of a lot different than some guy who's just depressed about his job, right?
I don't understand your question.
Well, do you know what her readings were on the Edinburgh test?
Not to my memory at the moment, no.
Why not? You read the medical records, didn't you?
I mean, if you would like to show me, I'd be
I don't
happy
want to show you
review it.
anything. I'm asking you as a testifying witness for this jury.
I don't want to show you anything.
I did.
And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
I'm not sure that which records you're talking about, but can I finish? Can I finish? Can I?
I'm not going to finish. 2022.
You said you're not going to finish.
We talked about the summer. She was fine.
You're not going to finish.
Did she see Tufts?
She started to see Dr. Tufts in 2022.
When?
I believe it was, well, she went to Dr. Tufts in September, and it was in October that she started taking the medication that Dr. Tufts had prescribed.
Okay, and that was for what?
You mean which medication, or what was the purpose?
Medication.
Sertraline.
And otherwise known as?
Zoloft.
And she took it after a while, is that correct? Is that what you said?
A few weeks, yes.
And the reason she didn't take it was what?
Time, as my evaluation.
Hold on a second, Doc. Sorry. All right, let's go ahead. Do you want him to re-ask that question?
I'm okay.
Okay.
So over time, Ms. Clancy has avoided taking medications.
She's what?
Avoided taking medications.
Says who?
The description she gave me.
She told you that?
My awareness from my evaluation is that
His awareness.
she resists taking medications. And for example,
No. Tell me what you mean by she resists taking medication.
Oh,
there are
this is too
individuals
good.
in this world who do not want to take medications, and I think she described that she is one of them.
You know, she saw Dr. Tufts because she apparently was anxious, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, other than having anxiety about public speaking as a nurse in nursing school, and after she had one of her children, she didn't have any psychiatric history of medications, right?
She had not taken medications, but she had had a lifelong degree of anxiety. It hadn't been at the level of disorder, but she had
lifelong.
Yes.
Okay. How about in grammar school, high school, college? Did she have difficulty that she was anxious?
So what I was saying is that anxiety can drive people, but she had a lot of anxiety and she was hardworking, and the anxiety helped her to be hardworking. But when it comes to medications,
Hold on, Mr. Reddington, go ahead, doctor, finish the question.
But when it comes to medications, she described that she didn't want to take medications. And an example was the time that after the birth of her second child, that sertraline had been prescribed, but she chose to get through her anxiety and depression by exercising. And that is something that people do. But it also highlights that in this case, she didn't want to be taking medications. And I think that we also understand that in the fall of 2022.
All right. At this point, I'm going to stop. Next question.
My question was, you said that she had a lifelong resistance to taking medication. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Then I asked you, grammar school, high school, college, did she have any records, any witnesses, any documents that she had a resistance to taking medication?
Only her description to me.
She didn't tell you that she was resistant to medication in grammar school and high school and college? What are you, making this up?
Whoa!
Yeah, sustain. Next question.
She didn't tell you that.
Damn!
I understand her to have told me that generally she did not want to be taking medications. She didn't necessarily specify in grammar school, but that is her basic.
College.
Yes, I think that her description was as a adolescent and as a young adult, she was not interested in taking medications.
You really have that written down somewhere?
I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I believe that that's what I understand it to be.
You believe that's what it is? You don't know whether you have it written down somewhere?
Oh, will he be in contempt of court? Is he going to be held in contempt? Is he going to catch him in a lie on the stand, ladies and gentlemen? Get a drink of water, please.
Well, on page 8, what I had written was,
Oh.
Ms. Clancy's reluctance to take medication generally was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her breast milk. So
where does it say the age?
So she's pregnant.
Where does it say the age?
Come on. That's the only time that she indicates that she did not want to take, except for medication because she was breastfeeding, right?
I don't agree. I'm happy to
Not
be
so
proven wrong.
cocky now, are you, buddy?
My understanding
Not
is that
so
she described
snippy now.
that she generally did not want to take medication.
All right.
Benzodiazepines.
Not so cocky
not guess,
now.
All right, let's look at you. Let's look at Dr. Mack's report. Okay, medication history. During the period before January 24, 23, she was taking several medications, and that would be Tufts and Gelada and all the rest of them, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
I didn't exactly hear your question. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
You said in your report, defendant was taking
He's going to say
several
okay to a question.
medications
He
that had
doesn't even
been
know what it was.
prescribed for her, right?
in the fall and December of 2022, yes.
This dude's career is over.
It's Tufts and Gelada that were prescribing these meds, right?
This dude's
They were
career
among
is
the
over.
prescribers, yes.
All right. and her reluctance to take medication was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her what?
I believe it says breast milk.
Breast milk. Okay. So other than her concerns as a mother,
this guy's
about
good.
her breast milk and having these drugs get into an infant's body, when else did she tell you that she was resistant, as you just told this jury, to taking medication? Like she's somebody who doesn't want to take the medication, doesn't care to take the medication. Where is it?
No rule.
Well, I didn't say that she didn't care.
Okay, how about she was resistant?
My recollection, and I'm happy to, if you would like to spend time finding it,
Prove
I'd
you're
be
wrong,
happy
I know.
to. What?
Prove you're wrong. It's not in your report, though, is it?
Okay.
He said okay.
Now, you had mentioned, sir, I believe, that the DSM is something that you all use in your diagnoses of people, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you are here to testify about would be postpartum issues, postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, right?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis, the disorder, the proposed disorder, or as a symptom?
Well, when you come in here as an expert, hired by the DA to tell this jury that this woman was not suffering from postpartum psychosis, and you in your testimony refer to the fact that you use the DSM to guide you, if that's the right word, in your diagnoses, would you agree with me that that's a fair statement?
That the DSM is the standard for making diagnoses? Yes.
Right. It's not a very good standard, though, is it?
Well, it is the standard.
It is the standard. How about, are there other standards, sir, that, like, for example, World Health Organization, International Disease Control, IDC, have you ever heard of them?
Yes.
Okay. Does the IDC, what does that stand for?
The ICD.
What does that stand for?
The International Classification of Disease.
Does that classify postpartum psychosis?
I think it actually does not.
Does it classify, you think, or you sure?
My recollection is that it does not.
Okay. How about postpartum depression? Does the international category indicate that?
Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't.
No. I'm asking about the other, the ICD or whatever it is.
I don't know.
Okay, that's good enough. This here is what you're talking
this
about.
This guy's career is over, man.
5 TR, text
done,
right?
cooked.
Yes. And you're talking about the fact that at some point in DSM-6, there it appears as though postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis will be added into the DSM-6. Is that correct?
Who said that?
I'm asking you if that's what you mean when you told the jury about it possibly being put into the next edition.
There is a syndrome that's been proposed called postpartum psychosis. So I would differentiate that from the idea that the person of psychosis in a postpartum period. The syndrome, proposed syndrome of postpartum psychosis has not been included, and I am not aware that it is going to be included, although I understand there are calls for that. I would also say actually the movement for DSM-6 is not necessarily active at this point, but I would highlight again, because I wrote my college history thesis on the history of the DSMs.
What was it, DSM 1, 2, 3 back then?
Well, there's been a classification made by the American Medical Association going back to the end of the 19th century. DSM-1 was in 1952, DSM-2 was in 1968, DSM-3 was in 1980. The major change in 1980 was to fall in, as I discussed earlier, the descriptive model for diagnoses. And that is to say that since DSM-3, diagnostic groups are grouped, or disorders are grouped by what you see, what symptoms we are seeing, not by what we assume is the cause of the illness, and not by any theories about how the illness works. So since DSM-4 in 1994, as a part of making DSM-4, a literature review was completed by Dr. Ellen Frank, which indicated a roadmap for what to include in terms of postpartum designations. And since then, there's been what's called a specifier. So if you highlight depression, you can add a specifier to say when this depression occurred. The limit is that it's a 4-week limit. So under the rules of DSM, after 4 weeks, you wouldn't necessarily, well, you wouldn't call it postpartum. Postpartum psychosis, and here I'm referring mainly to literature, including a review in biological psychiatry in the last 12 months, is a proposal that there is a type of bipolar disorder called postpartum psychosis, where you can have mania or bipolar attributes, you can have depression, you can have delirium. And so when you think about the rules and the guidelines that have been in place since 1980 for revisions of the DSM, they look for, can this category be sufficiently separated from other categories? And does it help treatment? And over time, even though there have been calls, well, there have been hundreds of diagnoses that have been proposed or requested to be in the DSMs, very few new diagnoses get inserted. And right now, that is the situation for the syndrome called postpartum psychosis, that it is not something that has been approved. And I know there are people who are calling for it, but in the current time.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay.
Please. Thank you. Are you aware, sir, that postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression are pretty much virtually not even mentioned in your DSM-5 TR?
I wouldn't agree with that. I was about to say.
So you would not agree with it, right?
Well, I was about to get to that.
Sure you were, but you would not agree with it, right? Is that correct?
I don't have a basis to say that.
Okay. So looking at, and this is 1,050 pages of people putting together like a cookbook, fair to say, right?
No, I wouldn't call it a cookbook.
No? Would you agree, sir, that postpartum is referred to, page 147, in sex and gender-related diagnostic issues? Would you agree with that, sir?
Is that the introductory chapter?
This is the chapter, sir, that is pertinent to bipolar disorder. You're familiar with it.
Okay, so it's the bipolar chapter.
And referencing 147, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. You're familiar with that, I imagine, right?
That's a subset. I mean, that's a portion of the chapter, I imagine, that describes.
Right, it's a paragraph.
issues. Okay.
It's a paragraph. Out of 1,000 pages, it's a paragraph.
What's your question?
Women may be more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and to have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders. Come on. This is what they talk about with postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression, eating disorders, and the difference between women and men?
Is that your question? I'm not sure I understand your question.
How you answer it, yeah.
What's your question?
Postpartum disorders, sir, the difference between women and men, and they make reference to eating disorders?
Well, I think the section header, if you don't mind reading it again, was aspects about gender. And so in that section, I imagine they're describing it. I didn't write the DSM, so I'm not here to represent it.
Okay.
I can just tell you about it.
All right. Okay, right here. Sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right? Would you agree that's under the bipolar and related disorder section? Yeah. The DSM, okay. Page 147 talks about women more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders, right? Did I read that right? That's all right. Yeah, okay. And then it goes on for the rest of the paragraph that women with bipolar 1 or 2 disorder are more likely to experience depressive symptoms than are men. Did I read that right? That they, meaning women apparently, have a higher lifetime risk of alcohol use disorder than men. Really? Did I read that right?
Yes.
And that they also, and much greater likelihood of alcohol misuse disorder than women in the general population, some women with bipolar disorder experience exacerbation of mood symptoms during their premenstrual time period. Right?
It's like that, yeah.
Yeah. And that this has been associated with a worse course of illness. Many women with bipolar disorder also report severe emotional disturbances during perimenopause when estrogen levels are decreasing. Did I read that right?
Sorry.
Right, because
It does say that.
okay. And that there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medications for pregnancy, right? Is that what it says that in the DSM?
Yes,
Right.
it does.
So what does that tell you, in 25 words or less, sir, when that sentence where it talks about there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medication for pregnancy. What does that mean?
Please hit
What
the
it
like,
means is,
subscribe if you haven't.
When thinking about women who have bipolar disorder who are pregnant, the risk of having either a manic episode or a hypomanic episode or a depressive episode generally stays stable compared to when the person is not pregnant, except in people who do not take medications for bipolar during the pregnancy.
And then it goes on to read, the specifier with peripartum onset should be used for mood episodes that begin during pregnancy or within 4 weeks of delivery. Is that the 4-week cutoff that you're telling the jury about?
That's the 4-week cutoff. That's on that specifier, the peripartum specifier.
When was this last amended? 1958?
You're talking about the 4-week number?
Yeah.
That was created in DSM-4 in 1994.
And how about the World Health Organization? What's their cutoff using that term?
I don't know. I can tell you that the proponents of postpartum psychosis illness utilize, I believe, 12 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, but not more than 12.
How about the, what is it, IDC, ICD?
The World Health Organization's international
If
classification.
I tell you it's a year, would that mean anything to you? It's not 6, maybe 12, it's a year.
Does it mean anything to me?
Yeah, does it mean anything to you?
With regard to what?
It's a year. You're talking about 4 weeks, but they're referring to a year.
Well, the distinction between the ICD and the DSM is substantial. The DSM.
All right, Mr. Reddington, why don't you ask a question?
Thank you. So would you agree with me, sir, that the way that women are treated postpartum, after having babies, prior to having babies in Europe is a heck of a lot different than we treat women here, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
So that paragraph that we just went through, we're talking about sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right?
Yes.
They mentioned the words postpartum, period. They mentioned, I don't mean period like the end of the sentence, I mean postpartum, period. They mentioned that, right?
Yes.
And I read that correct. That's a paragraph, right?
Yes.
And then out of the 1,050 pages, we can then go to another, page 156, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. And it makes reference to the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder, right?
Okay.
Would you agree that the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder is equal between women and men?
Yes.
And does it then go on and say that bipolar 2 disorder are mixed, differing by type or sample? There is little or no evidence of bipolar gender difference in the general population. And some, but not all, clinical examples suggest that bipolar 2 disorder is more common in women than in men. Is that right?
It may be. As I was.
Because you want to look at it, or it may be because they might be wrong.
Well, women have depression more than men, unfortunately. And so that is something that it gets reflected when it comes to bipolar type 2.
So patterns of illness and comorbidity, however, differ by sex, with females being more likely than males to report hypomania. Does that sound right?
It sounds right.
and that women would have mixed depressive features and a rapid cycling course. Correct?
That sounds right.
And childbirth may be a trigger for the hypomanic episode, which can occur in 10 to 20% of females. In non-clinical populations, most typically in the early postpartum period. Does that sound right to you?
It sounds, I mean, you're reading it, so I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And there's a big difference between DSM and WHO, right?
I don't know the WHO's 12 months, what it refers to. When it comes to the proposed postpartum psychosis, one of the elements of the proposal is that it is particularly related to the physiologic changes that happen at the time of birth. And actually, one of the objections that that group has to the way that the DSM is written right now is that they would like it to be solely post-birth rather than one that encompasses pregnancy and birth, because it aligns with the theory that this type of disorder is related to those physiologic changes. So the timing of being closest to birth is instrumental in that proposal for postpartum psychosis, the disorder. When it's described as a disorder that occurs almost right away at the time of birth. And it is urgent.
Who says that? Who?
The literature on postpartum psychosis, whether it's postpartum psychosis.
What literature? It's not in the Bible, right?
Well, it's not in the Bible, but the reports by the people who are advocates, an expert consensus panel who are advocates for inclusion of the syndrome of postpartum psychosis.
And they've been trying real hard.
Let him finish.
Well, he's just going to go on for another half hour.
I'll finish, Dr. Guy.
I don't have anything more. Sorry.
All right, go ahead.
He's just going to go on for another half hour.
As it relates to this panel of people that you're talking about, these are the people that are trying to get postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression into the DSM-6, right?
I don't think they're trying to get postpartum depression included because it already is there.
In the two paragraphs that I just read?
No.
Okay, is there somewhere else that talks about postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay, where?
Well, the report mentions, and I'll find for you what are called the specifiers, where for both bipolar disorder and also for depressive disorders. Well, it's in there, but I'll find it in the book.
Okay. Why don't you look for it?
Why don't we do one thing at a time?
Yeah, I'd like to
and
finish
that would
speaking.
be, you said you're going to find it. Just find it.
Okay.
And then once you find it, then we'll go on to the second part, which would be asking questions and answering questions.
Okay.
So right here.
Thank you
on
for being
page
here. Please hit the like,
173,
subscribe if you haven't.
I'll describe what I'm talking about before I read it, if that's okay. So this is the section, actually starts on page 169, where it goes through what are called the specifiers for the bipolar disorders. And so those include with atypical features, with rapid cycling, with melancholic features. And here on page 173 is the portion about with peripartum onset.
Read it. Read it.
Well, let me see how many paragraphs it is. 10 paragraphs. Do you want me to read all of it?
No, that's all right. Just summarize it as best you can.
What I would summarize, and a similar passage is in the chapter on depressive disorders, is that it provides a way to designate that somebody's depressive disorder, or in this case, their bipolar disorder, had peripartum onset. Now that's important, and they provide a lot of important information there about epidemiology and the course, by course I mean how it's going to go in terms of the disease. That's what the DSM does. Besides giving criteria for disorders, it provides basic information about course, epidemiology, and the features that the individual has. So there's a similar section in the depressive disorders.
Stick with the section that you just pointed out.
Yes,
okay?
sir.
You'd agree with me in a nutshell that talks about with psychotic features, delusions, hallucinations present at any time in the current manic or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right?
No, I'd have to see where you're reading from.
Okay, sure, it's right here.
Yeah, but that's a different portion.
Oh, no, that's what you were reading from. Okay,
No,
so
sir.
how about down below here where it says with peripartum onset?
Yes, that was what I was referring
The
to.
specifier, what's a specifier?
So the system has a way where we can emphasize features of a person's illness. Remember, as I said, the groupings in the DSM revolve around the major psychiatric symptoms. So this is the bipolar chapter, there's a depression chapter, there's an anxiety chapter. So here, the specifier is our way of communicating that the person's problem, in this case, has peripartum onset.
Okay.
And as if I could connect it all, the emphasis on the proposed postpartum psychosis disorder, they object to it being peripartum. They would like it to be postpartum.
And who's they?
The authors of the expert consensus group that I referred to published a paper in Biological Psychiatry in the last year.
About what? I mean, psychiatry covers a large ground.
Yes. It's a paper that summarizes information about this proposed disorder, highlights their assumption that it is actually a type of bipolar disorder.
Can I just interrupt? What disorder are you referring to?
The proposed postpartum psychosis disorder.
All right. So there is a group of people that are trying, to your knowledge, to get postpartum disorder in the next version of the Bible, right?
Effectively, yes,
Okay.
but I wouldn't use all those words, but yes.
Okay. And then when you're referring to the peripartum onset, in one paragraph, you're talking about the specifier applied to current manic, hypomanic, or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right? Did I read that right?
Well, it's more than just one paragraph.
let's just
It goes
stick-
on to
let's
all
just
the
stick
next
All right, Council, let me see Council at sidebar here, just so you guys scheduling.
Oh, yeah, we are getting close to the end of the day here. Definitely getting close to the end of the day here. You still here, Rosie?
I'm here.
What's up? Man, what about this last where are you at? It's not popping you up here. Hold on. There we go. Wasn't popping you up. All right. Well, shoot. Okay, anyway. Man, this is crazy. I think it's one of the worst witnesses that we've seen in this trial, but I think it's one of the best performances here. And this wasn't even Reddington's witness. And it kind of seems like he's getting under Reddington's skin a little bit, not too much. It's not affecting him too much. I think it's just making him go after him even harder. But you can see how he kind of has like these, like they're reading each other's eyes with the prosecution. I notice he keeps looking over there at them. What do you think about this witness, Rosie?
Well, I think that is partly one of the main issues that Reddington is picking up, and he was picking up on it quite early because he even I think he made an objection like way in the beginning where he commented on how the witness said that day was one of Lindsay's best days or something, and the words that he used were very similar to somebody else's testimony. So I think that Reddington was already picking up on the fact that there was some kind of coaching when it came to everything that he was going to say, and that his reliance was a lot heavier on reports or things that he had been told. So that's where Reddington immediately jumped in on like who even hired you. So I think that was definitely one of the things on Reddington's agenda.
Yeah, especially when he pointed out that they were exchanging reports and stuff like that. It makes me wonder what other witnesses the prosecution has. We know that there's 2 more. And I'm wondering when this one's going to get done. It's almost 4 o'clock Eastern. So
Yeah.
I'm really surprised that this has taken as long as it has. But I think one of the tactics that the prosecution did with what's his last name, Dr. Mack, I think they encouraged him to talk more, you know, like it would upset Reddington. You know, Reddington is like, let's go, let's go, let's go. Hey, you know what? Talk a whole bunch, you know, try and throw him off his game, right? Because this guy just keeps going on and on and on and on. And the snippy snarkiness too. A lot of immaturity out of this witness as well. I'm sure the jury is picking up on it. The facial expressions, the attitude. You know, you're being asked a question about something that's written down in a book, and then after they ask the question, then you put your glasses back on and go, hold on a second. Like, let's be respectful of the court's time. Oh, hold on.
We're going to break at this point. All right. So, you know what I'm going to tell you. All right. You've now heard more evidence. You've heard testimony from a number of people. You've got more and more exhibits, but you still have to keep that open mind. All right. Because you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the closing arguments, as I've said before. You haven't even heard the law that you are to apply to this in arriving at your verdict. So I'm going to stress, as I always do, don't talk about this case. Don't read anything about it. Don't listen to anything about it. Just guard against that and really keep an open mind. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till Monday morning. And then I ask you to be here hopefully at 9 o'clock. We'll come back out and we'll continue with the evidence. All right. And as I'm telling you, we are well on schedule. All right. So
well on schedule.
Get ahead of myself.
No, we're not.
Wondering, we are.
No, we're
definitely
not.
Well on schedule.
No, we're not.
Much because of your work on this. So I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Maybe it'll stop raining.
We are
Get
not
outside a
well
little
on
bit.
schedule.
So again, thank you for all your time and dedication on this, and we'll see you on Monday. Okay.
We are not well on schedule. What is he talking about? We are well on schedule. He just told us yesterday that we were going to have closing statements on Monday and the verdict on Tuesday, and now we're having two witnesses on Monday, the closing statements on Tuesday, and the verdict on Wednesday. What is he talking about? The schedule changed from this morning. We're well ahead, everybody. We're well ahead. Right.
God, you may sit down.
Oh, am I excused?
Just like you're going to be back in a few minutes and it takes an hour and a half.
Guys, it's scheduled. We did discuss that.
Thank you, Hopper. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't.
Address before Monday.
No.
Make sure
So the plan would
you
be,
come back on Monday and hang out with us.
We'll continue with the
Might be doing a show this
rebuttal. At some point, we'll do the final charge conference, and we'll go from there. So I want to thank everybody for their work. I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, all rise.
Whatever. Wow. That be that. So yeah, here, let me switch it back over to Rosie here. Man, it's going to be a crazy recap on Monday morning. By the way, we're going to have our noti out here in about a half hour or so. Look for the noti coming up on Monday. We're going to have our Your Verdict show coming up probably Tuesday now, since everything's bumped back a day. Might be doing some shows this weekend too. So please make sure you hit the like, subscribe, hit the noti bell to all. That way, if we do a spontaneous live this weekend or we upload something, you'll get a notification for that. And make sure you come support. Also support Rosie Overtime. I'll drop her link in the chat. Make sure you go subscribe to her. What a day, Rosie. What a day.
Yeah, and I, it wasn't. I didn't expect that it was gonna like pick up at the end so much. Like it,
right
there at the end, it just started getting like, whoa. I think you typed in chat that Reddington is I can't even remember what she said, but it was just something like, okay, Reddington's starting now. He's standing up and he's upset. So
Yeah, you definitely got him upset.
yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, and I mean, rightly so. That witness was terrible.
Horrible.
That was
Horrible.
one of the worst displays I've ever seen, and the more he tried to fix it, the worse it got.
Say marketing department, I haven't updated my resume. I mean, come on now, man. But Reddington, man, he got him in a couple spots. Like, so when did you treat pregnant women with postpartum psychosis? You know,
He said, "When did you even come in breathing distance?"
Right,
of a pregnant woman?"
right. He's good, man. He's like, no, I don't want to hear it. You just telling it how it is. You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Yeah.
But that looked like it was a tactic, like, just talk a whole bunch. Just talk a whole bunch. And
Yeah.
boy, he did. We got more of him on Monday, Rosie. What?
Yeah. And I mean, if you think about the expert that the defense brought forward, even though he was on Zoom and there was like technical issues and stuff, he is a postpartum specialist, and he has like he's a specialist forensically in cases of filicide, and that's what they brought. And then they brought this guy to counter that as a rebuttal, and he's worked in like adolescent psychiatry, and
Right.
he wrote his college thesis on the history of the DSM.
Hey, it's not anything different than any of the other prosecution's witnesses, Think about Tufts. Think about all these other doctors, nurses, psychiatrists. We don't recall. It's horrible. There's no way. It's guilt by insanity. I'm not even thinking it's a hung jury anymore. I know it's still going to be in the back of my mind as the second possibility, but I think it's pretty secure that it is guilt by insanity. So we'll see. I mean, there's Massachusetts lawyers out there saying that this whole law is geared for Lindsay Clancy, like the insanity defense, like it's geared for the situation that that took place. So it's going to be very interesting to see. I can't believe we still got more of Mac on Monday. Mac Monday in the morning. And then who knows who else. But man, what a long day. Even though it wasn't a long day, it's still a long day. It's 4:00 Eastern. They went to the finish line. And so we'll have the whole weekend to kind of recollect and get back to it on Monday. We might do a spontaneous live. So make sure you have the noti bell set to all. That way you can come hang out with us. We'll see. Anyways, I want to say thank you all for being here. Thank you for the love and support. We hit 18 and then 18.1, and we're heading to 18.2K. Thank you all for the love and support. It really means everything to us. Without you, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing. And have a beautiful weekend. Have a beautiful Friday. Peace and positivity. And we will talk about this some more the next time we go live. So we're going to go ahead and head out, get some work done, get some relax, and get geared up for the upcoming Monday mayhem that's going to take place. It's going to get wild. It was already wild today. It gets wilder and wilder each day. I'm sure Monday is going to be real snappy, getting towards the finish line themselves and then the closing arguments. I can't wait for the closing arguments. I really can't. It's going to be interesting. So, all right, you guys, thank you again for hanging out. Appreciate you all very much. Please show some pink in chat as we get out of here for support. Not of what happened, but the illness, the disease. That's where we need the support.
Yes, and it's support for the case that Reddington's putting forward. If you feel that you don't want to be supportive of Lindsay as a person, it's not necessarily that, but it's support of issues that are important.
Yep. For all mommies, for all mommies out there going through this, we love you. Stay strong and stay safe. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.